Dirty, and also we'll be chatting with Bengals offensive coordinator Dan Pitcher today. On Thursday, the Browns met with their own assistants, Tommy Rees and Jim Schwartz. Some believe one of the reasons why John Harbaugh was fired by the Ravens because of supposed issues between himself and Lamar Jackson. Todd Monken, who the Browns would like to chalk it to about the head coach position, he claims the problem this past season was he didn't coach Jackson well enough. Now, with Harbaugh gone, it is expected that Monken will not be returning to Baltimore in 2026. College football playoffs continues out. It's the second semifinal matchup. This time at the Peach Bowl, number 1 Indiana will take on Oregon. Schools met back on October 11th. The Hoosiers beat the Ducks on the road 30-20. The winner will face the Miami Hurricanes for the national championship a week from Monday in Miami. Cavaliers off today, back to work tomorrow afternoon. They're going to entertain Minnesota. Rematch of last night's game on the road as the Cavs came up short, losing 131-122. Donovan Mitchell led the Cavs, game high 30 points in the loss. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Hello, Mary Kay. Give me a % chance that we land John Harbaugh.
You know, I know the Browns really like John Harbaugh, but the thing that happens in a situation like this, if you get an idea that a candidate might have something hot going in another city, you don't want to be turned down by a lot of people. So if you think that, let's say, he's going to get the Giants job, and it seems pretty clear that that's going to happen, then you're not going to interview him. I'm sure they called. I'm sure they're one of the teams that called. But I don't know if they will actually go through with an interview. And right now, I do not know if he's on the list.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. It's almost the weekend. Trying to figure out who's going to be the Browns' next head coach. Trying to figure out if your quarterback can fit into his scheme. Trying to figure out what you watched last night as you were watching college football and that fantastic ending with Miami and Ole Miss. What a game that was. And, you know, kicking back, relaxing, and heading into one of the first weekends of the year here with plenty to watch when it comes to the NFL playoffs. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps, and Jeff is not here. Hello, Jeff? Nope, Jeff's definitely not here. So Dan Mennigan sits in today on a little edition of Baskin and Phelps to see what... You know, the thing is, crickets. The one thing is, crickets. We've been doing this too long, haven't we?
Yeah, he's a delight. And I do enjoy cattle prodding him quite a lot.
You are pretty good at it.
I enjoy it.
I go through phases.
He needs it every so often.
I know when you've done a show with a guy for 14, some better parts of the last 2 decades, but between radio and television, it's interesting.
We all need it.
Yeah,
it's good for everyone to be cattle prodded every so often and to get kind of fired up and to get into some, good arguments and all that kind of stuff that makes you think.
Well, he has the day off so he can relax, chill out, and not have to argue with anybody other than maybe the dog. I don't know who else you would argue with today. There are a lot of things going into this weekend that I want to touch on over the next 4 hours as we chill out and get ready. By the way, how awesome is it to drive around town not seeing any snow? I'm good with it.
I'm in. This has been awesome. And especially the fact that, I don't want to say this too loudly, I think I'm going to go home and, open some windows.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to go home and mow the lawn.
No. We're not there. That's pushing.
Get some marks on the lawn if you're going to keep doing that. So
get all those leaves up that I missed the first time around.
I just hope we're not going to pay for this in 2 weeks with a blizzard.
Well, but we always had this.
I know.
We always used to have this 3-day stretch where it would hit the 50s or the 60s around here, and then it would go back into winter. There was always that trick 3 days.
Yeah, it's a weird little stretch we're in here, but that's all right. I'll take it. It was raining pretty hard last night. Woke me up a couple times. Not a big deal.
Sorry to hear that.
That's okay. I can't tell you the last time. I can tell you the last time I slept 20-some years ago before we had kids.
You'll get there.
I can't remember the last time I had a full night's sleep.
You'll get there.
Cannot remember it, not once. All right, so we've got a couple things going on with the Browns coaching search. Let's start there, and let's talk about where we're at in this thing and what we want. Because, I got a text last night from some friends. We're just kind of talking about what the situation is and who's here, and like they were asking about Robert Saleh, and I was like, yeah, you know what? A lot of places seem to have him on the list, at least somebody that the Browns need to talk to. Chris Shula, there's a lot of names there, Cliff Kingsbury, that you go back and forth on, and then you start asking yourself, do we want an experienced head coach to take over the Browns? Is that what we're looking for? Or do you want a young up-and-comer that could be here for a while and you could kind of cut your teeth with, knowing where the organization is and what the franchise looks like moving forward, and knowing that you don't have you're just not all in on a quarterback right now. I know that there are folks that think Shedeur Sanders is all in on a quarterback, but I think the next head coach has got to have the leeway to be able to say, you know what, maybe this isn't the right direction we're going in. And I don't know that Kevin had that power either going into this last year, or if he did, he may have pushed the button too far with Gabriel, and maybe that's why he's not here anymore. So when you look at the situation the Browns are in right now, you can ask yourself this really simple question. Do we want an experienced head coach who has head coaching experience? That's obviously where the experience part comes from. And then, or do we want to take somebody who hasn't done this yet and maybe has been calling? Like, I do think if you're going to bring in an offensive mind guy or a defensive guy, they need to have at least called plays. I just, the thought of bringing in a head coach who hasn't called plays really is like unsettling to me. So, Dan, let's backtrack. Where are we on the search? And, they talked to our coordinators yesterday. What's next?
Right, so they talked to the Browns coordinators yesterday of Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees. They did both on the same day, which, by the way, the morning show was talking about a little bit. Do you see that as kind of a slap in the face to those two guys of doing both of them on the same day?
Not at all.
I don't either.
I don't think it's a big deal. Why would it be a slap in the face?
Well, more of like if you are, serious candidates. Like, so today they've got Adam Durdy in, who is the defensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks. He is also from Middlesex, England.
Oh.
Initially as well. So make sure we've got some tea ready for him around 2:00 and maybe a couple biscuits. Nothing wrong with any of those things, and the EPL along the way. So we'll talk to him. He's in town today, and he seems to be the only one that is in town today, where yesterday they did both of them together. Well, not together, but on the same day. So that's where we sit right now.
So is he kind of like the reverse Ted Lasso? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess so.
He'd be the reverse,
you could call it that way.
Ted Lasso.
Inverse Ted Lasso?
Yeah.
Get behind that. He's been around the league for a while, too. He worked with the Cowboys for a little bit. He's bounced around. But,
okay.
Yeah, he's the DC for Seattle.
Pip, pip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the curse words are all relatively the same.
They sound better, though.
Yeah, they do.
Why do curse words sound better with a traditional old English accent?
You're right.
They're more meaningful.
It hurts more.
I think they get it a little. It's become such a normal part of our vocabulary outside of being on the air.
It's valid.
It does sound a little bit better though when there's a little bit of an accent to it.
Yeah. Okay. So he's in town there. I don't think it's a slap in the face to those guys either. Personally, it depends on the background of the guy. Like Cliff Kingsbury does nothing for me.
Okay.
I have no interest in having Cliff Kingsbury as the head coach.
Odds makers like him, though. I don't know why.
I have watched Cliff Kingsbury, the head coach. I've watched Cliff Kingsbury's offense. There is a defined ceiling to it where he runs out of ideas. He's pretty good in the run game, surprisingly, but his passing game runs out of ideas. You've seen it with Jaden Daniels a couple different times where it just seems like, it hit a certain point in the playbook where he came to an end, and it said the end on the end of it, and then it just turned into what's the next play call to evolve off of this, and it's, two palms in the air. So I am not a Cliff Kingsbury guy. I don't love Mike McDaniel as the head coach, but I love him as an offensive coordinator. But it's one of those, if you love a guy as an offensive coordinator, Andy, you're probably going to have to hire him as a head coach, because those are the kind of guys that get hired as head coaches quite often. I liked Mike McDaniel in a dark room with film rolling where he could just build an offense and be Mike McDaniel and be kind of an oddball and entertaining and all of that kind of stuff, instead of him being the spokesman for my team.
I guess the word that caught me off guard last night was retread. Mike McCarthy. Is that a retread?
Very much so.
Yes. And
again, I've made my Mike McCarthy thoughts known at this point. It's just piling on. I am not a fan. I will not be a fan. I am very appreciative for the Super Bowl ring. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We've got it from here.
So who would be on that retread list?
Robert Saleh I would do, because I think he got the short end of the stick at the Jets. I think the whole Aaron Rodgers thing and Woody Johnson and the way that looked would make a lot of sense to me. You could talk me into
kind of the way
one.
the Giants are looking at the Browns situation for Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Or any other team that would look at Kevin Stefanski and say, you know what, he was in Cleveland. Come on, man. Like,
Exactly.
give this guy a chance. You know, hey, he finally took him to the playoffs, and you know they stuck him with this quarterback. They put him with that quarterback, and you know they're always in fourth place. And really, where are they going with this thing? And they've got great talent, but they never know how to use it. And
if the Packers were to fire Matt LaFleur, I would pick him up at the airport. I would meet him in Titletown and just go, I am so sorry. Let me help you load those things into your car. Now, please get on my private plane and sign this contract. Like that guy knows what he's doing. He is a fantastic coach. If the Packers let him go, they've lost their minds. So like that would be a retread that you could interest me in. John Harbaugh would be a retread you could interest me in as well. What about you? Do those guys do it for you, or is it the same that I look at it where there's some guys that you feel that way about and other guys that you're just like, no, I'm done.
I mean, I'm just all in on hiring someone that has experience, and you know, even if like to me, I just think. If you feel like you had some consistency that was working, and if you really felt like, and this goes back to what Jimmy said the other day, that the roster was good enough to win, well, then isn't it easier just to tweak the head coach and leave a lot of things in place, especially since they're under contract already, and then kind of move forward? I still feel like, and I don't know if I'm reminiscing about the past, that we're sitting in the days, and Indians fans will understand this, Guardians fans, that, you know, there were the days before they moved down over to Gateway, right? And so they were at the old ballpark. Teams were horrible. We didn't care. They were our teams. But then all of a sudden something happened once it was out, you know, they're leaving the ballpark. Then they brought in guys that were able to build the minor leagues. Then you got this crop of guys that came in with Ramirez and Tomey and Bell and these guys that were like working their way through this thing, and then they started to grow and grow and grow, and then by the time they hit the new ballpark, they were ready to fly, and the only thing that stopped them early on was a strike. So, and then they took off after that. I kind of feel like we're on the beginning of the belt that will take us up. You know how you hit the roller coaster and you get that chain belt that starts taking you up the hill?
Chug.
I kind of feel like we're at the bottom, and we're going to, like this last rookie class, kind of got the car kind of in a spot where now it's slanted, it's starting to go up, it's going up the hill, and I feel like at some point, if they can get, you know, once they get to the Dome, that they want to have that team in place and ready to roll, and have you excited about a playoff team that is going to be moving into a new building that is going to, you know, like take off at that point. I think if you could do that in the perfect world, that's what it would look like. I don't know that you can actually execute that, especially in football. But they did it in baseball, and they made the investment in the minors and then moved it up. So was the investment then in the NFL? Is it in the draft? And if it was, okay, step one was pretty good, if you want to look at last year only.
Right. I've always thought the same way, that there are steps to this whole thing.
Yeah.
That, you know, you kind of get to different levels, and then you find yourself to the top level. Is the reason you're saying you want a veteran coach because you want a culture set?
Yeah, I want young players to understand the game. I really do, and I want them to be able to grow and develop. You know, I think they need. I mean, if any coach that I would say is probably a winner already, so it doesn't really matter when you say I think they need this. That they need someone that's going to be able to take, especially these young guys that they are drafted and will be drafting, and work them in the right direction. But if you don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter. So that's where I'm torn on is Deshaun Watson really coming back? Could he be your starter next year? And where is Shedeur Sanders on the learning curve? Like, is Shedeur ready to take off? Is ownership and the front office getting behind a young quarterback who started games last year that you're willing to let him start next year? If you listen to the press conference the other day, that does not seem to be the fit. The fit seems to be like they want to bring in someone with some experience to drive an offense that can move forward. But they still got to rebuild the entire offensive line. There are too many question marks to make me think I want to bring in someone who's never done this before. And maybe you bring in a veteran coach, and that veteran coach may not make it to the Dome either. But someone who's got to take the ship, send it in the right direction, and point it forward. This going back and forth and trying to figure out where you're going and trying to fight through whatever the quarterback may be or whatever the roster is going to look like. I mean, there's too much turmoil. They need someone that can take a ship that is, just going back and forth in the ocean and straighten things out and find some calm water. What is that going to be, though? Is that a young coach, which I don't see? An older coach with experience that's ready for a second shot. Maybe that's where we're going with this thing, and that's what I'm kind of like. That's where I want to go. Experienced coach that knows how to get the ship going in the right direction, and he's got the ability to take young talent and make it better every time they step out on the field. What do you want? You want the proven coach or you want the unknown? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan is in today for Jeff. Also, Brian Anderson's going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.
today to find out the extent of the injury. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, diving into the coaching situation for the Browns as we all kind of sit here in limbo. I kind of like, I kind of like the fact that teams have to wait a little while. I mean, if you're gonna fire somebody there on Monday, right? And people are always like, oh, I want that next coach in there. I want to make sure that we don't, miss the guy or do that. I
want an Oompa Loompa now, Daddy.
I do. I want an Oompa Loompa, but I don't. Not in this situation. And again, who knows? There might be coaches available next week, too. Mm-hmm. So once the playoff, I don't think you should seriously actually think about contracts until at least next week. And if somebody wants to jump in early and do something, I get it. Although I do think that teams that want to promote from within should be able to do that immediately. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that would make sense.
I like the Rooney Rule, though. I do think that it's important. It's important for the game.
Right.
And it's important for teams to get out and meet other people. And even if guys don't get the job the first time, that the opportunity is now out there and other teams are like, oof, man. And you can see how close you are. I mean, sometimes coming in second isn't the worst thing at all. Like, look at Vrabel, right? Remember, Vrabel was not happy that he didn't get the Patriots job at first crack. And, he ends up getting it a year later. So things have a reason for working out, but I do think that taking a deep breath and trying to figure out exactly who's available, who you can talk to. Although I hate to argue with myself on this. If you're going to fire a coach, you better have some kind of direction on what you want.
Well, there's an exception to every rule. Like Harbaugh would be the exception. Like I could see a team immediately being like, here's your contract. Just come in here now. And it's just because that guy is a culture builder. He's a team builder. You understand exactly what you're getting. Like, it would not shock me in the slightest if the first domino to fall is John Harbaugh. And it's just one of these teams just going, you're not leaving our building.
I think he is the domino that sets the stage for everything.
Right. And I would not be surprised. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all for that to be the case. I'm with you on the Rooney Rule, of course. I want all of these guys to talk to everyone. It's why I actually give the Browns a lot of credit. When they do these hires, they'll probably end up talking to 18 different people, like somewhere between 15 to 18 people. That's what they did the last time before hiring Stefanski. They talked to a ton of different guys from a ton of different trees with a ton of different thoughts. Some of it being for offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator gigs along the way too, and head coaches, and just help get different ideas of how to do things. I think that's incredibly smart. I would do the same thing if I was in this opportunity. It's like, okay, let's talk to a lot of different guys, and if we fall in love along the way, then that's what we do. I would talk to inexperience, I talk to experience, I talk to guys who are too old, I talk to guys who are too young. Give me everybody.
I think they got it. I'm also wondering what the power situation is going to look like when this is all said and done. And where Andrew Berry, are we following Andrew Berry's vision alone? Because that room used to have 4 different voices in it, at least. So now you're Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam at the worst, right?
I think so, man.
I know that they've talked to other former general managers about trying to have a vision here of what they're looking for. I don't, like, what do you think the vision is? Give me a vision for where they're, I think I'm trying to think of the enigma. I don't know if that's the right word.
That's a good word, though.
Yeah, but not knowing exactly where you're going with a quarterback, I think makes this job less desirable. I'm sorry, I hate to say it. I think it's less desirable because you're not all in on a quarterback.
But you've got the 2 draft picks.
I know.
Does that do anything for you? Does that sweeten the pot? At least in your mind. Again, you're not a general manager, but we all like to be.
I don't know if they're in a spot to grab a quarterback right now, a quarterback that they might want, because they've fallen that far back in the draft. Even though you got what I say, they have 3 picks in the top 40.
Mm-hmm. You've got that second pick. You could move up to some team who wants to kick the can down the road another year. If let's say, I don't think they would, but let's say Vegas looks at their roster and goes, man, we are way more than 1 draft away. We got to rebuild a whole offensive line. We have no wide receivers. We're looking at a running back and a tight end right now, and a defense that is the sum of its parts with Max Crosby, who's grumpy at us. we're more than one draft away. We're more than one quarterback away. Maybe we should look to get the Hall.
I kind of wouldn't mind if they did what they did last year. Take your 6th pick. If somebody wants to come up and somebody's sitting there that they want that bad, and you could still stay in the top 10 and grab another first-round pick for next year, we can play this game for a little bit, for another year. Because now you're looking at, let's just say...
Can you, though?
Yeah, I think you can. One more year at least.
You think you can?
Well, I think the hard part is the Myles Garretts of the world. It's the Denzel Wards of the world that you're still trying to... I think if they kick the can down one more time... Look at that. I mean, you could have a core of like 30 guys over 3 drafts that could really set the stage for the rest of your future.
I don't know. There needs to be some kind of direction. Like, there needs to be some kind of indication of growth on the offensive side of the ball. Because, Andy, the only reason I'm questioning it that way is I remember all of us walking into this season, and you, me, Jeff, a chunk of our fans saw FanDuel and saw them put 4.5. And all of us were like, yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see.
I thought it'd be a little more, and that's where we ended up.
Yeah, looking at the roster, I mean, they hit the over, so everybody who had the over, good on you. But, like, we all looked at this and went, this is a 4.5 win team. And then the season started. And then all that went out the window. And we're all screaming and yelling at each other every single week after spending 3 months ahead of time going, yeah, they're a 4.5 win team. That makes sense. That's about right. Maybe they win 6. Maybe they, But, like, then we're all screaming at each other once again and saying that this is a train wreck and I can't watch this and they got to do something and fire this person, fire that person, fire. You're going down that whole road once again where it's really easy for all of us to look at each other right now and go, oh yeah, we could do one more year of this. And then reality hits.
All right, let's take a couple phone calls. I know, folks. So the question again is proven coach or the unknown? Proven or the unknown? I don't need a coach coming in here that's a head coach that's never called plays. Whether they're going to call plays here or not.
Now that I'm with you on.
I need someone that knows how to direct an offense or direct a defense. And I don't think that's asking too much. Patrick's in Cleveland. Hey, Patrick.
Oh, all right, Patrick.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing?
Thanks for coming.
Well.
Yeah, so you guys said give me everyone, young, old. Unfortunately, it all lands on Andrew Berry and or Jimmy Haslam. But I just wanted to hear your guys' take on this idea I'm floating around. What about Peyton Manning?
As head coach?
As head coach.
I don't think he'd want to do it.
He got the ties with Jimmy Haslam at Tennessee.
Yeah, I'd
He's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
So the last one I could think of was when Jeff Saturday came out from ESPN and coached the Colts on an interim basis. What was that, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Somewhere in between there. And it was cool for one game, and then it completely imploded. And
Peyton
that's
Manning's
my fear.
a great mind, great mind. Then you got Arch Manning coming out. God, he could possibly come on to the Browns. It's our biggest quarterback's our biggest problem. You bring in a Hall of Fame quarterback that does know how to call plays, that is a great mind, and like I said, I just think it would be a great fit. At least wouldn't hurt to ask, hey, what do you think about this?
I wouldn't be surprised.
If he was a consultant, you could talk me into it. I don't think I want him as a head coach.
Patrick, thank you. Appreciate it. I think sometimes you get athletes that are amazing and outstanding as athletes, and sometimes that does not translate to being a head coach.
Ted Williams, the hitting coach. If you've ever heard stories of Ted Williams as a hitting coach.
I mean, I've heard stories of Peyton Manning, the player, and with other players, and I just don't think, based on some of the stories that I've heard, I just don't know if that's the right fit. Now, if I was Jimmy Haslam, I would definitely lean on him to say, hey, what do you think of this guy? What do you think of that? Not to be the end-all, be-all, but to get his advice. I don't think he is a great football mind. There's no question about that. He's a great football mind. I just don't know if he's, like, when people talked about him as being a general manager, I kind of saw that a little bit.
I could see that, yeah.
I don't see that as a head coach.
It kind of worries me that he's never coached at any level. I don't know if he's coached his kids or anything like that. Yeah. Maybe he's done that. That was Jeff Saturday's thing. Is he coached his kids, and then they went, Jim Irsay was like, hey, I did an interim coach. Hey, Jeff, come on down. And it was a mess. And yeah, Peyton Manning is probably, a little bit of a bigger name and probably has more acumen than Jeff Saturday did. But Jeff Saturday was the starting center who was controlling the offensive line.
Are you with me on this, on the great player thing? Like, that's why I was thinking.
You ever hear stories of Ted Williams, the hitting coach?
Oh,
he was the worst. He would look at these guys and would be like, why can't you hit this?
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't hit this? What do you mean you can't identify that's a slider? How are you not seeing the spin of the ball on these seams? Like, he was a horrible hitting coach.
James is Shaker Heights. Home of the Red Raiders, my friend. How are you, James?
Doing well. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing
real
good.
well.
Doing good.
Hey, I like what the previous caller said, but my idea is to bring in a younger coach. I know you have stated that you're not for a younger coach, but
I'll tell you, it's not the age. It's not the age. It's the experience. Like if you have a younger guy that's called plays, okay, I can live with that.
I could be in.
Yeah, but it's not. Again, it's not the age. It's the experience, and I just don't think at this
we're
point.
building for the future. We're
Sure.
not building for today, because today, right now, we have a losing mindset. And if you look at the league is getting younger. And if you bring in some older person, you're going to be stuck with him. You're going to be in the same position maybe 3-4 years later. We're looking at the future now, and we're building with younger people. Let's bring in a young mind and let the team grow together. Coach.
Yeah, but do you need an inexperienced coach with inexperienced players? Doesn't that bother you at all?
These players are not inexperienced. These players have come from
The
college.
rookies? Yeah, it's not. There's a huge difference in college and the pros.
They're rookies, and they can make that pro decision. You have a staff of coaches that can coach those guys into those positions, and that's what we lack. We need a manager coach instead of just thinking the coach is going to do everything. Yes, you get a good administrative coach that knows offense, knows how to run the organization. You can build for the future, and if you fail to do that and go with an older coach, you're going to be looking at the same old.
I don't know. Maybe James, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend, my friend. Maybe our definition of older coach is different. Like, it's not about the age. It's about where they've been, their experience. Even if they just had 1 year of calling plays, I'm okay with that. I just the thought of having to grow with a head coach. Like, I don't need someone to cut their teeth in this job as the new head coach with guys that are cutting their teeth in the league. Because you played college football does not mean you're ready for the NFL. Can we play? I mean, Carson Schlesinger was the extreme.
Yeah, it doesn't
And
happen.
I also think that people don't realize that they did over the last couple of years in college. There's green dot guys in college now too that are hearing stuff. So that the transition for him to be the green dot guy when he came to the Browns wasn't as great as it would have been maybe 4 or 5 years ago. To have a rookie do that, but I'm just this thought that instant impact with rookies, it just doesn't happen in the NFL. You're not throwing 11 young guys out there or 11 guys with less than 2 years experience and actually expecting to win. That's not happening. Want the proven coach? You want the unknown. Baskin and Phelps, Dan Mennigan's in 216-474-0092.
$5,000.
Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Did you miss a moment in our show or in the previous show, the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It is powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster renovation.
Basket and Phelps, Dan Medigan is in today. Want to be a part of the show, 216-474-0092. You can always hit us up on social media at CLE Talking Heads. And then always pleasure to have our new friends this week who just hopped on board for us. We are now currently on YouTube. So if you want to watch us on YouTube, where you can get great comments like Sammy Hill 93, take a look at that head of hair on Andy Baskin.
Damn right.
Do I need a haircut?
You look great.
I don't know. I got to go back and look.
No, you're doing great.
It's weird because Jeff's not here, so I'm looking. So Dan and I talk throughout the show, and I'm looking at Dan, and so you don't get to see Dan though. So you hear Dan, you don't get to see him.
Yeah, I may swing back and maybe I'll swing back and forth for a little bit. It's just a pain with having to run the board to then have to run back and forth and do all those different things. But it does look better on the YouTube when you're not talking to God.
That's true. I'm also doing the.
Not that I am far from such thing.
Well, it feels like that. I don't know. I'm thinking about rhinoplasty here after looking at this side view the whole time. Now I got to look at you this way or look at you this way. It's not easy. Also, I mean, you can get like what do you got? Go Buckeyes says it's going to be Dan Pitcher.
By the way, I've always thought that was the meanest name for a plastic surgery, is the fact that the plastic surgery for a nose job is rhinoplasty. I always thought that was so mean. I always thought we could find a better name for it than that.
Yeah. Well, deviated septum. I'd want to get my deviated septum fixed. That's the code word for nose job, isn't it?
Well, it's a little bit better than rhinoplasty.
That's true.
I mean, that's just mean. It's like you look like you got a horn coming off of that damn thing. Get it taken care of. It's like, no, that's not right.
It is weird though, because head on, it's like it proportional.
Fits as someone else who has a large nose, it fits with the contour of your face. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
It's a byproduct of environment and heredity. How's that sound?
That's all you can do.
Speaking of, there is no speaking of. I don't know what I'm even talking about.
Yeah, you can't save this one.
No, I can't save this for anything.
Left turn, kids. Buckle up.
All right, here we go. So we go back to the question of the coach, and I do think that there's a feeling there about whether you want a proven or an unknown, and that's actually one of the things I did see that was interesting was our Pippin 3555.
Social media mentions powered by Schwab and Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Experienced head coach who possibly hires the young mind as coordinator, position coaches, etc. That's leadership. I tend to agree on that. And then somebody else brought up Jason Garrett. I've said Jason Garrett a couple times here too. When it comes to Garrett though, or it comes to Gruden, or it comes to Harbaugh, now you get into the power play situation. And they didn't win with Stefanski and Barry, and for the most part, they didn't win. One playoff win. I'm torn on how much power Andrew's going to have here. And if you're trying to hire an experienced head coach isn't going to come in and say, well, you do this and I'll do that. At some point, the experienced head coach is going to go, I thought Kevin Stefanski was a decent coach. He did win Coach of the Year twice. Right? Remember that?
2 times.
And at some point, they're going to be like, look, I think I can't win with these guys you're giving me. I need better. And we can't, if you're going to move forward and you're going to go back and listen to what Jimmy Haslam had to say earlier in the week, they have to do better. They have to do better all the way across the board. And I do want the experienced head coach who knows what's coming. But the problem is, if you know what's coming, I don't know if you're taking this job.
So here's my Jason Garrett issue.
Okay.
I wonder, again, when it came to Jason Garrett, very, very quickly, they brought him in as an offensive guy. Then they hired an offensive coordinator who was calling plays. Then they hired a defensive coordinator who was calling plays. And both of those guys were in charge of their respective thing. They had a special teams coach as well. And for about 3 years, I found myself reading pieces and seeing things. And again, could be jaded on this, so feel free, call me out. I could be wrong and could be corrected on this. I never knew what he did there.
What Jason Garrett did for the Cowboys?
It was kind of like if that guy's coaching the offense and that guy's coaching the defense and that guy's coaching the special teams, well, then what are you doing here? And you're not winning enough games that we could sit back and say, I'm setting the culture. It felt like Jerry Jones hired Jason Garrett because Jerry Jones wanted to coach the team. And that was the closest that he could possibly get to being on the sideline. And that's always my fear with Jason Garrett is I have no idea how good of a coach Jason Garrett is because it always felt like Jerry Jones was in charge of that whole thing, including Jason Garrett being there. Like Mike McCarthy felt like the first time there in a little bit that Jerry was not running everything and was not coaching the team on top of it. That's my Jason Garrett fear.
So what would he be if he was here?
Jason Garrett?
Yeah, what would you, what?
I mean, you couldn't hire him for anything else besides head coach, right?
No, but I'm saying in that scenario of, like, I don't think Andrew, I hope I'm right on this. I don't think Andrew wants to be into that day-to-day, why did you call that on third down situation. I truly think Andrew wants to be the general manager that gets his head coach the players so that they're able to win. I know it didn't work with Kevin here in the end, and there were injuries left and right, and there was a trade that was hanging over his head. Like I don't see Andrew as the meddler. Do you?
I don't. But Jimmy Haslam, on the other hand, might be a different story.
All right, so now he's sitting in the middle of this thing trying to appease both sides, which maybe was what we just witnessed. Isn't that a general manager's job in most cases? Although, again, if both guys are, is the new head coach going to report to who?
Right. That's the other part.
Who is the new head coach reporting to?
Who knows what the structure is going to look like? And I think the only one that causes them to implode this whole structure is John Harbaugh, or let's say the Steelers for some reason lose and Tomlin goes, I want out and I don't want to go to TV. Like those are the only two that are really floating out there that you're like, all right, yank the ripcord, blow this whole thing up, put them in charge. You hire your guys. You've got the whole thing. Let's go.
Ryan's in Jackson, Mississippi. I was rooting for Ole Miss last night a little bit there. Ryan, how are you?
All right, Ryan.
Hey, thanks for a call, Minigan, Andy. Just a side note on that, Andy. Obviously, I was at a Jackson, Mississippi bar last night. My God, they were rowdy. They acted like us Tribe fans, obviously, versus the Cubs in the Game 7 or Cavs Game 7 versus Golden State Warriors. Every single play, they were in bated breath. Just Southern bells everywhere. Wow, there's a lot of them. And they got rowdy. They never are winning, and they had
Wait, the Southern bells got rowdy? Or?
It's all about the Browns moving forward, man. Andy, you said something, me as a Browns fan, rationale that Browns fans hate to hear, which is losing one more season to just get this thing corrected. Again,
I didn't say I don't want them to lose. Don't get me wrong on that. I'm not in it to lose it. I'm in it to win it, and that just to get better. I need them to get better next year.
Forgive me, this might be an oxymoron, but I think there's a capability the Browns can win and rebuild at the same time next year. I just feel that if they get hypothetically, a left tackle, wide receiver through free agency, and trade back this year, and like you alluded to, getting additional first-round draft picks. I mean, look at the Dallas Cowboys back in the 90s. Look at, obviously, the Houston Texans with us. They took all of our picks. Rebuilding and still winning can be done, man. I think the Browns have an opportunity to get W's on the board next year, all the while still packing in these draft picks, man. And again, if Barry does his magic again, man, high five to him. He should be retained for a long period of time. Because again, to win in the NFL, you got to get a lot of first-round draft picks. And I think trading out is the best opportunity unless you feel that there's irrefutable guy there to maximize your future. But hey, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Rhino. Yeah, I tend to agree with him on the draft.
It's really easy for all of us to sit here and say, all right, one more year in the sludge. And then the minute you get into the sludge,
it doesn't have to be
it's a
sludge,
different story.
It doesn't have to be sludge. There are plenty of reasons to get excited for a team that might not be able to, but they just couldn't. They couldn't finish this year. How many times did they have the lead in a game and didn't finish? Didn't come through in the fourth quarter?
They tell you one-score games are kind of random. You know, that's what the nerds will tell you, is that one-score games are kind of coin flips, 50-50. They go either direction. Mm-hmm. You can kind of see where this, some of it just might fall into bad luck. And maybe that's the case. Maybe Jimmy Haslam's buying the fact that the number guys are telling him that this year was bad luck. I don't know.
Maybe they need some magic.
Didn't look like bad luck in my case. But
magic? Did someone say magic? Barberton, Dale. How are you, Dale? How are you?
Doing wonderful. Thank you, guys.
How are you, Dale? That was good.
Excellent. First time caller here. Listen to you guys all the time.
Glad to have you on board.
Thought I'd throw my 2 cents in there. So, John Harbaugh, obviously, he's the number one. But on social media, there's so many people throwing out Coach Prime. And obviously, his win record's not been great. But I'm curious, with the culture change he could potentially make, what are your guys' thoughts of having Deion Sanders as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
All right, Dale. Thank you.
You want me to take this?
Yeah, you go first. I'll hop in.
Absolutely not. No way. Number one reason I do not want Deion Sanders is because of his health. I worry about his health. I don't want to be in a position where my head coach has to take a leave because he is dealing with health issues. And if you want to look up what is going on with Deion, you'll see why. I do not want Deion here for that. That's reason one. Number two is more than anything, you start getting into the X's and O's. You start getting into the fact that recruiting class took off and it kind of tanked a little bit. That offense isn't exactly the most evolved thing that you'll ever see in your life. Granted, he will change a culture. I just don't know if he's going to have an NFL-ready system that is good to go when it comes to what's needed to beat these teams.
Odds makers sure want you to bet on him. I can tell you that. I'm looking. He's 20-1 on 117-2. So just looking at some of these, he's a long shot, I would think, on this. Obviously, you'd want to. You're doing it because you believe Shedeur is going to be your long-term quarterback for a long, long time. I don't see it personally. Could it happen? Yeah, it's the Browns. Anything could happen. You want to talk about being relevant? Do you know how many cameras we'd have around here all the time?
How many would belong to the media and how many would belong to them?
To the Sanders family or to... Yeah, I'm just saying. We would be... If you think you're relevant now because of Shedeur, whether you win or lose, imagine if Deion came to town. Just imagine.
And that's another part of it that comes with it. But his number one thing for me is his health. I worry about that guy's health.
If you're into marketing and you're into being relevant that way, then Deion Sanders would be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I want Deion Sanders to be the next head coach of the Browns. I'm saying from a let's make money point of view, they'd make a lot of money.
You're already making a boatload of money, though.
I know. I just...
Not that I've ever been in a position where I'm making a boatload of money and someone comes up to me and goes, hey, I can help you make more money. Because apparently that's where a lot of stuff goes. They're big fans of that.
What's crazy is normally I would have said to you, no way, are you guys crazy? This is nuts. But no way, this is crazy, this is nuts, is the Browns. So it just kind of feels right to say that. One more quick one. Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. Go ahead, Kev.
All right, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Doing well, man.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. I would love us to have an experienced coach. I mean, obviously, I just think we're all on the same page. Don't we all vote Harbaugh? I assume we're all chips in on him, right?
I would be. Although I'm not. I'm right there with Schwartz too. I'm good with Schwartz taking the job. Like I think that if Jimmy Haslam really believed what he was saying about the roster, then if you just change out the head coach, it might be that simple.
Gentlemen, a little bit of news. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. Browns have requested an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching job.
Okay, we can talk about that. Finish the phone call and we'll talk about
Sorry, Kevin, I just want to make sure we had that out there.
That's an indicator that I guess I'm not happy about. I think we need an experienced coach. We got younger guys coming in. I think you need a guy who's been there, done it, who's mentored guys. I mean, obviously Harbaugh turned Jackson into what he was, and I would love to see him come here and do that with Shedeur. Obviously, we all would love that. That would be a dream come true. But I just don't think we need a new guy learning again on our dime. I would love to have someone who's experienced, who's been there. I'm not saying he has to have won a Super Bowl, but at least gotten the teams to a playoff, because I think that's the kind of guidance you need. And Andy, you made a great point. We don't know if that can happen, because who knows? If AB's in total control and you bring an experienced guy, he may want some control of roster, and who knows? That might be a battle that could be a make-break, I think, in maybe this coaching decision. How much of a senior guy you bring in, how much does he want roster control versus how much AB gets roster control? Who knows? We'll see. But I would love to see a more experienced guy. We're in orange and brown next year.
All right, Kev, thank you. Have a good weekend, my friend. Let's come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this.
I'll sell you on Jesse Minter.
All right, we're going to talk about Jesse Minter.
I'll sell you on Jesse Minter.
Plus, Brian Anderson joins us in the next hour as well. It's Baskin and Phelps with Dan Mennigan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday, the Miami Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel. And a lot of people think that that's because the Dolphins are going to make a serious run at former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh. My response to that, why would John Harbaugh want to coach the Miami Dolphins? Not going to be able to win in 2026. No quarterback on the roster. He's going to have his pick of whatever job he wants. Maybe he's got his eye on a playoff team this weekend. Why would Harbaugh go to Miami? I'm Nick Costos.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia.
league. Where do the Browns fit in now?
That who are already not taking it number 6 overall. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. He is Dan Menningen. He is in for Jeff today. My name is Andy Baskin. Really enjoying this conversation that we're having this morning about what kind of a coach you want to see the Browns hired. Are you looking for the experienced head coach? Are you looking for... I was just set off last night because I got a text from some friends, and they were like, I don't want a retread. And I'm like, what is a retread? Then we also started debating this question of what is age in this situation? Like, what's an old coach? Because some people were talking about coaches being, is 46 old? You look at the tenure, there's only one guy, after Harbaugh was let go, Tomlin's the only coach that was hired in the first decade of the century.
Isn't that amazing? Just the turnover in this league, it's crazy. It's very Mary Poppins what we're doing right now. We're just sitting here trying to build a nanny.
Yeah,
it's very Mary Poppins.
So before we went to break, we talked about Jesse Minter, who's the Browns have requested an interview with him.
Requested an interview with, according to Tom Pelissero, I believe multiple reports at this point as well. All right.
Defensive coordinator for the Chargers.
Yes.
And looks just like Nate Bargatze.
That he does.
Comedian, yes.
That he does. All right.
His dad, longtime guy at Cincinnati, too.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Your dad, longtime guy at Cincinnati. When you talk to people or read articles of people who have talked to people around the league, when you talk head coaches, the name Jesse Minter comes up again and again and again from smart people who understand this and understand a little bit what it takes to be a head coach in this league.
And never lost the game when he was at Michigan, just so you know that, when he was the head coach. Was 1-0.
Hey, that's one more win than you and I have. We'll take that. The Chargers defense has been really good. He's been really good every single place he has gone. He has had total success when he was with John Harbaugh, or excuse me, when he was with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. He had success there. I know, crack your cheating jokes accordingly, but he had success when he was there. He has found his way to the Chargers.
Do you think Michigan wishes they would have just stayed with him instead of going to Sherrone Moore?
I wonder. That's a good fearless leader question.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back and answer that question here. But you look at it, and Michigan, when Jim Harbaugh was suspended for the first 3 games of that 23 season, right? Mm-hmm. Minter was the interim head coach for the first game. Jay Harbaugh and Mike Hart were the interim head coaches for the second game, and then Sherrone Moore was the third for the third game. And then Moore ended up getting it after that. Obviously.
Tons of middle to late round picks. He has made really good with that Chargers defense. They have dealt with a boatload of injuries on that defense as well, and it's been one of the better defenses in football. He is, and not to mention Jim Harbaugh is basically walking around going yeah, that guy's a head coach, and I don't want to lose him. I would really prefer not to have this guy leave, but he's going to leave. And if there's one thing we can say about Jim Harbaugh, he really doesn't lie. Now, he might cheat, he might do other things that you could point to and not be thrilled with, but he doesn't
keep
lie.
the khaki pants industry in business. Yeah.
Maybe just a weirdo, which he is. He's very much a weirdo. But yeah, if they hired Jesse Minter, I would think that's a great hire. And I know that's a guy who is unproven, and a lot of people don't want an unproven guy from what we've heard. But that's a guy with a lot of success everywhere that he has been when he has been in charge of things. His defenses have been really good. He is an interesting defensive mind. It's different than what is out there. It would be kind of like hiring Mike McDonald, who is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Kind of that general idea that I'm going to bring in a guy who is a smart defensive mind and trust him to hire an offense and an ability to do that. I would be thrilled with this hire. I think it'd be a really good hire if they were able to do it.
If you're Jim Harbaugh, are you telling him to take Jim Harbaugh? Are you telling him with the Chargers? Are you saying, yeah, you might want to think twice about taking that job?
Probably not. I mean, this is going to sound bad. What does Jim Harbaugh have against the Browns?
Wasn't he in the mix? Didn't Joe Banner have him?
There was always
signed, sealed, and delivered, and then or it didn't happen, or it just. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. The John Harbaugh stuff to me sounds weird lately. It's things that I've been hearing, just kind of well, why would he want to go to Cleveland? Like I hear that. I had someone called the other day. I was listening to the morning show, just like what makes Cleveland think that anyone would want their job? And no. I'm just like, wow. Okay.
So the first answer is 1 of 32.
32, yeah.
Okay, so that's answer 1.
I can tell you number 2.
Huh.
That checkbook the Haslam's have, especially when it comes to paying a coach. Number
3 is the fact that your defense is in really good shape. So one side of the ball is pretty much covered. Number 4 would be the fact that you've got 2 first-round picks. So you could pretty much build this thing with the help of Andrew Berry and what he wants to do, because I'm sure the head coach will have some say. You can help to rebuild an offense in your image. That's those are your selling points, is that you've got enough picks that you could start to rebuild this thing the direction you want to go. Outside of that, okay, you got a tight end and a running back who are pretty darn good. Hopefully the running back comes back really in good shape. Typically broken bones heal better than torn ligaments, so cross your fingers when it comes to Quinshon Judkins, that he's back and looks like Quinshon Judkins. But it's kind of a blank slate, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing. I mean, those are your selling points when it comes to this. And not to mention, if you win here, you'll be a god. They will treat you like Zeus.
So Jesse Minter now on the list of candidates for the Browns officially. Let's go to Dave, who is. Are you in Arkansas, Dave? Is that where you're hanging?
Yes. Yeah, I'm driving through Arkansas, headed to Texas here.
Nice.
Excellent. Thank you for listening.
Browns fan. Yeah. One of the things that is interesting, I don't know if this is a positive or a negative, but everybody's talking about Harbaugh. I'm a big Harbaugh fan myself, but
okay.
One of the things that is sort of, like I said, positive or negative. If Harbaugh gets the job at Cleveland, he's one an offensive coordinator, which he's familiar with and he likes. And I think that was proven when he wouldn't fire his offensive coordinator at with the Ravens, Todd Monken.
Mm-hmm.
So probably Todd Monken's going to come to Cleveland with him if he doesn't get a head coaching job. So Todd Monken, being an offensive coordinator, he's going to want a quarterback that he's familiar with, which brings up the name of Carson Beck. So it's just an interesting string there, because Carson Beck, if you remember, played pretty good at Georgia when Monken was down there.
It is interesting.
So,
I mean, I see how you're connecting the dots there. I don't know. Where's Beck expected to go in the draft here? Dave, thank you. Drive safe, my friend. Have a good weekend.
I think he's a second or third rounder. Probably a third rounder would be my guess.
It was fun to watch last night's game. I'm not going to lie.
Is it bad that I've never watched Carson Beck and been really super impressed?
No,
not that I'm the end.
I watch every college quarterback and kind of look at them and go, "Wow, what's this guy all about?" Is this? I don't see a lot of surefire quarterbacks right now that are like, "Ooh, that guy's going to be the greatest in the NFL."
Carson Beck stinks, but he's going to get overrated because of his run.
Do you want to add more to this or no?
No, that's all.
That's all?
I think that's all that needs to be said. I think that's all it needs to be. So do you feel the same way, and Anthony Allant, that is, you feel the same way about Trinidad Chambliss?
Trinidad Chambliss is on the run of his lifetime, and it's very unfortunate that they lost at the end of the game, and he should catapult his status up to a first-round pick.
I don't know if Trinidad Chambliss is a first-round pick. I want him in the league, though.
All right, so here's...
do you ever have those quarterbacks where you're like, I want this quarterback to be in the league, but I don't want him to play for my team because I just want it like on a Thursday night. I can flip it out and go, Trinidad Chambliss is playing. All right, this is going to get weird. Let's go. Like, that's where he falls for me.
I have no feeling now on any quarterback that can take his team in a run in the college football playoffs, because you're asking a quarterback to do what formerly was the impossible, right? You're trying to knock off three consecutive at least three consecutive top 10 teams for the most part, right? Is that fair, guys? You're asking a quarterback to knock off at least three on the way. And for some reason, Will Howard did it last year and got zero credit for it.
Here we go.
He got no credit for it. None. Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay, are any of these quarterbacks currently driving a Lamborghini? No. None of these quarterbacks are driving a Lamborghini. Will Howard drove a Lamborghini. And he drove it well. I take nothing away from him. But Will Howard drove a Lamborghini in the same way that Mac Jones drove a Lamborghini.
As much as I don't like the Steelers, I want Will Howard to be so successful in Pittsburgh, it's unbelievable. As long as he doesn't beat the Browns. I just think it's ridiculous that a guy who took a team on the greatest run in college football history last year. Can we not? I mean, and whether you think he was driving a Lamborghini or not, the task they had was monumental to go on and win a championship. Yes, I'm depressed. Last night depressed me. I'm sorry.
I was waiting for it.
Really depressed about it.
That's my. I'm always scared of the guy who drives the Lamborghini. Like, especially in college, I've just watched Ken Dorsey too much. I've seen Mac Jones be fine too much. Like, okay, he's going to Kyle Shanahan school. Now let's see what this looks like when he has an inflated value. Is he going to go somewhere else and flop again? I've just seen too many of these guys drive the Lamborghini and then find their way to the NFL where they don't have the Lamborghini and it kind of crumbles.
All right, I at least want to see what he looks like. I don't care if it's a Yugo. I want to see what he looks like because he's probably going to get his chance next year a little bit. Don't you think they'll give him a shot? But then again, you're 6th-round pick, so what's the difference? Well, it didn't work out.
We'll see. I mean, gosh, if Aaron Rodgers wins a game, I wonder if he comes back. And if that's the case, it kicks everything down the road a little bit farther.
So wait, you're saying that Will Howard would have had 2 years to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and get better? I mean,
yeah, you could spin it that way, sure.
I don't know.
It's a factual statement. I can't argue with you.
I'd let Will Howard run the team before Mason Rudolph.
Now that I'd agree on.
So
at least I'm okay. Like if another team traded for Will Howard and tried to give it a go, I'd be okay with it. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with rolling the dice on Will Howard. It's just a personal thing for me. I don't like the quarterbacks who are handed the Lamborghini. It's part of the problem. Like Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels are the proof of when you get handed the Lamborghini, you're also a damn good driver in your own right. But there's a lot of other guys that we can point to that don't fall under that category.
Wait, so go back on Joe Burrow. Are you talking about him at LSU or are you talking about him? Okay.
LSU.
All right, yeah.
I mean, he was throwing to, two unbelievable wide receivers. Same thing with Jaden Daniels.
And
Jaden Daniels was throwing to some damn good wide receivers too, and Malik Neighbors. Like, and Brian Thomas Jr. on top of that. Like, you get those guys, and you have to figure out, okay, is that guy also a really good driver as well, or is it just the fact that he's driving a Lamborghini and everybody else around him doesn't have the same quality of car? There's
he did have great receivers. I don't know what Will Howard would have looked like with the Steelers wide receiving core this year, other than maybe DK Metcalf.
Sure as heck isn't Emeka Egbuka and Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith. That's for darn sure.
True, but I still think he had to guide them and figure out. Like, the thing I liked about Howard was his progression in the loss to Oregon compared to the win against Oregon at the end of the year. Like, he had the mistakes he made, he was able to correct them, where this year Julian Sayin was making mistakes and continued to make those mistakes at the end, especially early game turnovers and picks, and just like, Ohio State fan knew what was coming. They saw it. You saw it. You knew that this was going to be the pitfall when they weren't able to get past that first round and watch Miami. There's a part of me that last night as I was watching the game, I'm like, do I want Ole Miss to win or do I want Miami to win? Because I'm like, if Miami keeps winning, does that mean that Ohio State ran into the best team in the country at the time?
If it helps you sleep at night, yeah.
Is it like the wrestling tournaments where if your guy wins, you get to move up with him through the ladders? Remember those?
Yeah.
Okay, just saying.
I know what you're saying. You could see it that way. Yeah, I mean, look, Miami's really good. Their defensive line, I want to see what kind of shape. Hakeem Metador. That's his name. I keep wanting to call him Magador. So that's why I'm like having to pause for a minute. Hakeem Metador, I want to see how healthy he is after that, because that's the big thing, is that Miami defensive line is so damn good. My word, are they good.
216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. He's Dan Menningen. I'm Andy Baskin. Give me, let's just play this straight out on the air. Do a little producing. Percentage chances that Brian Anderson will be with us on the other side of the break.
75%.
75% chance. Brian Anderson, former Indians, going to join us.
Such a jerk. If he ever hears this, we're done for.
No, he won't. He'll laugh. We'll talk to him when we come back, hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, we were watching it last night. Come back and watch it again today. Kind college football playoffs. You got to love it. FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost every college playoff game day. That's today. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. Ride with your favorite or take a shot on the long shot, on the underdog. That's right. You can take a shot. You can.
The Tigers, they countered with $19 million. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
%75 chance. Come on. You knew he would come through. Super friend of the show, super friend of the city, your buddy, our buddy, former Indians pitcher, and of course, the color analyst for the Tampa Bay Rays and the legend that has every athlete from Geneva has always had to live up to. You know him, you love him. His name is Brian Anderson, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Brian.
What's up, BA?
Well, hello, gentlemen. First of all, you introduced me as the color analyst for the Tampa Bay Rays. Am I?
Yes.
Am I? I mean, I believe that I am, but I don't think that FanDuel is doing very well right now. So I'm a man without a network.
All right, well, you're now a part of the Baskin and Phelps network, so does that sound, which pays significantly less.
I am hoping to be the Rays analyst in 2026. We'll see how it turns out.
If not, I'll call you and put you on speakerphone as I watch the game.
Hey, here's the night. Just take your cell phone and just just put it out there on the web, and you can just do the games that way.
Yeah, why not? Everybody else is, right? That's how you do it. Straight to consumer. Direct to consumer.
That's correct. We're not. I mean, not that I want to talk about your future, but you've got me concerned about your job. Which maybe we can find you a spot up here. You know.
Well, here's what I know is it was reported yesterday that the 9 Major League Baseball teams that were left under contract with FanDuel have all exited their contracts. So I don't know exactly what that means. But that's the next move, and I'm not sure if it's positioning for who knows what it is. I just know that was reported yesterday, and so moving forward, we'll just keep our ear to the ground and see what happens. See how it turns out.
So just between me and you, make sure you get that last invoice in there. Just saying. Just make sure you get that.
Thankfully, it's not a job where you get paid year round. It's just for the season. So that last invoice went out at the beginning of October. So that's all been fulfilled. So we're good for now.
Well, and hopefully it's like everywhere else, because it seems like everyone else who's gotten away from the RSNs, the regional sports networks, and all that stuff has kept everyone and has just had Major League Baseball running it. So I'm pulling for you on that regard. It seems to be the pattern.
What does the future of baseball look like on TV then? What do you think? You're sitting in the middle.
I don't know. I do know that Major League Baseball would like to really have control of all of the regionals to be able to then put a package out there and be able to sell it to the country, to everybody out there. I think where that becomes very challenging is you think about the Yankees with the Yes Network, they're not giving that up. Boston Red Sox with NESN, they're not giving that up. The Dodgers, they're not giving up their network. So, and if you don't have those teams, what kind of package are you going to be able to put together that's going to elicit, the country to want to buy in? So it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds, what happens with the regional sports networks and how that, that develops and it's going to be an ever-changing landscape. I think here in the short term, what will be very interesting is the collective bargaining agreement between the Major League Baseball Players Association and management and the owners is up after the 2026 season. And, by everything that I have heard is that has a chance to be a very contentious negotiation. And it's a real possibility that there could potentially be games missed in 2027. Who knows? I do know that this CBA, I think Rob Manfred, it might be his final one. So he's going to obviously want to get the best deal that he possibly can for the owners. The players are going to push back on everything that the owners want. It's going to be a really interesting negotiation. But then when that wraps up and that CBA is finally agreed to, then what happens with the TV? I think that's going to play into it too. So, 2026 right now up in the air. Don't know how that's going to look. Don't know who we're going to be working for. And 2027 could be a completely different landscape. And I think it'll all tie together when that CBA finally gets agreed to after this upcoming season.
Did you see some of Rob Manfred's comments that he had? I think it was up in Boston for sure, where he was saying they're thinking about either a free agency end date where free agency ends this day.
How does that work?
That seemed ridiculous.
Well, I think what they're trying to do is, think about like NFL free agency, NBA. You have when free agency opens, deals are getting done. Boom, boom, boom. People have been talking. The frameworks have been put into place. And all of a sudden, these deals come to fruition, and there's a lot of buzz and a lot of news that comes out, and your league stays relevant. With Major League Baseball, you file for free agency, you still have some really marquee players that are out there, and spring training starts in a month. And so it's so spread out, and there's just not a lot of news that comes out. You try to drum up some news at the winter meetings, which is usually first, second week of December, and maybe there's a couple of guys that sign during that time frame, but then it gets really, really quiet until just before spring training, as the players look to kind of leverage and get the best possible deal, get as many teams as involved in the negotiations as possible to try to drive up their price. And it's very, very spread out, and it just leads to a lot of dead time for Major League Baseball. And I think they want a little bit more excitement. They want a little bit more action. So if you put an end date on it, well, you know what? The deals have to get done. And I think that's something else that the players will push back against because, again, time is a player's friend. You keep going, and especially if you're a marquee free agent. Some of the smaller free agents, they're going to sign with the first team that gives them an opportunity to play at the big league level. Your bigger marquee free agents, if they don't get blown away right out of the gate, they just sit in long play. Long play, and that's what I think Manfred wants to get away from, and I don't think that the players at this point do.
Let me throw this one at you. Rob Manfred was talking to our sister station in New York, WFAN, and just said he'd like to realign. First of all, I'd like to get to 32 teams, and that now all of a sudden you're looking at what the NFL standings would look like with geographical lines, 8 divisions, 4. What do you think of that?
You know what? Listen, there has been so much change in Major League Baseball. I think that's inevitable. So it really doesn't matter what I think about that. That's just going to become the reality. And the old divisions are going to go away, and it's going to be regional. It's going to help cut down on travel. I think that's something that they want to do, but that's the model. That is the model. That's what they're going to end up implementing at some point. And and then you'll embrace that. That's just the way that it goes. It's not the old school Major League Baseball that we grew up with, where there were 2 divisions, and it's changed, and it's continued to change, and with Milwaukee going from the American League to the National League, and all the different changes that have happened over the years. That's just the next inevitability, and I think that it'll be, the baseball purists at first aren't going to like it, and then you're going to have a couple of seasons, and that's going to become the norm, and everybody's going to accept it and move on.
The best friend of the show, Brian Anderson, joining us on the hotline. All right, BA, Browns have moved on from Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
They're mixed. They're mixed because, I think you never know what is happening behind the scenes. You just don't know what is happening in that locker room. Does he still have the ear of the players? All of the above. What you can tell is what kind of effort are these guys playing with towards the end of the season, because you have seen NFL teams basically tune out the head coach in a lost season, and the play, depicts that. But I thought that, the end of the season, outside of that clunker against the Bears, that the Browns were playing their guts out right down to the final whistle, beating the Steelers, beating the Bengals, and playing very hard for him. So that tells me that these guys still respected him, played hard for him. Maybe some of it's playing hard for themselves to make sure that the tape looks good so they have a job next year. However, that's the one indicator that a guy still has the locker room, is that how hard they play for him in a lost season at the end of the year. And I thought that the Browns played their tails off. That tight game against Buffalo, beating the Steelers, beating the Bengals, and then all of a sudden the decision is made to move on from Kevin Stefanski. I think 2 things make me nervous. Number one, when you fire Kevin Stefanski and immediately every genius pundit out there is like, this guy is going to be one of the hot names on the market. Is that what you want? You want to get rid of the guy that everybody else may want and has already had apparently a very good interview with the Giants, and it's just going to go from there. So when you're cutting loose a guy that people are going to line up for to potentially hire, that's a red flag. And number two, now that he has moved on, and you look at all of the openings, where's the Cleveland Brown opening in the pecking order? Who's going to want to come? You have a great defense and a lot of really good young players from last year's draft. But you look at what you're going to be inheriting on the offensive side. You don't have a quarterback. You've got a really good running back room, especially if Quinshon Judkins comes back healthy. I really like that Raheem Sanders and Sampson. I think that's a really good room. What do you have as far as an offensive line? You basically have to rebuild the entire offensive line. So you're down a quarterback. You're down an O-line. You've got a wide receiver room that doesn't scare anybody. You've got a really good tight end in Fannin, and you've got a good running backs room. Is that enticing enough? I mean, who's going to want that job?
So do you think the Browns need to hop on, be one of the first teams to hire, or are they going to, if they've not, are they going to end up being the last?
I think that who are you going to jump out there? Who's going to make that decision and jump to the Browns first? It's not going to be one of the established guys that everybody is scrambling after. It's not going to be that guy. So it's going to be either someone that you have that you think is a diamond in the rough, coordinator. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know where, when you look at the pecking order of teams that have head coaching availability, I would venture a guess that the Browns are probably near the bottom of that list. As far as, so that you have that, and then you also have, the Stefanski who's going to go, somewhere, and do we all cringe in thinking that he goes somewhere else and all of a sudden that team,
goes to the Super Bowl or ends up deep in the playoffs? I'll say it.
Yeah, right. I know. I think that's, and all those things I'm sure were taken into account when the decision was made. But I like I said, I think that's a red flag, and I just wonder how appealing the Browns' job is. On the defensive side, yeah, there's a lot to like there. On the offensive side, boy, you've got a complete rebuild going on.
BA, how important, and I want the former athlete side of you to kick in here. Describe to me what it's like being in a locker room with a quote-unquote leader of men, and does that really matter?
As far as a coach goes?
Right, as far as coach, because everybody uses that term of leader of men, and every time I hear it, I need the waste paper basket. It just does me in.
No, you know what, though? I do think, leader of men is a cliche that, we probably could all do without. However, there's a respect level that you have for certain coaches, managers, head coach, whatever it may be, a guy that has your back, a guy that has taken time to get to know you away from the field. You're not just a number to him. You're not just a last name. This guy cares about you. He cares about his players. He cares about them professionally and personally. Those are the kind of guys I think that are being described as leaders of men. It's not just about the X's and O's. It's about the human beings and getting to know them. And I think that's what makes those kind of coaches special, and guys really, really want to just lay it all on the line for him because this guy cares about me. It's not just my production. It's not just what I'm going to do on the field. Yeah, that's real important, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're getting paid. But he cares about me as a human being. That's where you take that next step as a coach or a manager.
Do you think you can find that in a job interview, whether it's via Zoom or via in person? Can you tell that in a coach, do you think, quickly enough in a job interview?
I don't know if you can tell it in the job interview itself, but you certainly do your background. You get to know this guy. You get to know the people that have been around him, that have worked with him. What kind of guy is he? What does he prioritize? What is important to him? I think that the entire picture can start to come together by doing all of that. I don't think sitting down or having dinner or spending a day at a facility with the decision makers is necessarily going to tell you all of that, but all of your background work that you should be doing on these potential head coaches on top of that interview, I think that it can start to come into focus on if this guy is going to fit the bill and if he's that kind of coach.
BA, do you have a favorite, or if you don't, can you give me the prototype that you're looking for?
Go Mary Poppins on me. Help us build a nanny.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I want somebody. I would hope that you could get someone that is offensive minded, that's creative, That you think about what Ben Johnson, did, in his gig this year. A guy like that you can earmark that I think is going to be focused on the offensive side of things, and then a good delegator of authority and a guy that's not afraid to surround himself with high quality, high profile coaches. You know what I mean? And then delegate. Let these guys do their job. Don't meddle. Don't, you have to just be a micromanager. Just hire great coaches and great people, surround yourself with them, and then let them go do their job. I think that's the guy that you have to get. I think it's tough when you're a head coach in the NFL with all of the responsibilities that come with that, and then you also want to be a play caller, and that's exactly what Kevin Stefanski was. Although he gave it up, midway through the season or whenever it was, the last 2 years. I think it's just too hard to be that CEO that controls everything, and then, oh, by the way, I'm going to call plays too. So, have a great offensive coordinator or someone who you trust and someone whose system that's what you want to run. Same thing with the defensive side of the ball, and I think that's what happened in Cleveland. I think that Stefanski told Jim Schwartz, do your thing. Do your thing. You know what you're doing. Go figure out how to shut down those opposing offenses, and he did a pretty outstanding job of doing just that. But a guy who's not afraid to delegate and surround himself with high-quality people, he's not insecure, and he wants great people to do a great job for him.
Where are you on Shedeur Sanders? Do you think that's somebody that the Browns should possibly bring back for next season, or are you looking somewhere else for quarterback?
Well, I think that you have to be looking. I think that he showed you enough. There was enough intrigue that you're like, interesting. The overall numbers I know were not great, and I certainly would have liked to have seen him finish the season on a high note. That Bengals defense is awful. It's absolutely awful, and the Browns offense looked awful. And I did not like that. I thought, man, if he could light up Cincinnati or show some really, really good things, okay, maybe he could be a guy. I think you still have to be looking, but maybe he could be that. But just laid an egg in that last game outside of the final drive. Now, obviously, that was the most important drive of the game, but other than that, did not do a whole lot. Made some pretty questionable decisions based on throwing the ball into triple coverage, and should have had an interception or two more that Cincinnati had could have had. But he did show some things that intrigued you. But I don't think by any stretch you're saying, okay, we've got our guy. A little bit more development, we've got our guy. It's not anywhere near that for me. I mean, I'm no NFL evaluator, but just watching it, it's not a cut and dry situation. There is intrigue there, but I think that you have to be looking, in other places to upgrade that position for sure.
BA, as always, thank you. We appreciate your time. I know I'm not past the deadline, but a Happy New Year to you and to your family, and I hope you have a great year.
Hey, by the way, when is the cutoff for Happy New Year?
It's 3 days. Larry David said 3 days.
He said 3 days.
It's 3 days.
You guys are a week and a half in, but I'll take it. Happy New Year to you all, too.
Yes. All right, buddy. We look forward to talking great sports with you all year long.
Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Take care.
Good, you boys. Hey, enjoy the football weekend.
You as well,
you
man.
Too. Talk to you later, Brian.
Yes. See you.
All right, Brian Anderson on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know what time it is now? It's my favorite time of the week because it's Friday. It is 11:40, and you know who's up next? Jeff Thomas with a 2020.
Fan and TJ Watt.
Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett! Sack number 23! The new single-season sack king!
Myles Garrett has done it. The NFL's new single sack record holder. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. He's Dan Mennigan. He's in for Jeff today. My name is Andy Baskin. We had a chance to talk to Brian Anderson. I know we got into football there towards the end of it, but the baseball stuff I thought was interesting, especially because, Rob Manfred always kicking around ideas. He's the man that brought us the pitch clock and brought us all these little things.
Love him for that.
But by the way, I think, the changes he's made to the game have been good. I don't really have any problems with them. As we're a couple years into it, I don't feel the problems that we once thought we saw on the other side of it.
I was all in on the bigger bases. I was all in on the pitch clock. I don't love the whole no shift thing, but okay, fine, sure. Like I'll give you that one. That's fine.
Yeah.
The disengagement, you don't even pay attention. Like I was okay with all the stuff. At least I believe I was. I don't know. I don't remember half the things I say yesterday, let alone 3 years ago.
True.
But I believe I was okay with everything mostly throughout all of it. I mean, we've knocked out 45 minutes of time that was done with just dawdling. We've literally knocked out 45 minutes of dawdling, which fantastic.
It's also 45 minutes less of selling beer.
But they open the gates up earlier now, which gets your beer problem solved. Open the gates up earlier. That's what the guards do.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there will always be time to sell beer.
All right, you win. One of the things that he had talked about, and again, he talked to the Fan, and we brought that up during the conversation with Brian Anderson. But the other part of this is expansion. And I don't. Can we even have this conversation until they have a collective bargaining agreement, or no?
I mean, we can have it. It's just this is going to be an ugly collective bargaining agreement. Especially some of the stuff that Rob Manfred's saying right now is stuff that I could immediately. I mean, Brett Rooker, the first baseman / right fielder of the what are we calling them? Los Oklahomento Athletics.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you even call them athletics? Remember, they got trademark problems.
Ooh. The Los Oklahomento baseball team.
Yes.
All right.
Baseball franchise.
Let's
make it more wordy.
It's going to turn into a serious tongue twister. But anyways, Brett Rooker, who's very good at baseball, is basically screaming at Rob Manfred right now for some of the comments that he made involving, wanting to put a limit on when free agents can sign, which I think is crap, if we're being honest. And I think that's the cleanest thing that I can say.
I don't get it. So would that put more pressure on the teams or the player to sign?
The players, the thought. I mean, we know who Rob Manfred is there for. He's the representative. He's a human meat shield for 30 owners. I mean, that's literally what the guy's job is. They could literally rephrase MLB commissioner to MLB human meat shield, because that's his job. Is just go out there and get yelled at.
Isn't that all their jobs?
Not the 30 owners. No,
I'm just saying all the commissioners.
Oh yeah,
that's their job.
We could start calling them human meat shields.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Hey, let me go into
compensated human meat shields.
I know you kind of want to talk about that, but I also want to get to this too, and maybe we'll spend a little more time talking about this later. But
sure,
they had talked about going to 32 teams, right? And I'm looking at Fox's model. Fox gave the expansion teams to Charlotte in the American League.
That makes sense.
And then Portland in the National League. Which,
Portland makes
by the way, Rob Manfred told FAN that he'd be done with the American and National Leagues too.
See, now that I don't like.
I don't want to do that either. It's just they'd go East and West. And forget it. Just East could be American League, West could be National League. If that's really how you want to do it, who cares?
I'm sorry I keep cutting you off. I apologize. I'm going to get better about that.
No worries.
I don't want both Chicago teams in the same league.
That's what I'm looking at here.
I don't want both New York teams in the same league. I don't want the Dodgers and the Angels in the same league. Like I like having those as two different leagues, and I know now there's no rule or anything like that. We're not having the pitchers hit, which thank the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that part of it, but I like having, the AFC and the NFC. I like having the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference.
Mm-hmm.
I like having those ideas that are out there, the hockey ones, which I can't remember right, which I think is also East and West, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Eastern and Western.
Yeah. I like having that. Do you like having that?
I like American and National.
Me too.
I'm good with that. I just don't like. Why would you want to walk away from that now? Here's where the Guardians would land in this Fox Sports scenario. They would end up in the AL Mid-Atlantic.
Okay, we can work on marketing. We'll get marketing on it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. And so what you would have is in the American League, then it would turn into the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes, and the Southeast. So we wouldn't even be in the Great Lakes.
Yeah,
We'd be in
how
the
the hell is
Mid-Atlantic.
Cleveland not in the Great Lakes?
In the National League, you would have the Midwest, the Central, the Southwest, and Northwest. I don't know. Maybe the person who wrote this for Fox Sports isn't geographically challenged. I don't know.
The stadium is like a par 5 away from the lake. What do you mean we're not the Great Lakes?
I'm just saying. And so we would be in the AL Mid-Atlantic with Baltimore, Washington, Pittsburgh, and us.
Yeah, you don't own a map.
And so
person doesn't own a map.
And so that would take Detroit away, and that would also take games against Cincinnati away, if you care about it. You know, I'm just like, I don't know why, but I would feel better if they came up. I see why they do the regional alignment the way it is, but I don't know. You're not with Detroit anymore? Detroit moves to the Great Lakes with Minnesota, Milwaukee, and the Blue Jays. So that means Milwaukee comes back and forth.
I think if you're trying to do the division thing, or you're trying to realign all of that stuff, like it makes total sense to do Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Detroit. Like that to me is a division.
But I think you're looking at that from a Cleveland standpoint because he's got the NL, or he or she, I don't know who wrote the story, NL Midwest as the Cubs, the White Sox, the Cardinals, and the Reds. Traditionally, that doesn't really sound that bad. Traditionally, it doesn't. Especially because you're talking about the Cardinals and the Cubs and the Reds and the Cardinals and the Reds and the Cubs. Like, I can live with that.
But it's farther from Cincinnati to St. Louis and Cincinnati to Chicago than it is from Cleveland to
Cincinnati.
Detroit. Or Cleveland to Cincinnati, or I think St. Louis to... I'm not the one you want to ever ask about geography. I will flunk geography in a minute. So if I go any farther down this line, we're done for.
So how is St. Louis not with Kansas City? That's the next question.
Right, that would be the better. So look, it's all so fluid. Charlotte makes a lot of sense for an expansion team. There's a huge baseball
in Portland on the other side
in that area. The only thing with Charlotte they're going to run into is the Braves are going to fight you tooth and nail to keep Charlotte. That's such a huge Braves country in that area that they'll fight you on that one. Portland makes a ton of sense too. That's another one with the way Oregon State's taken off and Oregon as well and their baseball programs. I mean, there's a big baseball area in there as well. That makes a ton of sense, and that city is growing. Plus, whatever the hell happens in Vegas, I have no idea how that's going to go.
Yeah, so this is an old one. I mean, this just came out like end of the season, but. I'm just looking at this is why they explain Brewers, Washington, Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
It'd be really hard for me,
Orioles,
not to give the Expos back to Montreal. I mean, Montreal wants the Expos back.
Yeah, why wouldn't they give?
Why wouldn't you give back the Expos?
Especially if they went into a dome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the one of the stuff that I keep circling. In the same way that, like, if the NBA expands, you got to give the Supersonics back to Seattle.
Let me just tell you what Fox said. The Orioles and Nationals don't share a city, but they're close enough to share the same regional sports network. It's the fact that has been a point of contention between the two in the past.
Yes,
the two are already paired up as designated rivals by MLB, so keeping them together makes sense. Pirates and Guardians are both chartering new territory, and it's because they both make more sense for each other here than other divisions. Pirate fans, you will feel odd not being in the Central anymore, considering you're no longer haunted by the Cubs or Cardinals or the Brewers were last season. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pirates and Guardians together, but we're sitting here bowing down to the Orioles and Nationals. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
As long as it ends with everyone playing everyone.
Well,
that's the best thing that they've done is made every team play every team.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps 92.3 The Fan. Tim May joins us at 1 o'clock.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In Miami's 31-27 Fiesta Bowl win, overall missed to advance to the national championship game. Hurricanes quarterback Carson Beck completed the biggest babyface turn since Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13. Beck had been labeled by many an Instagram quarterback in his time at Georgia.
Till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Want to welcome all of our new friends in on YouTube that have joined us in on this week. Our show, joining the party with the afternoon show and the morning show as well. So we're happy to be on board, even if you have bad takes on online. That's okay. We read them. We don't care. This weekend, you got a lot of NFL playoff action. Looking forward to it. It is wild card weekend. Dan is, I don't want to ask you if there's one game because I want to go through all the games. But I love this weekend because I think it's fun. There's always great football on. And even if you're used to the Browns not being there, this is, I think this is one of the highlights of the year. I love this weekend, wild card weekend.
Well, before we get too far into that, you can win a 4 pair of tickets to the fan night at Cleveland State Basketball on Thursday, January 15th, 7 p.m. at the Wolstein Center. It is hosted by Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. You can get your tickets at csuvikings.com/tickets. csuvikings.com/tickets. Enter the code word NET. N-E-T net by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. That once again is a 4 pair of tickets to the fan night at Cleveland State Basketball on Thursday, January 15th at 7 p.m. at the Wolstein Center.
All right, you ready to go through these games?
Absolutely. Let's go.
What do you, little background music on this? What do you think? No? Yeah, maybe. Is it a list? It's borderline list. It's close.
It is, but to go Phelps and yank the curtain back, with being on YouTube, we got yelled at for using the rapid fire music by the YouTube people. So we got to get that figured out first. Yes, I have no other way to dance around that. So,
oh man,
I'll find some bad royalty free bossa nova music. It's very non-football-y. I mean,
go ahead.
You know what, man? Let's give this a shot, and if we get yelled at,
really,
we get yelled
YouTube people got mad about that?
They got grumpy.
Wait, you mean like the listeners or actual YouTube?
Like actual YouTube.
Wow, man.
Yeah, we're kind of living and learning.
How many people are working at YouTube that they're, with the generic music underneath?
Hey, you live and you learn and you figure it out from there. So let's give this a shot and we'll see what happens.
All right, here we go. NFL playoffs. Let's talk about them. Here we go. First game, 4:30 Saturday. This isn't bad. 4:30 on Saturday, Rams, Panthers. Rams 12-5, Panthers 8-9. Panthers have won 7 of the past 10 meetings, with the most important being 31-28 home win over the Rams in Week 13.
So this always felt like the honorary Texans game. Like, it's kind of weird that the Texans aren't playing in this game.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Like I thought I saw it floating around somewhere. And
the Texans own that 4:30 slot.
Oh, God, weekend. Every year when the Texans made the playoffs, and it was always like T.J. Yates versus somebody else, or Brian Hoyer had a couple of those in his back pocket, which is good for him. Like that always felt like that 4:30 Saturday game was built for the Houston Texans. So it's kind of weird to not have the Houston Texans in that game. Rams. I think Rams.
This isn't even a question. But
good for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
The arrow seems to be pointing up in Carolina. Dave Canales seems to have that figured out. They might have something in Bryce Young.
FanDuel says Rams by 10.5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Teteroa McMillan is legit.
All right, that's easy. Rams over Panthers.
That dude is legit, though.
Let's go to the next game. Another one that's expected to be close. One that will be near and dear to your heart. One of the greatest rivalries in all of sports. Packers-Bears. Packers 9-7-1 against the Bears 11-6.
If you put your ear to the ground at about 9 o'clock, you will probably hear the rumblings of a grown man having a fit.
That would be you.
Yeah, that'll be me. That'll be me.
Is the difference this game being in Chicago?
It's going to be snow.
Yeah.
Talking snow for this bad boy.
Packers no snow. That's not that big a deal.
Oh, I know, but just more from a viewing standpoint. It is a big deal because Chicago's defense has been a lot better at home than it is on the road. They kind of have a Browns thing going where the home defense is really good, and on the road, I think it's like 30th, and at home, it's like in the 20s. So it's a better defense at home. They've had the turnover luck this entire time. The Packers come in without Micah Parsons. They're banged up. Zach Tom's banged up as well, the right tackle. We'll see what this looks like. I got a feeling this is a shootout.
All right, so you're taking the Bears, even though you're a Packers fan.
I will take the Packers in this game.
Oh, you're taking the Packers?
I will take the Packers in this game, and then that way, when I get hit, I'll get hit double. Who are you taking?
I took the Bears. I'll take the Bears in this.
Okay, what's your reason?
The Packers are favored. I think home field makes a little bit of a difference. And what's crazy about this is, you think Packers, Bears, and the tradition of that, they've only played 3 times in the postseason. It's the oldest rivalry in the NFL. Bears won, I'm just reading this, 33-14 back in 1941. Packers won 21-14 in the NFC Championship game back in 2011. Seems weird.
It makes sense just because they've been in the same division for so long.
I get it.
It makes some level of sense.
Next stop, Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bills, Jaguars.
You start this one.
Even though the game's in Jacksonville, I just haven't really been able to buy into Jacksonville. I think the Bills win this. I think the Bills. I know people want to rip on the Bills defense lately, but I like Buffalo. I think this is Buffalo's chance in a year where things are wide open. This is I don't know. I just think this is it. I think the Bills finally get to make some hay and they move forward in the playoffs.
I'm with you on the Bills, but the Jags are legit. Liam Cohen has turned that thing around. I mean, as much as we were all poking fun of him for the fact that he sounded like one of the little green men from Toy Story when he did the Duval thing, it'll make me laugh until the end of time of him doing Duval and just doing it like, dude.
Would you rather have him or would you rather have Ben Johnson? That's a tough rookie question.
That's a fun one.
Yeah,
I like this. Boy, Ben Johnson's got the track record, but he's also got more talent. I'll say Ben Johnson, but I think that's one of those where if you had either of them, you're doing well.
I like Ben Johnson too. All right, so you're taking who in this game then?
I will
taking the Jags or taking the Bills?
I'll take the Bills, but this one is going to be really close.
It's close. The FanDuel line on that is 1.5 Bills. Next game, 4:30. This is another fun one. It's a long way. Are the Niners in Youngstown practicing this week? I wonder. I didn't even think about that. San Francisco is at Philadelphia. I doubt it.
All right, before we get too far.
You got news? What?
Before we get too far, tell me this does not sound like one of the little green men from Toy Story.
Duval.
Does it not?
Yes, it does.
Claw. The Claw will tell us who will stay and who will go.
Oh, close.
Yeah, every time. It's just
Duval.
It's scary, man. It's like Vecna.
That's good. It sounds every time like the little green man from Toy Story.
It does. All right, now we can move forward.
All right, sorry.
Niners at Eagles. Niners 12-5 having to travel to Philadelphia to take on the 11-6 Eagles. That is a 4:30 kick. FanDuel says Eagles 4.5.
That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be really fun.
I like some of these matchups are Monday nighters.
You buy this Eagles team? This Eagles team has been like the weirdest good team that I can remember in a while because the offense has just been so stuck in the mud.
I got to tell you what I don't buy. I don't buy San Francisco.
I give Kyle Shanahan a ton of. Now
I like Kyle Shanahan. I'm trying to remember which game. The last game was it 2 weeks ago or last week's game? I was just like, ugh. I don't like this at all.
Somewhere Jeff is now making fun of me for Kyle Shanahan love, but
you could always do a PowerPoint presentation for him.
It's still an all-timer. I can't.
Get me out of here!
I can't believe. By the way, could you imagine?
No one has said that. How did they let Kyle Shanahan walk out the door?
Can anybody?
We've heard Mike Vrabel about 1,000 times. How could they not let Kyle Shanahan walk out the door?
I may or may not have yelled that on this.
Yes.
Can you imagine going into your job at the time and being so miserable that you put together a PowerPoint presentation and put your boss in a room and go, here are the reasons why
you should let me out of my contract?
Leave.
If I answer yes, am I outing anybody? Never happened here, I can tell you that. Ready for this? So who are you taking in this game?
I will take the Niners in this game. I think Kyle Shanahan will put it together. I think the defense will be just good enough. I can see Brock Purdy. Ricky Pearsall's legit, man. That's a good wide receiver that they picked up. That dude is legitimate. I'll take the Niners.
Fly, Eagles, fly. I like the Eagles. And then San Francisco's got to come all the way across the country to play this game.
I can see that being the case. I would not be shocked if Philly. I just watched Philly all year, and it's like watching. You ever watch a team before where you could tell that everybody playing really doesn't like each other that much? That's what I feel like watching Philly.
I'm kind of in on Philly there, too. Next game, Sunday nighter. Chargers, Patriots, Harbaugh, Vrabel. I love it.
Good old-fashioned football guy.
Drake May is the year MVP. You tell me. I still ain't buying the Patriots. And I don't know if the Chargers, I just gave you this whole reason why I thought Philly would have home field advantage, or it would take advantage of home field advantage. Now, this game, Patriots 3.5-point favorites.
Vegas would tell you the Pats are the best team. Well, and their record would tell you that the Pats are the best team in this whole thing. I just think they're young. This is Drake May, fighting his way into the playoffs to the number 1 seed, or the number 2 seed, I should say. I'm not there. I think the Pats are going to win this one, but I don't think they go a whole lot farther. And it's just because if the 2 tackles were healthy for the Chargers, which they've been out all year, and they've made it work, but if Joe Alt and Slater were healthy for the Chargers, I'd have a different argument. I just don't. I think the Pats get this one and then lose in the next round.
Scare you that it's Drake May's first playoff game, too?
Do you think he's too dumb to know better, or do you think he might be thinking about that a little bit? I know that's a lot of things in a row.
I think the first series will be very important for him.
Okay.
And then to see what happens after that. So if he comes out, he's a little bit nervous, it might be hard to shake that for the rest of the game. Or he can...
That's going to be really fun.
I'm trying to argue with myself. It's bad radio when I start arguing with myself, but...
Jesse Minter as well. Interviewing with the Browns. You're going to keep an eye on that defense.
Yeah.
You want to see what they can do? See if he gets fired up on the sidelines. He might be in the booth.
I'm going to go with the Chargers. I feel it. I'm going with the Chargers.
Interesting. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, I'm going with the Chargers.
I like it.
All right. The next one, the game I'm looking forward to the most, is Monday night. Houston and Pittsburgh. I don't know why we had this conversation before. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't stand the Steelers. Not a big fan of their fans. And yet, for some reason, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm kind of rooting for the Steelers. I think I'm rooting for it.
With your wire.
Yeah, I know.
She's got an Iron City and a Virginia Slim for you.
Is it Icy Light or just regular?
Oh, it's Icy Light. Come on now. Can you buy Icy proper? Or Icy Heavy, I should say? I don't even know if you can.
Oh, that's a good one. They used to have Icy coolers. And if you were 19, you could drink those if you were of drinking age. Back in the day.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I don't know why. Why am I rooting for Aaron Rodgers? Why? What is wrong with me?
I think it's
there is something about Aaron Rodgers that I want to root for him now, and I have no idea why.
I think it's the age thing.
Is that what it is?
I think that's what it is.
Because he's older than me?
I think it's the age thing. I think it's the fact that you want to see if this older guy in a league of youngins can come out here and whip these whippersnappers into shape.
How do you think DK Metcalf's going to play on Monday night?
Angry.
Yeah, I think he's going to be angry too.
I think that's what it is with people. I think you watch Aaron Rodgers and you're like, I want to see if this guy can get these whippersnappers into shape and show them how quarterbacks should play.
All right, I'm taking the Steelers. Who are you taking?
I will take. I'll take the Texans.
Why am I taking the Steelers? I know better.
I'm shocked you're going against an O-State quarterback. I figured you'd be all in because C.J. Stroud's standing right there.
I don't know why. I'm more intrigued by Aaron Rodgers than I am C.J. Stroud.
It's going to be fun. Like, the Houston defense is the best defense in football. They are legit. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to be coming after Aaron Rodgers, but nobody gets the ball out faster than Aaron Rodgers. He does not want to be hit, but he's so accurate on top of it that it's not like you're watching Ben Roethlisberger at the end where he'll just throw it at anything so that he doesn't get touched. Rodgers knows where he's going with it at all times.
All right, let's come back. I do want to talk more about the play. What are your thoughts on the playoffs going into this weekend? I mean, the Browns are out. Do you care? I hate to ask you that straight out. I mean, with the Browns being out, how locked in are you on the playoffs? I mean, we're used to doing this every year, but there is a part of me that dies when the Browns season dies, no matter how many games they lose throughout the season. So give me your take on the playoffs as we head into this playoff weekend. It should be a lot of fun. And then, of course, Tim May is going to join us at 1-216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
off after last night's 9-point loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. These two teams play once again tomorrow at Rocket Arena. They'll tip off at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Allant.
Baskin and Phelps. Dan Mennigan is in. Tim May is going to join us at 1 o'clock. I think one of the questions that is clearly going to be asked in each and every interview that the Browns do when they talk about who should be the next head coach, Shedeur's name has to come up in all this. Now, I want to preface this by saying that Andrew Berry did not give Shedeur Sanders a gigantic vote of confidence when he talked earlier this week. I mean, he made it sound like, especially when he started talking about, what was the exact wording on that? Do you remember, Dan? It was like outside influence, outside quarterback. Jeff made a big deal about this earlier, and I'm trying to remember the exact words that he used. It was outside, maybe like an outside factor at quarterback that could come in from beyond the system, from what they already have. I'm on the record. I'm ready to roll. If Shedeur Sanders is starting quarterback next year, I'm down with it. I have no problem with it. I did see progress, and I don't know how much of that was Kevin Stefanski's credit. I read some of the things that are just ridiculous that are said about Kevin Stefanski and Shedeur Sanders. I can't believe some of the things that people just assume that are. I'm like, come on, man. Do you really think Kevin Stefanski, especially, woke up in the morning and go, oh, well, let's lose, and I'm going to take my... No. The biggest problem I had with Kevin and Shedeur was when they made him the number 2 quarterback, they didn't get him ready. There's just no question about it. If you wanted to look at him and you know, the folks that want to wear the glasses that don't see that he was a 5th-round draft pick, I get it. I understand it. He played better than... He proved to everybody that he was worthy of more than being a 5th-round draft pick. I'll say that with no hesitation. And that, to me, I want to see if he can do something more with this. I don't know if he is the future. I don't. I didn't see enough of him last year. And you know what? I would say that about any rookie quarterback. Like, we put this kid in a bad position early on. You threw him out there as the number 2 quarterback. Next thing you know, he's out on the field, had no practice time with the guys on the field. That's ridiculous. The second you knew he was going to be number 2, that was the moment you should have had him, ready to be and to go out on the field and to play with the first teamers, at least if you just got him a little bit of practice before, which would be understandable for a backup quarterback. When you made him number 2, you owed it to him, you owed it to the team, you owed it to your fans to make sure that he would be ready and not have to come in ice cold that first game. And so each and every week there was some improvement there. And, I sit here and I get ripped left and right. I read this all the time where I say he makes you relevant. Guess what? People talk about the Cleveland Browns because Shedeur Sanders is on the team, regardless of whatever he does on the field. That is a fact. And that is a fact when you have a high-profile quarterback that has millions of followers on social media, that people are interested. Guess what? At the end of the day, this is an entertainment business. At the end of the day, it's about entertainment, and it's about teams making money. Hate to say that's the truth, but it is. We sit here as fans, and we want to believe that we're in la-la land, trying to understand that, he earns this or he deserved this. Nothing's given. You know that. LeBron taught you that, didn't he? So, again, I walk into next season wondering what the next head coach is going to do or how he is going to lead Shedeur Sanders or any other quarterback that he may have in front of him.
Here's Andrew Berry from his press conference earlier in the week.
We saw a lot of progress with Shedeur this year. I think that's both mentally, physically, playing the position. He's still very much a work in progress, like many rookie quarterbacks are. But I think we saw some really good things in terms of his playmaking, his accuracy, his ability to extend with his feet. And I think I'd also give him credit, as well as our offensive staff, for bringing him along in terms of his pocket management, his situational awareness, and things of that nature. Now, that all being said, we're going to do our work on the quarterback markets. 2 too important of a position, and it's something that has to be solidified. I can't sit here and tell you today, whether the solution or the starter in 2026 is internal or external, but it's something that we're going to work through, over the next several weeks. And quite honestly, the new head coach will also have a lot of input into that as well.
So, Shedeur Sanders fans, are you mad at Andrew Berry for what he said there? He didn't give you what you wanted to hear. You wanted to hear, no questions asked, Shedeur Sanders is your starting quarterback next year. You did. That's what you wanted to hear. He didn't give that to you. And you might have already said, well, when they got rid of Stefanski, why didn't they get rid of him too? I hear you. A lot of people thought it was a package deal either way. The door is open for a quarterback next year, whether you want to believe it or not.
All right, let's whip the T-bone between the angry dogs. Here we go. First, the way that the quarterback situation was handled from training camp on the minute that he was drafted was a joke. It was. They did the best they could with what they have. I will give Kevin Stefanski that credit. I think he did the best he could, but it was a crappy situation to be handed 2 rookie quarterbacks. Good luck. There's no way you can develop 2 rookie quarterbacks. We've talked to former GMs. We've talked to former coaches. Mike Martz came on this airway and said, there's no way in hell you can develop 2 rookie quarterbacks at the same time. That's silly. So I think they did the best they could in a crummy situation. Okay? That's the first thing with it. There's no way you could have made this better while still having a quarterback be prepared to go out and face an NFL team that has been focusing on with one goal of defeating you and all of the reps going to one quarterback so that they can defeat you. Okay? No matter how you split these reps, there's no good way to go about this. After a 7-game sample size of Shedeur Sanders, I would say his 5th-round draft pickness might be the best asset he has going for him, with the fact that he's cheap. And by that, I mean you don't have to turn around and you don't have to worry about paying him a boatload of money when you're going to have to pay Deshaun Watson a boatload of money. And I know you can yank a couple of levers, but where this team is right now, do you really want to kick the can down the road and turn into the New Orleans Saints at some point where all of a sudden the credit card bill is due and you're looking around going, oh, crap, now what? So that's the other thing with it, is he's cheap. Whoever you bring in as the head coach should not be attached to Shedeur Sanders like you have to play him. He did very little in that run that would make me think that the new head coach has to put his arm around him and say, this is my guy, or else he's out of the question. Does that make sense to you? I don't think he did anything that would make me... I'm going to pick a name from the sky. I don't mean this to be the guy or anything like that. I do not think he did anything that would make Dan Pitcher want to take his arm and put him around and go, Shedeur Sanders is my guy and we're going to win with him. And make that be forced in the job interview.
I don't think so either. I don't know how. How does Andrew Berry have this conversation with people he's interviewing? What is he? Is he saying? Is he saying we'd like Shedeur to be the front runner? We would like Shedeur to be a part of the competition. By the way, we also have a very expensive guy that's still sitting around here too. And what are your thoughts on Deshaun Watson? Can Deshaun Watson play?
Bye.
Where do you see?
No.
As a coach, you're walking out the door? You're not walking out the door if you're looking for a head coach's job. You're not.
If you're going to try to push that on me as a head coach, then this job will be filled by the 8th choice. If you're going to try to push Deshaun Watson on that coach, it's going to be filled by the 8th choice. Nobody's coming in here and going, yeah, I can turn around Deshaun Watson. Or if they are, they're really feeding you a line. I'm sorry, in the last 10 years, you really want to start a guy who's had shoulder surgery, has blown out both ACLs and blown out his Achilles twice? You really want to start that at a guy who relied on his athleticism to begin with?
I'm still paying him, so what are you going to do with him?
He's going to sit. Do you want to win games, or do you want to shove your mistake down your fans' throats? What do you want to do? That if you're going to try to sell me that I have to play Deshaun Watson, that's my answer back to you. Do you seriously want to win games, or do you want to shove a mistake down your fans' throats? Because if you want to do that, you can go hire coordinator de jour, who's currently coaching tight end somewhere, and he'll start Deshaun Watson for you because it's 1 of 32. If you want to win, let's have a different conversation. I just don't think your conversation to winning starts with Deshaun Watson. I don't think there is a way to say that. Now, if he rolls into camp and starts, all of a sudden looks fantastic and everything is 100% better, which I highly doubt, because again, in the last 10 years, he has blown out both ACLs, had shoulder surgery, and snapped his Achilles twice. It's not exactly a guy who you're going to come in and go, yeah, that's the peak of athleticism.
He's been working hard, though.
Good.
So I keep hearing that. He's
Fantastic.
working hard.
Good for
Your
him.
general manager told you at the beginning of the week he's working hard.
Good. That's wonderful. By the way, have those guys ever come out and said, this guy's not working that great?
No, that guy's lazy.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never once heard of
Never once either. It'd be fantastic. I'd love it if they did that at some point. Yeah, Sansa? Yeah, he's just not doing it. He's been hiding. We run a warm-up lap, and it's like high school track. We run a warm-up lap, and this guy goes and hides in the bathroom.
Huh.
But, that's... If I'm the head coach, if you're going to try to go, all right, you have to come in here and you have to have Shedeur Sanders as your starting quarterback, I don't think he has done anything, especially after the Titans game. He has done a whole heck of a lot that makes me go, yes. He went up against the worst defense in football in Cincinnati and
6
did
points.
not play well.
You got 6 points.
Made 2 throws when he needed to. I'll give him that.
And twice he had you at the end of the game. He put you in a spot to win. That he won that game and lost the other one.
But he was.
I remember going back and forth with Jeff early on. It was the second or third start, and I was like, you know what? He didn't have the greatest game, but at the end of the game, I think it was the second start. That I'm like, he moved the team down the field when they needed him the most. Now, whether the other team was playing prevent defense or whatever, it didn't matter. He did what he needed to do to get the team in position.
He was not good against the Steelers. He was not good against the Bears, which is also not a great defense. He was not good against Cincinnati. It felt like the more tape that teams got on Shedeur Sanders, they made the adjustment. It's like the hitter that comes out scorching hot in the first 14 games, and then all of a sudden there's an adjustment made.
How is Andrew Berry selling the quarterback situation to any candidate? Or does the candidate have to sell Andrew Berry on what he wants to do with his current quarterbacks and then get into this big conversation about, well, we really should draft a quarterback. We might want to think about doing this or do that. How does that conversation play out in these interviews?
Is it candidate dependent? It's got to be. I mean, because they're in a position, they can bring in veteran quarterback X if they want to. Like, they 100% have the ability that they could go, all right, let's bring in Malik Willis on a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal for $15 to $17 million or $20 million or whatever that contract looks like. You could do that. Like, they can make that work on the cap. They can yank enough levers to make it work if that's the direction whatever coach wants to go. If I'm them, I'm not selling them on the quarterback. I'm selling them on this being a blank slate of going, hey, if you want Shedeur, you can do. There you go. He's right there for you. If you want Dylan Gabriel, I don't know why, but he's right there for you. If you want Deshaun Watson, God help you, he's right there for you. But if you want to go veteran quarterback X, we can make that work too. And I think that's the way you have to sell this. Would you buy that one if you're a head coaching candidate? Hey, here's what we have, but we can also go get what you want.
I think my biggest point is I'm trying to look at this from, why are we in this position in the first place, right? So, again, Brian Anderson said this perfectly. You let your other head coach go, right?
Yeah.
And you look at what was there, and I don't know what you were expecting. If we're just saying, and then you let him go, and his name becomes one of the hottest names for a head coaching position for 7 positions. So pretty much Kevin Stefanski is going to probably land the job as a head coach next year. Do we all feel confident in that?
Yes.
Now, I did feel confident Mike Vrabel was going to land the job his first year, and he didn't.
I don't know if he wanted to.
Or maybe he was just hoping for that Patriots job on the first turn.
On top of the fact that he was still under contract with the Titans and probably wanted to be because if you're a consultant, you can still collect checks.
Yeah.
In the same way that Robert Saleh was a consultant with the Green Bay Packers on the defensive side of the ball, so he could keep collecting checks from the Jets. I mean, that's the other side of this thing. My big thing, if I'm sitting down with these coaches, I'm looking at them and saying, what is your plan for quarterback? That's
you got to tell me who you're giving me. Are you going to draft one? Are we going to bring in a vet? Are we going to stick with the 2 young guys we have? I think it's the team's responsibility to give them some kind of a hypothetical window on what their actual plans are. Whether they believe that or not, you still have to give them that input to let them know so they can come up with an idea. The bigger part is going to be rebuilding that offensive line.
Yes. Yeah. And I think they'll throw hopefully high draft picks at it and maybe a free agent signing or 2 to help that case because, I mean, if you talk Joel Bitonio into coming back, which who knows, then you're replacing 4 out of the 5 instead of 5 out of the 5. And that's your best case scenario.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. How does Shedeur Sanders play into this coaching search? That's really the question. 216-474-0092. Plus, Tim May, 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Dan. 92.3 The Fan. He is Dan Mennigan. I'm Andy Baskin.
And no, we are not on black and white. All right, we are not on in black and white in the YouTube. Though I have often thought we should make Jeff's camera black and white.
Where's
just
that coming
for one
from?
day?
Where is that coming from?
Would that not be funny?
If we were in black and white?
No, put Jeff on black and white. You stay in color.
Yeah.
He is in black and white.
We need those old desk microphones. You know what I'm saying? The giant. A lot of people use them for podcasts now too. You need those, and we can wear fedoras while we're doing the show.
Just have a fake cigarette going off to the side.
Yeah, just so, and the people are all like, I had somebody,
and an unsweetened iced tea.
Somebody who doesn't know how old I am, which I don't really care, but somebody was ripping me in this in the chat over here on YouTube, which I'm going to be done with after this week.
Bite Me does a lot of.
I have
help.
1 week on the chat on this, and I'm like, So the hard part is there are a lot of really nice people that want to like just kind of be a part of the conversation, and then the first thing that happens, you open up the site to make sure that everything's good, and you got somebody saying, "Look at the head of hair on Andy Baskin."
Yeah, and I take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
that's a win.
You think that's a win?
Hell yeah, that's a win.
Then I got there's other yahoos in here. Like, don't you have anything better to do with your time? If you want to hop in on the conversation that we're talking about, knock yourself out. If you don't agree with what we're saying on the air about sports, I don't care. But when you start making it personal, like, you really need to reevaluate your life.
Close the window.
Okay, window closed.
Good job.
Thank you. Felt good.
Again, it's the social media is the window in your kitchen. It's nice to hear the outside world, and when you've had enough, shut the window.
Thank you.
Thank you, CM Punk. That was one of the smartest things a wrestler has said in a long period of time.
216-474-0092. All right, we're sitting here in the middle of the Shedeur Sanders conversation, which I'm absolutely shocked that we're doing that right now. But what is this?
Are you?
What is?
Are you?
No, not at all. What is the impact on the position of being the head coach of the Cleveland Browns? What is Sanders' impact on this? What should it be? Dan?
What should the impact of Shedeur Sanders be on the coach?
What is his impact on this search? What is it?
It should be, to me, it should be minimal. It should be one of the options that's on the table. It should literally be right there in the same print, font, covering that every other option you could have is. It's the first question that I sit down with these guys and say, well, second question is, what is your plan at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
You're the coach or you're the team asking that question?
If I'm Andrew Berry, that's the second question I'm asking. After, how are you? The second question I'm asking is, what is your plan at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns? I don't care if you're a defensive-minded guy, an offensive-minded guy, special teams coach. I don't care. What is your plan for quarterback with the Cleveland Browns? What do you want in a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns? It could easily be followed up as, do you think that guy is on the roster? I'm fine with that being the caveat. But just know you have these doors open to you, which is what will help make this job appealing to the guy sitting across from you. Because remember, as much as, I hear you and Jeff, and you guys are right. It's one of 32. I understand that. But boy, some of these guys have more options than what you just have. And it's very easy for 1 to 32 to have a bunch of people go, I'll do the Ben Johnson route. Just take another year back at where I was. Find some success. We'll go from there.
I don't want to walk down Mike Pettin Street again. I think that's where I'm at. And by the way, that's not really fair to Mike Pettin.
No.
Because I thought Mike Pettin wasn't bad. And if maybe they would have given him a little more time, things would have worked out differently. But I just felt like, he was the bridesmaid and like, okay, well, we got to get married when they brought him in, which is not fair to him at all. Because I do think he's a good football mind. Although, how many chances has he had after he left here?
He was the DC in Green Bay for a good period of time.
Yeah.
And then he's bounced around a little bit. I don't know what he's doing now. I think he's a defensive consultant or something like that for someone.
So
he's still getting compensated. He's still working in the league.
He's still working in the league. I was like, the Browns are still paying him?
No, I don't believe so. I don't know that for a fact, though.
He may have come off the books.
Maybe.
Cleveland isn't Cleveland. Cleveland.
How are you, Cleveland?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's going on, man?
Well. Oh, man, I just want to say again, I think Schwartz is the answer. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have everything established with all of the stuff that we need to take care of, like Watson and the quarterbacks and these young players on offense that we need to get established. And I think that with his discipline, I think that might be the correct answer for right now.
Does him flopping as bad as he did with the Lions have you concerned at all about him, Cleveland?
Yeah, I really, it's a debacle, but that's why I'm saying that with his discipline, I think that would be the right course of action for us to have him come in and see what he can do, because he's already there, and he saves space for the owner on Watson anyway. He saves the owner's space for having to still deal with it.
Cleveland, I'm buying what you're selling. I'm good with it. Like, if Schwartz is the answer, then let's do it. Let's go forward with this thing. And I agree. The other part of it is the Detroit part of it for him. I'm over it. I think that's where he got to get his master's, where I think Stefanski's going to be moving down the road too. They're going to be like, well, Stefanski got his master's in football in Cleveland, and this is why he's having success wherever he is. Although I think we know where his pitfalls are going to be if he doesn't have success.
And the other thing is too, like with the Schwartz, the thing is that he's already kind of established that he did so well with the defense, and with these young guys on offense, they need to look at that and be like, "Hey, man, because he doesn't look like he plays around much. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, he's going to get with you and get on you."
Fair enough. Cleveland, have a good weekend, man.
Thank you.
I wonder if he's Norv Turner. And by that, I mean a guy who is a great coordinator and a guy who just should not be a head coach. That's my thing with Jim Schwartz. I wonder if he's a fantastic coordinator and just not built to be a head coach. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with those. Those guys get very well compensated.
Do you believe that? Do you believe he can't be a head coach? I do. I think he can be a head coach again. I do think that sometimes those guys have to take a job early on, and if they fail, now they know why they failed. I guarantee you, I can't guarantee you because I don't know what the roster's going to be like.
No, you're 100%. I know what you mean, though.
That Jim Schwartz will have learned from his experience in New York.
And it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was 10 years ago that he was in Detroit. So it's been a good period of time in there as well. The league has, evolved a little bit. Maybe that's the case. But again, what's your quarterback? And then especially for him, so question 3 after, how you doing? What do you want a quarterback? Who do you want a quarterback? And what does your quarterback room look like? 3, who's your offensive coordinator? And if his answer is Tommy Rees, then I'm like, all right, thank you for your time. I don't want to watch anything that was here before. I'm sorry. I'm good.
But we don't know Rees's restrictions while he was here, do we? And we don't know how many times Rees was overruled by Kevin Stefanski. There are things we don't know.
I need new and shiny. I don't want anybody who's been here.
Mark is
I want new and shiny.
Mark is in Cleveland. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Mark?
Fellas, man. Look, this is the take I have on this.
Okay.
When we talk about Shedeur, I look at it like, hey, I don't think the guy blew us away. But if you're talking about a rookie's first 8 games, then you're playing the last few games without your tight end or your running back, I think the kid did good and deserves a look. So I'm not harsh as Dan is on Shedeur. Like, no, he didn't do all that. But look at what he did.
We're in the same classroom. You and I are in the exact same classroom on that. Just
because you look at it, this is his first 8 games. Now he would have another, 9 more games to play. So for his first 8 games, I thought he played pretty good.
Mark, if that's the route the new head coach wants to go, where he says, I'm going to start Shedeur Sanders and go from there, I'm not going to lose my mind.
Hold on, but that's another thing I really don't agree with you with, Dan.
Sure.
I'm not going to ask a coach that I'm interviewing, what's your plan for quarterback? I'm the GM. I'm coming to him, telling him this is our plan moving forward, because that is my job as a GM to get players and to have a plan for this team. So if the Tim Browns came to me like, oh, what's your plan for quarterback? I don't want to be here. I don't get that.
But wouldn't you want your cohesion? Wouldn't you want some kind of cohesion where the head coach would look at the GM and go, this is what I'm looking for in a quarterback? Like, wouldn't you want that conversation? Wouldn't you want to help him that way?
I want you to coach these players I get. I'm not asking you your quarterback plan, coach. I'm the GM. This is my team, and this is how I'm laying it out for you. That's how I look at it. I could be looking at it wrong, Dan.
No, you're fine. I appreciate the conversation. I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that for you. I'm just trying to figure out how you're seeing it.
Yeah, that's how I look at it, man. I would be dumbfounded if the Browns asked me that as a coach.
Oh. See, I think
they have to ask him.
I think it's far more of a.
But I think the hard part for the Browns, Mark, the hard part for the Browns here is how much are you giving away? Because if you're interviewing 10 guys, 9 of those guys aren't getting the job.
Andrew Berry can't afford to give anything away. I mean, he's on the hot seat, so he got to keep on doing what makes him look good and move forward that way. I can't see him giving up the reins for somebody else to determine his destination.
All right.
See,
thanks, Mark.
I want that conversation in there of what do you want this thing to look at, because I think
do
your
too.
head
I
coach
want the conversation too.
Your head coach and your GM need to be on the same page, because your GM needs to help pick players for your coach to coach. If you're getting a whole bunch of, I'll use this example because it's the one everybody knows. If you're getting a whole bunch of 3-4 linebackers when your coach is running a 4-3 defense, that's a problem. Like, even if that's the best player available, and I know some of that is, hey, build it to what we have here, but at a certain point, you want to lean into the strengths of your coach and not force him to play left-handed. And that's my whole thing. If you're going to get a big old drop-back quarterback, if you're going to get somebody who's 6'7", and is flinging it down the field, and I don't know who that guy is in the draft or in free agency, so don't even ask me. But if you're going to get that guy and then hand him Todd Monken, who's going to want to play a spread offense with read options and all of that stuff that he was doing with Lamar Jackson, that's not going to work. It's going to be clunky. It's going to be square peg in a round hole, and you're just going to be whacking it with the hammer, hoping it for the best. Like, there needs to be that cohesion.
I just found out why YouTube is the greatest thing ever. You want to know why?
Why?
Because now we get inside information. Melvin Jackson on YouTube, letting us know this very important piece of information.
Wait, first, also, I thought you closed the window.
I opened it back up.
Liar.
John Harbaugh in Strongsville.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I haven't checked on it. Did somebody cut the grass?
Is he there?
Did
he cut the grass?
Is he VRBOing Bill Cowher's house?
Did he get a rake in as it's nice outside with a couple leaves that were left over?
How about 61 degrees, man? The sun is out right now.
Wait, the sun's out?
I'm looking at sunshine and coming through into the alley building here. It's all conspiracy.
Dude, that's the best news of the day.
Do we have any Strongsville realtors that have seen the new coach? Any new coach that we're going to get? Please. That's how we're going to get all of our information. Straight through realtors.
The hedges are out of control at Coach Cowher's house. Can we get a trim on those?
Realtors or baggage claim. The best way to get information. You got another way to get it?
Well, goodness, wasn't some of the LeBron stuff, wasn't it a donut shop in Canton? Was it a donut shop or a barber shop? Might have been both.
We had all of those going to Miami
that were calling of him coming back to Cleveland, and we were sitting there going, no, that can't be it. No. Well, was there right? I think it was a donut shop. I might be wrong on that.
Somebody told me during high school football season the year before he came back that he was coming back, and he said to me, he goes, I want you to think about this. And I said, okay, I'll listen to what you have to say, because it's a person I trust. He said, would it not be the greatest story of redemption ever if LeBron comes back? And I was like, maybe you're right. Oh, now we've got good information. Okay. Chaser is saying Medina is the new Strongsville for players.
Does get you out of Cuyahoga County taxes. Though be careful. There's that speed trap right there that seems to be getting everybody. So be careful.
If you
do speed limit.
I don't feel like talking about speeding today. I can tell you that. We did that enough in the beginning of the season, didn't we?
I know but that's for everybody. Be careful out there.
All right.
That speed trap.
Any of those realtors out there, thank you. Appreciate you. Your baggage handlers. I used to be cab drivers. Now we can't do it. I guess
Uber drivers?
Uber drivers might have some info for us.
Or Lyft drivers or rideshare drivers. Rideshare drivers. There it is.
Rideshare drivers. All right. Yeah, well, apparently, thank you again to YouTube letting us know that Strongsville seems to be the place where John Harbaugh could be. Just saying. I don't believe it, but
I don't know. I haven't checked on it. Did somebody cut the grass?
You know, can't cut the grass. Tim May, he's excellent at that. Tim May podcast with Clay Hall. We'll talk some college football with him. What a night it was last night. Another big night tonight, especially for the Big Ten when it comes to the college football playoff. We'll talk to Tim next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
And sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Alant.
Every playoff game, from the wild card right up to Super Bowl Sunday, the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. College football last night, man, that was fun, wasn't it? I enjoyed watching that game, and I didn't think I would because I was sitting there going, Buckeyes are out. Where are we going with this thing? Do I want Miami to win? Do I want Ole Miss to win? You're going back and forth. Then you get a couple big plays here and there, and it was kind of exciting, man. I enjoyed watching the game just from a fan standpoint, even though I've got Ohio State bitterness just running right through my bones on everything that's going on, thinking that Ohio State should have been there last night. But, it is what it is. You're not going to win a national championship every year. So, and last night, to be able to watch that game, it came down to the wire. It was fun. It was fun. Tonight, the Big Ten finds themselves in a spot where they'll get to the national championship. Will it be Oregon or will it be Indiana? Indiana's still trying to pull off the perfect season. They're 14-0 going into this thing. Oregon is a 5 seed. They are 13-1, and so I'm good with it. I'm kind of good with it. It took me. It was hard, man. I don't want Ohio State to ever play on New Year's Eve again. I've just got all these ugly, bitter feelings about the Buckeyes, and I'm not mad. I'm not mad at Ryan Day. I'm not mad at the team. I'm just disappointed, man. It's that feeling. Remember when your dad said to you, I'm not mad, or your mom said to you, not mad at you, I'm just disappointed in you.
That was weekly in my home.
Right?
Maybe monthly. Monthly, I'll give my parents.
Isn't that the way it felt when Ohio State season ended?
It felt like they had one fatal flaw, and they went up against a team that could exploit that fatal flaw. There were two teams for the Buckeyes that I was like, you probably want to avoid. One of them was Miami, and the other one was Texas Tech. And it's just due to the fact that those were the two best defensive lines going. And they swarmed that offensive line. Bain and Mesidor just swarmed that line. And it was just a mess. So it stinks. It definitely stinks. And it puts this program in a really interesting spot. If you're Ryan Day, Andy, are you hiring an offensive coordinator? Or somebody calling the plays again?
Yeah, I just read they were close. It's Cortez Hankton, the guy from LSU. There was talk about him coming in to replace Brian Hartline. Now, but I don't know what that means about as far as play calling though. That's why I wish
we were efforting.
Yeah,
we were efforting the legend.
Yeah, I wonder, Tim. I wonder if it's 51 here, right? It's got to be warm. He's probably playing golf.
We should check. He might be teeing off.
Hang on. Let me see.
Check the weather down at Columbus.
What is the current temperature?
Well, while you do that, I could give you a little bit of news. So NBC Sports has announced their primetime TV schedule for the Major League Baseball season.
It's 62 in Columbus, man. He's probably playing golf.
Sunday Night Baseball will debut on Peacock and NBC Sports Network on March 29th at 7 p.m. Guards Mariners to lead off their coverage. You'll be able to catch that on Peacock or NBC Sports Network. And then April 12th, the Guards will be on NBC facing the Braves on national TV for the Sunday Night Baseball game. They're on here. They are on here 3 times. July 26th is the other one at noon. They will be on Peacock, and then 2 o'clock on Peacock as well for the July 5th Star-Spangled Sunday that they're going to do, which is every game will be national that day as well. So guards at least through August 30th. They haven't gone anything past August 30th. Will be on there a couple of times for Sunday Night Baseball. So
can you get me up to speed again? What they're going over to? They're on ESPN though, right? I thought the Guardians were going to the ESPN app.
So what has happened? Now I don't know how that's going to play out. They haven't announced it yet. But Sunday Night Baseball is no longer on ESPN. Sunday Night Baseball has moved to NBC.
Okay.
So NBC.
And by the way, don't you think NBC will do a pretty good job with that?
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be one of the best things that's happened to baseball.
Yeah.
is the fact that they're going to put it on NBC proper. I hope we get more games on NBC proper than what this looks like right now, where they got a chunk of them on Peacock at least until end of May into June. I hope they change their mind on some of those things.
Well, don't they have NBA?
Probably the case.
That's probably why.
Yeah, and playoffs and all that kind of stuff. But then Sunday Night Baseball will now be on NBC. They are working to figure out the play-by-play guy. There's rumor that it'll be Jason Benetti, who is currently the play-by-play guy of the Detroit Tigers. For TV, also does national stuff for Fox for college football.
Okay.
Does a really nice job. So we'll see what that broadcast booth looks like, but I have a feeling it's going to be awesome for baseball to have it on over the air so that everybody can watch these teams better. But yeah, so that'll be there. I don't know what that means ESPN-wise for everybody. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, you're looking at, all right, so the Guardians, so they're getting 3 games there. Is that what you're saying then? 3 games on Peacock, for sure.
1 on NBC.
Oh, 1 on NBC.
For sure.
And that's the very first game they're doing?
It will not be the first game on NBC.
Okay.
It will be the second game on NBC.
Huh.
So there you go.
All right, so that's where you'll be able to find you'll be able to find some of that stuff. That's kind of a cool story. It's still kind of hard to figure out where they're at. I don't know.
Once we get
it was so much easier back in the day. They were like, okay, you had all 151 were on Fox Sports Net. Boom, 160. They had 151 of 162 there. So I do believe our good friend Tim May is standing by.
Oh,
he has snuck in through the regular lines.
Well, looky there.
Hi, Tim. How are you,
sir?
Well, number one, I'm highly apologetic. I'm coming at you. Not like I usually do. I'm coming at you humble and on one knee, hoping I beg your forgiveness for not getting on the phone a minute ago. I had some stuff happening suddenly I had to deal with.
Oh, you all right? If you got to take care of stuff with anything bigger than us, then do it.
As Buckwheat said on the Little Rascals, I'm A-OK.
Okay, good. We just want to make sure.
So which hole are you on? That's the better question.
So the first thing I said
yesterday. Yesterday.
Where'd you play it?
The Ridge Golf and Gardens. Me and my buddy Dylan Davis from the Delaware Gazette and his dad and brother. We had a great time. Go ahead now.
Well, no, I said to Dan, I go, if he's not picking up, I said we better, it's like 51 here. I go, it's probably 10 degrees warmer in Columbus, and he's probably playing golf.
But we had a torrential rainstorm overnight, though. I'm not sure. The course was kind of spongy yesterday. I would imagine it's more like wet towel laying in the drain, in the shower. But today. But go ahead now.
Speaking of a wet towel, that's how I feel about Ohio State football right now. I'm bummed, man. I was depressed last night. Yeah, I was really depressed watching that game. I feel so empty. I feel so unfulfilled from this season.
It's kind of like a kid.
I am.
It's kind of like a kid who Christmas. You get everything you wanted for a Christmas, and that was last year, right?
Yeah.
And then you expect the same number, if not a larger variety, under the tree the next year. Doesn't always work that way. So, yes, people should be disappointed because this was a good football team, but this football team got exposed in some of the ways, like when we were talking pregame last week. You were wondering. I brought it up. You're wondering how that right guard situation was going to hold up.
Yeah.
But really, the offensive line, because against Indiana the previous time, it did not hold up that well. That's why they got beat, and that's why they got beat again, because they could not get a consistent grip on what Miami was doing from a defensive front. We just finished recording my podcast for today, and the Tim May Show, and we ended up talking about that very thing.
About my depression or about the offensive line?
Everything you can think of, man.
Oh, cool.
I think we covered everything but the price of mayonnaise.
Oh, I'm hooked then. Now I got to listen.
Yeah, Andy actually called in and bared his soul.
I did.
Yeah, but you can find it on FanStream Sports, by the way, if you're looking for our podcast here in a little while. But the point is that the great John Cooper, and yeah, he was the second winningest coach in Ohio State football history. People don't like to hear that. As he aptly put, it don't catch up with you till it catches up with you. And some of the things that have been glaring about Ohio State, or obvious about Ohio State needing to be better, which, by the way, Ryan, they brought up often, that they weren't anywhere close to where they needed to be in terms of development in a couple of critical areas. It caught up with them, man, and that's why they're watching.
Tim, I thought the defense for Ohio State played really well in that game, too. I mean, that was the part that I think might have been most heartbreaking, is I thought the defense gave Carson Beck fits.
Except for one drive there, whenever it was, late in the second half, whenever it was. But the score was 17-14. Ohio State had come back and had two really good drives. My point is they did get some things fixed. They weren't dominated all night like a lot of people left you thinking. But for the totality of the night, when you go to the judges scoring, as they do in boxing, Ohio State did get beat fairly soundly. But the point is they were in the game, and defensively, you give up basically a back shoulder fade route. Well, it wasn't really a fade, a back shoulder throw at the goal line. Jermaine Matthews would like that play over again. But, Jermaine Matthews had also given up a big play against Indiana, right? Or two. So Miami picked on the guy they wanted to pick on at exactly the right time, if you follow my drift there, because they scout also. And then you look at this Miami team, the way it played last night.
Yeah.
I give it up to a team that 3 straight games, when they've needed a score in the fourth quarter to win the game in a playoff setting like against Texas A&M and Ohio State and they've gotten it done. That speaks highly of that football team.
Who do you like tonight, Oregon, Indiana?
We were just talking about that. Clay, who did you pick? Clay Hall. Who did you pick? He
tell Clay we said hi. Hello, Clay. Hey, we'll tell Clay we said what's up.
Yeah, Clay, they want to know what's up. Andy Baskin and company.
Oh, man, you got to come on the podcast, Tim May Show.
Where at? Why don't you come on our air? We'll talk some Columbus stuff with you.
I'm going to bring them on as a deal. Hey, I'm not going to be this third party like like the operator on the Andy Griffith show. But I will definitely arrange for Clay to come on for a fee.
What was her name? Clara.
In the transfer portal, I'm his agent. But anyway, back to what we were talking about.
Yes, Clara. Yes. Oregon, Indiana.
Yeah, I like Indiana. I just think Indiana's better than Oregon. I mean, if you want me to get right down to the brass tacks of it, and we've already seen it. Now, Indiana's got to make plays. Mendoza's got to make plays like he did in that game the first time. He also had a pick six in that game that they overcame. But I just think Indiana's the better team right now. Let's put it that way. And, but Oregon, man, they showed me some things in the Orange Bowl, so we'll see what happens.
The legend Tim May joining us on the hotline right now. Always enjoyable.
I couched all that. I tried to couch it. Tried to play both sides to the middle. Go ahead now.
I think you should be down.
Why don't you run for office?
No. What's that line? If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. Go ahead now.
The legend who will not serve is coming to you from the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright fan hotline as well. All right, buddy. The Athletic did a poll that was really interesting, and they asked people if they liked the current state of college football. An overwhelming amount of people said no. Tim May, do you like the current state of college football?
Pete Thamel from ESPN, I had him on my podcast a couple of years ago. That was last year. And meaning in preseason. And the point he made is I agree with. The product, what you saw last night, was unbelievable. Was cool as heck. And notice I cleaned it up. Cool as heck. In terms of drama, in terms of playmaking, in terms of seeing guys do incredible stuff. Malachi Tony, I would have called that a completion only because, oh, my God. And I do think his heel hit before the rest of his foot hit. But I digress.
It was so cool it should have been a catch. I'm 100% with you. We should have it. Yeah. It's too cool to not be a catch rule.
Correct. And but with all that, in what the game that's being played right now on the elite level is par excellence. People do buy tickets to watch it, and they do sit in front of television to watch it like never before when it comes to college football. Isn't it funny, though, how a regular NFL game still gets a higher rating than college football?
It's crazy. It is crazy.
But that's another story. But what's going on off the field is untenable. what's going on off the field is unsustainable. And I don't know, I'm not sure legislation fix it, because legislation means law, which means something that will be challenged eventually in some court somewhere. You follow my drift?
Yeah.
The problem with college football now is it's 130, major college football now, it's 130, 131 so-called members. There's really only about 50 who really deserve to be in it. But they all have their own idea about how to do things. Even the conferences have different ideas about how to do things, and they can't police themselves. I mean, just like right now, there's stuff going on in the portal and elsewhere that was supposed to be handled by the new rules of doing things, but everybody hasn't signed off on the new rules of doing everything. So a lot of schools are taking advantage of the fact there's nobody shooting radar, right?
Right.
They're speeding. They're not speeding. They're going 120 in a 65, not 80 in a 65. Ohio State's probably going about 90, maybe in a 65, but it's showing some modicum of restraint to a certain extent. But if the people you're competing against are going 120, here's the thing: the people are going 120. That's not sustainable either. Your engine overheats. You need to stop for gas a lot sooner. And does your gas card work at this stop like it did the previous one, or did people bow out because you didn't get the results you wanted? I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why you need rules to get this in place. But I keep going back to this one word. The one word is contracts. Until people, meaning players and coaches, and for that matter, administrators, they do sign contracts. Even coaches do, but we see how they move around like migrant workers to a certain extent. And then the players now, I'm not sure what you'd call them.
Free agents.
Until you have some kind of hold on somebody other than basically, yeah, I want to play for you. I like it here. You know what I mean? Of tangible, legal, but also rewarding restraint in the realm of being able to hold some person to a contract. This is going to continue. I don't believe the SCORE Act, if it's ever passed, it's going to get challenged like you wouldn't believe the thing that keeps pending in Congress. So that's a long-winded answer, and I could go on for another 45 to 50 hours on it.
It's okay. We get paid.
That we do.
We're not getting paid by the word.
Unlike my podcast, y'all have to take a commercial break.
That is true. We do have to take a commercial break. All right, if Clay's standing next to you, please tell him I said hello. The Tim May podcast with Clay Hall.
He bailed a long time ago before I started on that soliloquy about 6-7 minutes ago.
That's okay. 6, 7 doesn't really matter. Tim, thank
I'll get
you.
him on though, man. I
hear
can
you.
arrange it for a fee.
Sounds good. Goodbye, Tim. We'll talk to you later,
buddy.
Hey, it's always a pleasure. You know that, fellas.
It's
See you
a
next
pleasure.
week.
Thank you. We'll talk to you next week. He is the legend, Tim May, and of course, the Tim May podcast with Clay Hall. Dive into that, and then we're going to ask you a question that was asked in The Athletic. College football.
The question that led to the diatribe.
Yes, exactly what it was. We'll do that when we come back. 216-474-0092.
USA Foam, and you can get insulated now with no payments until 2027. 1-800-USA Foam. Learn more at usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The great Tim May was with us. Tim May podcast with Clay Hall. Sounds like they're about to drop one here real soon. And Brian Anderson also joined us earlier today. So a couple friends of the show, dear friends of the show, were with us today. Tim May was at 1 o'clock. Brian Anderson at 11:20. If you want to hit that rewind, or you can go back and watch it on YouTube, or anywhere you can get that. You can listen to the show with the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, all that stuff. So good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he's Dan Mennigan. I'm Andy Baskin. All right, so this is a really interesting conversation because Dan and I talked about it this morning, and he was just kind of looking through. I'll let you set it up, but there was a poll, and I was interested to hear what the results were as much as you were.
So the Athletic newsletter, The Pulse, sent out a poll. They send out a newsletter every day, just, what's going on in sports, couple thoughts, all that kind of stuff. It's, we all get newsletters. We all know what newsletters are.
Yeah.
So they had a poll in yesterday's, which was, do you like college football right now? That was the question. You had three options. Yes, the games are great. Unsure, ask me in 2 years. And no, it's a mess. Those are your three options. So 12,369 people voted in this poll.
Hang on, before you give the answer, just think to yourself. The question was so simple. Do you like college football right now? All right, I'm sure you have an answer in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, give them the results.
So 20.6% of the people said, yes, the games are great. 23.7% of the people said, unsure, ask me in 2 years. 55.7%, no, it's a mess.
More than half the people polled.
Than half the people polled.
And this isn't people on the outside. This is Athletic readers, right?
Readers of The Athletic.
Wow.
Do you like college football right now? That's the question. That's simple. 55.7% of people said, no, it's a mess. Now, they'll admit that in there, and it's the next graph in there where they say timing may have something to do with this. If they would have asked it today after that really fun game against Ole Miss and Miami, we might have a different answer. But that day, an absolute mess.
Do you really think the folks that said unsure, ask in 2 years would have changed their mind based on one game?
I wonder how many people would have been in the moment of thinking it's a mess instead of going, you know what, that was a lot of fun last night.
I think 50% plus would say it's a mess.
I think you're right.
I think 50% of the folks that watch college football or enjoyed college football or enjoyed college football at one point would say it's a mess. It is. It's an absolute mess. Do you agree?
I enjoy the games themselves.
I do too.
The games I don't think have ever been better. I mean, it's just every given week, anything can happen because any given week, the collective, or any given year, the collective of that particular school could put together a damn good roster that could compete. I love seeing Ole Miss in there. I love seeing Indiana in there. I love seeing the Hurricanes being back. It's good to have, a villain that a lot of people could point to. Like, I love seeing all of these other schools that have not been in the top since the start of NIL find their way back there. I think that is so good for college football. Now, here's the part that I kind of agree with. So again, further down in the graph, one reader, Price, pointed out that he enjoyed the connection of having these players choose the same school as him and walk the campus for multiple years just like you. That every single year, you can't really sink your teeth into these teams because you're basically picking up journeyman veterans every single season. Does that play into it for you?
It's part of it. I think one of the reasons I like Ohio State, and I've said this for a long, long time, is that for someone who's from Northeast Ohio, the opportunity to follow kids that we watched on Friday night play at Ohio State on the national stage and see what they're able to do, and saying, well, that kid's from my community, or that kid played in the same conference as my kid, or I enjoy that. That's the part of college football that kind of got me hooked probably for the last 20 years. Is because I'd go out on Friday nights, I'd go out and cover high school football, and then you always wanted to see what the next stage was going to be for any one of these athletes, and then it's hard not to root for them. They might have been playing for the rival school in high school, but then they got to Ohio State, and now all of a sudden you love them. I mean, I got to tell you, Bo Jackson destroyed the teams that I rooted for, destroyed them, and I just sat there and watched him in awe and said, "Oh, I'm so glad he's going to Ohio State so I can root for him somewhere down the road." But there are other guys like that. I mean, so that is one of the hooks for me. But it's also the history, the tradition. But when you don't see, the guys are out of there so fast, and you do have to learn the roster quickly if you want to be on board. Especially if you I'll go back and talk about Will Howard. When Will Howard was at Kansas State, I did not care. No. Didn't care. Yeah. And then he got to Ohio State, and I watched him take this great run wearing a Buckeye uniform, and I was embraced. I embraced it. And so, but you just don't get that same feeling that you used to about watching players grow in college. You just don't. It's gone. It's gone. Totally gone.
It very much feels like we are watching pro. It definitely has that feel to it where, again, every single year, everyone's a free agent. I mean, goodness, the Cincinnati quarterback, Texas Tech, I think, just handed him like $6 million or something like that to go play quarterback for them. And it's just legitimately these guys are free agents every single year, and it's tough to be able to sink your teeth in. Now, as somebody, I think I come from this from a really different perspective because I came to college athletics thanks to a friend of mine who was like, "You need to watch this." I never cared about college.
We are a really weird town when it comes to college athletics.
I never cared about
Northeast
college
Ohio
football.
is bizarre. It's really, compared to the rest of the country, we are just not, there are other places in the country that are just so much more intense.
Oh, God.
Like that intensity you have with the Browns, they have that with college. And it's not, and it goes straight from football to basketball, but I don't know that it's the same. It's not what it was.
Right. So to me, I watch because I want to watch the games, and the games are fantastic. And they're wildly entertaining.
College football, you're talking about.
College football games are
college basketball, some nights I'm like, ugh.
And so I'm willing to tolerate all of the nonsense that is going on with the transfer portal and everything else because I know when I sit down on any given Saturday, it's going to be awesome. I'm going to love what I'm seeing. And so I don't follow these day in, day out. I'm not following them from Friday nights. I'm not following them from all of those different things. I'm just sitting down going, all right, give me a great football game. Shoot, this is a great football game. Let's go. Like, that's what I'm there for. Or from a draft perspective. Like, that's what I'm watching for. I'm not watching it as somebody who is like, I love watching the team building and the growth and these kids get together and watching them from 17 on. So to me, the game has never been better. I couldn't be happier with college football. But I'm also coming from it as a guy who started watching college football 5 years ago. Like, intently watching. Like, I watched the championship games and all that kind of stuff. But, like, intently watching 5 years ago where I don't have that built-in institutional love. So maybe that's what jades me to where I look at this differently than maybe a lot of people who went to Ohio State. And I'm using them as a bird example. We could use Kent State, Ohio,
Sure.
whatever you want to do. And are like, I love watching the guys who lived in the same dorms that I did. And I love watching the guys who went to the same classes that I went to. But you know what I mean. Who ate at the same dining halls, who went to the same bars, who did all of those things that they did, where there's that common thread that's there, where I don't have that, So maybe I'm off base.
And then it leads you to where you are now. Like, we're sitting here talking about the NFL. I don't know if you were... a gigantic like A.J. Barner fan when he was at Michigan. We were talking about this before the show. But now look where he is at Seattle from Aurora, And so you watch these guys and you follow them, and then you see what they do in college, and they move on to the pros. And to me, that's where I get hooked. That's where I'm in. And I just don't. It's hard to watch guys jump from team to team. It is. It's not. It just changes the whole dynamic. But let me ask you the question that we just we're just kicking around. And it's where are you right now with college football?
Do you like college football right now?
It's a pretty simple question. And I'm surprised that the people would say no, but I think that maybe there's two questions. It's almost a LeBron thing, right? Do you like Ohio State football or do you like college football right now? 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Dan Mennigan is in.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Anthony Alant.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Dan Mennigan is in today. Jeff will be back on Monday. It'll be the good old-fashioned Baskin and Phelps on Monday. So, Dan, excellent job today, by the way, if I don't say that to you before we leave the air today.
Oh, that's really kind. Excellent job by you as well.
Yeah, I just want to let you know how much you mean. Didn't really have an opportunity to tell you that during the holidays, but
thank you.
I don't even have a crazy joke on the back end of that either.
I know. I was kind of waiting for the, nice job for someone who's awful.
I'm blown away by the weather today. I hate to say it. I mean, look, it's the sun was shining a little bit ago, and we're in the 50s. It's like I don't even know I know I've got stuff to do this weekend, but it's not like I'm going to get outside or clean anything. And the rain didn't help any. But how about Tim May playing golf? Man?
We're grilling tonight. That's for
you
sure.
Are?
Yeah,
what are
we're
you throwing
pulling the grill out.
What are you doing?
I think I'll do burgers. You can't beat a good burger on the grill. It's just one of those things that just works. You can't beat a good hamburger on the grill.
I had a good burger the other night.
Good to hear.
Place out on Route 6. It was awesome.
Yeah, either that one or I'm debating either that or maybe I'll smoke some chicken. Do a couple chicken thighs, indirect, get some applewood on them.
Nice.
I'll go that route.
Just finishing up this conversation that we had about...
Sorry to make anybody hungry.
That's all right. I'm getting hungry right now. Finishing up this conversation about college football and just, where they're kind of at right now. And just... I can't believe that poll. 50% of the people don't like college football right now. My buddy RV says college football is still very entertaining, but it is seriously broke. That's probably the best way to describe it, don't you think?
I think not to go full-blown Bane on you.
Yeah.
But I think because I came to college football so much later than everybody else that maybe I've accepted the chaos and was born into the chaos and therefore only know the chaos. Not to go, you've adopted the darkness. I was born into it. To go full blown Bane. I'm not going to try to do the impression. I'll just end up making a fool of myself.
I know.
But I wonder if that's what it is. For me, this is all I know. Is just utter chaos, and I love the chaos. I can't track the transfer portal to save my soul. I wait until August, and then we'll, pull out the Phil Steele magazine to go, oh, he's here now. Okay, cool.
It was easy. You just went to the spring game. That's how you figured out who everyone was going to be the next year. And then you pick somebody to root for the rest of the year. Can't tell you how many running backs I felt that way about.
But the same problem I have is everybody's losing their mind with the transfer portal. It's I got these coaches moving all over the place on top of it. The whole Ole Miss thing is a joke.
Weird, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the story they had on before the game yesterday?
No, what was it?
It was just the whole background kind of stuff of what was going on, and they were catching up with the current coaches. And just, I don't know. Tom is in Las Vegas. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. I think if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, I think college football, the Neal and all the money is kind of chaotic. But there's another point on the West Coast. When the Pac-12 was decimated and those schools got spread all over the country, I think a lot of people on the West Coast feel like we're all Division II now.
Tom, I miss the Pac-12 so much. I can't begin to tell you. I still goof it up and think Oregon's in the Pac-12. I miss it so much.
It's hard culturally to hold on to college football when you are Division II. I watched the game last night with my wife, and I loved the game, but it's tough being a college football fan on the West Coast these days. I think that that's part of the negative numbers that you're probably seeing out there.
Yeah, but being a part of the Big Ten, does that do anything? Or you can't feel like you're Division II if you're in Big Ten.
No, you don't, but it's completely different because if your kid was, raised in California, which is a football-rich country,
right,
and they're playing football in the Midwest now, and they're at a distinct disadvantage with all the travel that they do, and it is going to rub on their recruiting year after year. It's a big disadvantage for those schools.
Yeah, you're asking a lot to ask those parents travel from one coast to the next. Yeah, you're right.
And fans. Now,
fans as well.
I root for a smaller school, and I do travel for UNLV, but it's hard doing trips to the Midwest to watch your team.
Yeah, it used to be something special. Maybe you did it once a year. I get it. No, I hear you. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
A little bit of news out of college football. The NCAA has denied Trinidad Chambliss the quarterback for Ole Miss. He was trying to get a 6th year of eligibility due to a possible redshirt year that he had earlier on. They have denied him that 6th year.
What is this NCAA thing you speak of?
So that is
that a governing body?
It is, but it has about as much power as the neighborhood watch does.
So if this guy if school wants to go let him play, he can go play then?
Maybe not that far. You're not. They have that limit. Now, I'd love for, again, we all know how this goes. There will, to quote Andrew Brandt, there will be lawyers.
Let's take one last phone call as we talk about quarterbacks. Solomon is in Cleveland. Hi, Solomon.
How are you, Solomon?
How you guys doing?
We're good. We're good.
I listen to you guys like literally every day at work. So I like your show.
We appreciate you. Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you for doing that.
I'll give you friend of the show status until you rip into me. How's that sound?
No. I mean, well, as far as thank you. As far as the college quarterback thing, I had a different point I wanted to make, but since you guys are talking about colleges, as far as college football goes, listen, I'm 28. I'll be 29 next month. I've always loved my Browns and I've always loved the NFL, but I gotta admit, I never once really was into college football like that. Like, I watch Ohio State, I watch like the bigger games, I watch the playoffs, but the talent disparity in college football, even with NIL, is too big for me to like really get invested. Like, I don't want to watch, Ohio State bully on Akron for 60 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah.
I'll watch the playoffs here and there, but the actual regular season of college football is not good enough for me to invest my time in. But if I could make the point that I called about earlier,
go for it, man.
As far as the head coaching thing, I keep hearing this term that, well, not this term, but this idea that the Browns are giving Tommy Rees a head coach interview as a courtesy, and that is, I don't think either of you guys said it, but I think it was in the morning, but that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. You mean this billion-dollar company, the Browns, right?
Yeah.
And do you know any billion-dollar companies or any billion-dollar organizations that would hire somebody in a leadership position, but just give somebody a interview just for the heck of it? You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
You wouldn't go for you wouldn't. So you telling me that 92.3 fan would just interview?
Nepotism's a hell of a thing, man. Always remember that. Always remember that with some of these companies when you make that reference, because there's probably some CEO's son right there who's being interviewed for the junior vice president of some Fortune 500 company who just got a D-. That's
called connections.
Yes,
that's called connections. But I think Tommy Rees is getting interviewed because they think he's a legit candidate, though. Like, they're not just interviewing him just to say, oh, we're going to interview him because it looks good. Like, I never understood that.
Solomon, I think you're right. I mean, why would you waste your time?
Agreed.
Talking to Tommy Rees if you weren't actually wanting to hear what he has to say.
I believe it's a legit interview as well.
I think it's legit. Yeah, I don't.
Exactly. So that idea I heard earlier, I think it was on the morning show, is out the window for me. And secondly, as far as the quarterback thing for the Browns, I know I'm probably going to get crucified for this, but I don't think that the talent gap between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders is really that bad. It's really that big. It's like, if you take this injured Deshaun Watson, right, and the fully healthy Shedeur Sanders.
Wait, who's in? I got to wrap it up. Who's in the lead then? There.
Me personally, I would start Deshaun Watson just off experience. If we get some new receivers and a new line and a new coach,
we lost him. Solomon, have a good weekend. Thanks, man. I'm dropped off.
Yeah, I'm not saying Tommy Boy's a documentary, but there are some parts of it that might be true. There is no moment of
Anthony,
the show.
Anthony. Then just say hello, Anthony, and then I'll ask you our question that we like to ask it.
Hi, Andy.
Hey. He's there.
That's Mac.
Oh, Mac. I didn't realize
Trying to tell you.
Oh, Mac, how are you?
I'm good, Andy. How are you?
It's always a pleasure to hear from you. How am I supposed to know? You guys are in the other room. How am I supposed to know? Thanks for the weekend. Let me tell you this.
That's on me.
They let us out of the dungeon every now and then.
That's all right. I'll ask you why you're smarter then. But it's brought to you by our friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 5488. That's our friends at QC Kinetics. Okay, now I will ask you why you're smarter. Go ahead, Mac.
I'm smarter today because of the conversation with Brian Anderson. Again, a lot of great insight in there as well. And, of course, you guys can listen back to that in the Odyssey app or also on 923thefan.com.
Have you been back there since 11 o'clock?
About noon.
Oh, and you must have heard the interview on the way in. Okay, Dan, why are you smarter?
I am smarter today courtesy of our college football conversation.
I like it.
People, do you like this? I do, but it might just be because it's all I know.
I don't know. I'm smarter this whole week because of YouTube, because of the impact. I just didn't think it was there, but I guess it is there. And I do appreciate people chiming their voices in on YouTube as well for the show. And it's been kind of fun, and I look forward to watching that grow, blossom.
I still can't believe you lied to me and told me that you shut it and didn't shut it.
Of course, you know I was watching it. I don't know. Is there a mute there? Though I got to find the mute.
No, there is no mute.
Here.
You know what mute is? It's the little red X in the upper right-hand corner. That's mute.
Mute is the best.
Mute is that little red X in the upper right-hand corner. You just hit that bad boy on the window and it goes away.
Shout out to PayJ. Thanks for noticing, my man. All right, have a great weekend, everybody. Jeff is back on Monday. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you Monday.
And that's it.
or you can go just after drilling for oil. What are you doing, friend?
Are we still talking? Is drilling for oil an euphemism for something?
No, it's an euphemism.
Is it an euphemism? It sounded like your buddy Hacksaw for a second. Is that an euphemism?
What euphemism?
That's his Wahlberg. That's his Wahlberg. Is that an euphemism?
I saw Transformer. I think it was an euphemism.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. It's a football Friday. It's an F-off Friday. If the Open didn't tell you, hey there, hi there, ho there, everybody, as we got one hell of a weekend for you in football. We got more names in the Browns coaching search, some of which nobody can pronounce. It's one name. It's Aden Dirty, and it's real hard to say the name Aden Dirty. Why? Because we hadn't heard it before. But that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Not the chat. He is out of the chat, but he is on the channel. You guys can go ahead and like that video. We like to be liked here. And make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube as well. We got Katie Pollock. Hoosier doing the 2020? It's Katie Pollock, and she's very, very high energy, which if you're saying that about Katie, you know it's like Michael Irvin last night, hitting the streets of Miami maybe today. We'll see. She's very excited, as we're saying. Katie on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
It's a football Friday. It's an F-off Friday.
Yeah. Okay, good day.
We made it to Friday.
Good day. You got a free muffin today? Everything is coming up you.
I got a free muffin. Not just that. I got a free muffin, and then, like the gentleman I am, I split it with Mac.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I had a different question off of this. I thought you were going to say, because I've known you to be a pretty good tipper, okay?
Yeah.
And so I didn't know if then you, did you tip the amount that the muffin cost into the jar to kind of like offset the idea that you actually got a free muffin?
No, I tipped the same amount that I was going to tip regardless.
Good. I like that out of you. Okay, I got worried because I know you're a good tipper, and I got worried that then you'd have to make it up, and then all of a sudden it's like you are in fact paying for this muffin that you didn't even ask to order for.
Now, in fairness, maybe I should have thrown another $1 on there because, again, I had like a $6 drink. That's not true. I think that's a $4 drink. But I tipped an extra $1 on there. So maybe I should have done $2. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool. So basically, there was a muffin. The lady's like, well, I just touched the muffin on accident. Can I give you, would you like to take the muffin? Because I was inquiring about this muffin.
Part of her equation, though, has got to be who can I give this to that is probably going to then,
And then she looked at me and she was like, this man will take a free muffin.
Well, no, send a little cheddar my way is probably what she's thinking.
And I did. A very little cheddar. One single $1. Yeah.
She's like, dang it, I thought I had this guy. He tips great all the time. I'm sure he'd pony up a little bit more.
I did the thing of, hey, put a little tip on there just for that, though. Yeah, took credit for the tip that I was going to give anyways.
I was going to say, it was earmarked. She doesn't have to know it was earmarked anyway.
No.
So in her eyes, it worked splendidly.
And in fairness, she probably was just going to throw the muffin out.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. She touched the muffin.
I know, but she's got a busy line, I would imagine, right?
No.
Or is this coffee place just dead?
It was a dead spot when I went in. I've been lucky. Two straight days.
That doesn't look like the mermaid over there on that cup. That looks like a local place.
Look at that. Oh no, it is a local spot just down the road here. We're not naming names because I don't remember the name of it, but their coffee is delicious.
The one like near the hotel over there?
Well, now you're specifying. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, because they gave me a free muffin. What am I going to do here, right?
There's no problems.
Now, the problem... Well, the only problem
neither one of us can remember the name for the life of us, but there's no problems.
The problem could be if now, all of a sudden, somebody from that establishment is listening and it's like a free muffin.
I mean, oddly enough, though,
that could boomerang back.
It still ended up being pretty vague, all things considered, being like the one near the hotel. It's still pretty vague.
We have several hotels.
We got a lot of hotels downtown. Yeah. I think we're in the clear here. I think it's all right.
So,
although I know what you're talking about now, I do.
So I know exactly
which one you're talking about.
All right. So the names today: Dan Pitcher. He's getting an interview.
Good.
That sounds like a creative coach. Right, when you're starting like a franchise
baseball name.
I was actually thinking, oh, that's great. Remember Storm Lightning from the Ken Griffey Jr. baseball game? And it was like Pedro Pitcher. I think there actually was like a Pedro Pitcher or somebody like that.
Yeah, Pablo Sanchez is always the big one. But
that's a great one. And Aden Dirty, which sounds like a made-up name, but no, it's just an English name. Those are the two fellows today, and we did hear the name. And I was wondering if this one was going to happen because I think he's a commodity out there, but it's maybe not a big name to Browns fans. The Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, the Browns going to they're going to interview him as well. What do we think about these coaches?
Yeah, we're here. We're not very impressed, but we're here.
Ooh, I actually put the Jesse Minter one above
No, that's
Dan
better
Pitcher
than Dan.
and
Of course, that's better than Dan Pitcher. Of course it is. And by the way, what's not if you can't land a Harbaugh, you get Harbaugh adjacent. Is that the idea there? You get somebody in the Harbaugh sphere. Like I can't tell you how much I love Matt LaFleur's brother Mike just by the idea that he's around
They
Sean
have the
McVay,
same blood,
and they have the same blood and DNA. So maybe we got something there. Because again, we have no idea with any of these guys at this point, and we're not in these meetings, so we don't have much to really go off of. But if like the basis of that is that he's one of these people that's in the sphere of Sean McVay, and people that have been in the sphere for as long as he have typically come out and done at least all right, including LaFleur, Taylor, KOC, all these guys, right? Well, the Harbaugh sphere is a pretty good sphere to fall into. And Jesse Minter not only was there, obviously they won a title with Michigan, but then has followed him into the NFL with the Chargers. And so, like, he is Harbaugh's guy. And so that's not a bad thing.
He's also a coach's kid. His dad, Rick, was the head coach at Cincinnati for, I want to say, I'm going to butcher this, but 8, 9, 10 years back in the day. So he grew up in football. I do think the fact, by the way, that because of the way Harbaugh being a former quarterback and offensive side of the ball kind of guy, Jesse Minter is the head coach of the defense. Now, in fairness, Jim Harbaugh's the head coach of everything, but I like the fact that if you go, hey, who's responsible for the defensive success of these LA Chargers, you got to give a lot to the scheme of Jesse Minter.
Right. Does first-year head coach, as a defensive side of the ball, first-year head coach scream, that's what I want for this coaching search? Probably not. But there's worse names than Jesse Minter out there for sure.
Oh, but he does. Okay, so this is going to be the push and pull of this search. Like Mike McDaniel, who we I think we both came around to yesterday in our conversation.
I came around to. I started off the gate like, let's go.
And then I went up to you by saying he's number 2 on my list.
He was number 2 on my list on the 2 o'clock hour.
I think I said number 1.
Ooh. Well,
wait, no, Harbaugh's number 1.
That would be one up.
But that's a different list.
No, and to be fair, my list I had him 2 while just leaving Harbaugh completely off the list because I didn't think it was attainable at this point.
That is fair. Now I'm very confused about lists and whatnot. But
either way, we both think highly of him.
Yeah, I think so. McDaniel gives you offensive mind. You keep Schwartz. You have an offensive head coach, a defensive head coach. You've got 2 guys that can develop talent and scheme the hell out of some football. That's why that one makes sense to me. With Jesse Minter, I think some of the things that we've talked about that I like are the idea of he's a people person, meaning he's not a people pleaser, but he's a good communicator. He's I don't want to say disciplinarian, but kind of a traditional defensive football coach. And I think the defensive side of the ball is where a lot of the motivators tend to come from, thinking of like Mike Tomlin, first off, as a guy who's like, that's one of the big names there. I think Brian Flores is another kind of motivator from the defensive side of the ball. Mike McDonald in Seattle is another motivator on the defensive side of the ball. So he's kind of anti. It's like Minter versus McDaniel.
You can't be under Jim Harbaugh for as long as you have been and be anything but a motivator.
Slouch.
Now, yeah, I mean, that's
Freddie Kitchens.
That's what Harbaugh is. Harbaugh is. If you're gonna be around Harbaugh for as long as he is, I would imagine you're close to what his thinking is and his philosophies are, and he's not. I mean, he's a people person. Exactly what he said. He's a people person. But so you immediately get rid of Jim Schwartz. More likely than not, that's probably the idea. Jesse Minter's going to want his own defense. He's going to want his own everything, and he's probably going to want his own staff. And so, like, I'm doing all that for a defensive coordinator in his first year. It's a lot to do. He's got to really impress you to get there.
Yeah, I would also like to know who the OC is going to be because I think anybody on the defensive side of the ball, even Schwartz. Who's the guy calling plays? What's the criteria? Because that's what I need to know. Now, while we're on the topic of the Browns' job, obviously we have the playoffs this weekend, both in college and, of course, the NFL. And we're going to get to that, a fair amount of that today. But RG3, remember him? RG3 does not, apparently, believe the Browns' job is a good job. We're going to give his first criteria on why the Browns head coaching job is, I believe, I'm paraphrasing here because I haven't heard this sound, but the worst head coach gig in the NFL right now.
The Cleveland Browns have the worst head coaching vacancy in the NFL. By far. Maybe even in NFL history. For 3 reasons. 1, the quarterback situation is absolutely atrocious. Deshaun Watson is coming off yet another injury. You owe him $46 million, so what are you going to do with him? Dylan Gabriel was your higher draft pick this past season. You got him sitting on the bench behind Shedeur Sanders, who most of the team wants to be the starter.
All right. You're a college football guy first, and you can't say Shedeur Sanders.
You got that very wrong.
That's a real strike. 2, calling it maybe the worst head coach opening in history is atop the most hyperbolic, look at me, Louie, Skip Bayless, Jason Whitlock, don't you know who I am kind of moment. I will say this with respect, because I like some of what RG3 does on social media and in media. That's a clown take.
I think. Listen, you can call the QB situation what it is. I don't think many people are going to bat for what this QB room is right now. But Sean Payton entered the Broncos situation where you had $90 million in dead cap money with Russell Wilson, and you hadn't drafted Bo Nix yet. Coaches take these jobs with maybe not the greatest of quarterback outlooks because they think they're going to get it right and turn it around quickly.
So here is RG3's second criteria on why the Browns' head coaching vacancy is the worst in the NFL this year.
Number 2, it's one of the most historically dysfunctional franchises in the league. It's Kevin Stefanski wanted Deshaun Watson as his quarterback. Wanted him so bad that he was willing to get rid of Baker Mayfield, who is now the franchise quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I think RG3 is one of those dudes that if you just say it with enough flair, people are like, this guy's got some points. I would like you, RG3, I know you might not cover the entire NFL anymore. Please see the Tennessee Titans. If we're talking about dysfunction, they've had, I want to say, a combination of 6 different combinations of head coach and GM since 2020. They are more dysfunctional than the Cleveland Browns are. That's not saying a lot. But just off the rip.
And if I could $1 Bob you here for a second, I feel like not only are the Titans added to that list, the Raiders are more dysfunctional than the Browns. The Dolphins are more dysfunctional than the Browns right now.
Guys, the Giants.
Cardinals are more dysfunctional than there's a lot of dysfunctional teams at the moment. The Browns are not they're not the last on this list.
Every one of those teams that we've mentioned have had more head coaches than the Browns since 2020.
Right.
All right, so let's get the last one here about RG3's criteria on why the Browns' job is the worst job, or the worst vacancy in the NFL this cycle.
And number 3, you're going to have to answer to a GM in Andrew Berry who's now put himself on the hot seat. The Cleveland Browns have only won 8 games in the last 2 years. It was clear this year that Andrew Berry wanted Shedeur Sanders and that Kevin Stefanski wanted Dylan Gabriel at quarterback. So now you come in as a head coach and you might as well go ahead and trade Dylan Gabriel to wherever Kevin Stefanski ends up. And then you got to make a decision on whether you believe in Shedeur Sanders as your starter or not. Because if you do, you build around him and you give him a full offseason to get better and develop. But if you don't, you got to go with Deshaun Watson and you got to trade Shedeur Sanders as well. Because his gravitas in the locker room and the belief that he has built up in the city is too much for him to be a backup. If I was the next coach of the Cleveland Browns, I'd keep Shedeur Sanders and build around him, trade away Dylan Gabriel and tell Deshaun Watson, see you later.
He said Shedeur 3 different ways in there.
He got to a very different conclusion than I thought he was going to get to. At one point, he traded Shedeur, and then all of a sudden, he made him the starting quarterback. I actually do like his thought process with Dylan Gabriel, though.
Yeah, so wait, you like him trading Dylan Gabriel?
About that. No, Stefanski in particular. Because Stefanski likes him so much, I hadn't considered the idea that RG3, that's a good point by him. Yeah, Stefanski, whatever you want. You can go. You can trade for Dylan Gabriel.
Hey, all it's going to take is a 3rd-round pick.
Sure, yeah, let's get it back. Same pick you spent on him, you go ahead and with your new team, go get him back.
Was it 92nd pick? We'll give you Dylan Gabriel for that this year.
Let's do that. That sounds good.
Because we're good people, and that's what we like to do.
But he is missing the larger point on this, and that
he's missing every point.
Yeah, I mean, he consistently missed a lot of points. But like, if you're a hardball, if you're somebody we actually want, if you're Sean McDermott and you shake free, if you're LaFleur and you shake free, you don't have to worry about Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry is going to be the least of your concerns. You can fire him the moment that you get hired for the job if you want. Like, you don't have to worry about Andrew Berry. I promise you.
And here's the other thing. None of the other coaches. So Harbaugh's the one guy that can walk in and say, that guy's not my GM, right? And Jimmy Haslam will say candidly yes, right? Like that's and by the way, I would be surprised if Jimmy and Andrew hadn't had some semblance of a conversation about, I'm going to do anything I can get to get this guy if Jimmy's truly interested in John Harbaugh. All this being said, everybody else fits into the thing that you're trying to build here. Like Mike McDaniel, I think if he waits a year, might have some power to a thing that you pointed out yesterday is going to age well, I think, for Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
And then it's going to come around. And if you're the Lions offensive coordinator and you've got them in the NFC title game with that offense again, Mike McDaniel becomes the legend of Mike McDaniel because he didn't be a head coach for 1 year. Mike McDaniel today? If Mike wants to be a head coach in the NFL, you will report to Andrew Berry.
Yeah, you get no say.
And you will accept your role within this. And by the way, that guy's probably got more options than anybody else we've talked about.
Which is why, as of right now, I feel like Andrew Berry's pushing really hard for the Jesse Minter types. He's pushing really hard, trying to make Dan Pitcher and everything, because he still then gets to be the guy that tells him what to do. He gets to be the guy in charge. He's not worried about his job, but there are big enough names out there that Andrew Berry has to worry he's going to get Jacksonville'd.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. A lot of things to get with the two different sets of playoffs between college football and the NFL. We got Jory Epstein, senior NFL reporter at Yahoo Sports. She has an opinion on what the firing of Stefanski means for Shedeur and the Browns' job at large. We'll also talk the playoffs. We'll pick the playoffs today as well on the show. Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk, Cleveland's own He's at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about the status of the Browns' job. We've got the latest on John Harbaugh. Darrell Ryder also joins us coming up at 6 o'clock as well. But 216-474-0092. Do you agree with RG3, which rhymes, that the Browns have the worst head coaching gig in the NFL? I think he was pretty much wrong on pretty much everything he said, so I don't agree. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not going to spin it as the best, and I do think there's a lot of beauties in the eye of the beholder jobs this offseason. I'm not saying there aren't people out there, aren't coaches out there that would look at it as the worst. I just don't think if we took the old coaches poll and literally everybody that's going to interview for the head coach and said, what's the worst job, I think Tennessee's going to win out even if they have Cam Ward. Maybe Arizona. I don't know, but it's not the Browns. That's all that matters. And how important are vibes in the coaching search? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has your tickets to the Progressive Cleveland Boat Show. Presented
and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes. We have a real brouhaha. We've got lines forming at the station. Not the kind of lines Michael Irvin would enjoy or was enjoying last night.
I saw him buying T-shirts off of like fans in the stands, like Ole Miss T-shirts for some reason. I don't know what he was offering up, but it looked like $200-$300 easily.
Yeah.
I'm just going to buy this T-shirt off of you.
Was there a baggie as well?
Oh, you think that was the hookup? Oh, that's actually a clever way of going about it.
By the way, no chance in hell he'd rather give away money. He's not giving away the sweet powder. Come on now. Okay. But lines are forming. We got sides being taken here. Katie Pollock came in to correct me that it's Aden Dirty. Then we listened to a British guy interviewing Aden Dirty.
Yeah, where was this? It was on YouTube, but was it like an official football podcast, or what was this?
It was like NFL UK. It was their official YouTube channel.
We really should like just open up like a soccer podcast or something that me and you do or something, and we're just like, we're the wacky American guys that just kind of talk about their sport.
I don't know. I had an Ohio State podcast that neither myself or my co-host was on, and several people at the station who went to us, they're very upset about that. So, no? I'm assuming that would we extrapolate that times 10 for the Americans talk about a sport they don't know.
Well, I just love the idea of somebody in London being like, this American doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's like, no, we don't.
No.
But we're gonna go and we're gonna try.
But you bastards talk about my sport, so
yeah.
And then there's
just getting one back for America is all. That's all.
Or
take that, Sam Munson.
Or let's catfish him. We'll put upon fake English accents. They'll be like, I think your brand's job is jolly good.
Yeah.
And we'll just do an English podcast.
And we'll come up with a really obscure place in England.
Yeah. Well, I'm from Tottenham on the Spur, right? Something no, that would be too.
That's too on the nose.
Yeah. I'm on Willie on the Hog, right?
We could do a real name. We could do a real place.
No, I think
but it'd be like if somebody came here and was like, oh yeah, these Americans, they do it from Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
One of the something like that.
But so we don't know. You sided with Katie.
Well, I did. I sided with the pronunciation guides.
Yeah,
I did.
Well, but what did they know?
And also, common sense kind of leaped in there as well. If we're being honest,
Aden, Aden.
Yeah, but I've never heard that name before.
Well, because you're an American.
Yeah, but I've never heard anyone. I've never heard anyone have that name before, and I've heard Aden be a name for a very long time.
I did. Okay, all right. That's a little.
Well, it's just common sense.
That's a little nationalistic for you. It plays well today. But
I am American, so it makes sense.
It's true.
It makes sense that I would be nationalistic.
Red, White, and Jonathan. That's what we always say.
I've never been called nationalistic before, though. Okay.
Yeah. Johnny Red, White, and Blue.
That's another thing people call me.
Yeah, that is
another thing people call me.
Yeah.
Sparklers in the studio.
Yeah.
I've read the whole bit.
That's true. I'm going to stop there.
Yeah,
I'm going to stop there. But I will say, Aden Dirty points because for the next
clearly it's Aden.
And yes, it is. Yes, it is Aden. So for the next 4 years, we get to hear an English accent.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's got one. It was fourth down, Captain. All right.
Okay, now I got to the reason why he wanted to have this discussion. Sometimes I gotta.
What are you talking about?
I gotta wait for a little bit. I'm like, I don't know why he wants to do this pronunciation guide discussion, but let's go down this road.
You think me wants to talk about this for that reason?
That was the payoff. That was what you were waiting
Crikey.
for. The idea of you in the reverse Ted Lasso, where one of theirs comes over here, and then we laugh at some of the English isms that he has and some of the weird quirks that he has because he's not from here. So there we go. You want to talk about, Cleveland is such a place of you have to be from here in order to even understand Cleveland. I can't they get on people like me from Chicago. I can't imagine what they do from someone not from America.
Oh man, the protests.
East side versus west side.
We won a little war about 250 years ago.
I don't even.
We didn't need an Englishman as our coach.
You know the amount of comments if he messes up that are just obviously always going to exist of this is why you don't hire. You got to hire America.
Yep.
It's a football coach.
Yeah.
How do you not hire an American?
Would you? They took our jobs. Come on now. We're not doing that bid. Outsourcing? No? Anybody? I'm just on an island here. That's right.
No, I'm just thinking of like the different things. Like if we play the Patriots, for instance, it's like here's our Boston Tea Party. Different things like that. That's going to just always pop up and be thrown in our face. Or in other words, it's not going to go well. It's that from that, or it'll go great one way or another. I'm not buying Aiden. I'm not buying Aiden stock.
Or Adden.
He's here.
So you're
He's
not
here
buying his vibe?
He's here in Cleveland today because once again they're doubling up with interviews. By the way, this was not just good job. This was not just left for Tommy Rees and Jim Schwartz yesterday. We have 2 today, and so people are wondering if Aiden is even getting the fair shake to begin with anyway, because everyone wondered that with Tommy Rees. So he could be in like an Uber right now listening to us as we just bash his nationality, his existence.
Hey, Adden, come on, buddy. You're my guy. All right? Me thinks you good.
How many wins does he have to have in year 1 for you to get his name right?
11.
Like if he got hired as the head coach, I have a feeling you'd just be like, this is like when everyone thought it was Tyrod and then Tyrod Taylor for a little bit.
That was a troll job by Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah.
Still one of the funniest things ever.
And then everyone just kind of went along with it, but then there were some holdouts that are like, you know what? Doesn't win enough games for me to move this. He's Tyrod to me until he wins enough games. Yep. This could be you with Aiden.
Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be dependent every year. He's an Adden in a lost year, meaning like you didn't make the playoffs, you didn't win more than 9 or more games.
Yeah.
You do that, or God help me, you win a Super Bowl, I'll never call you the wrong name again. Let's call you Coach.
I'll call you friend.
I'll be there at your U.S. citizenship if it already hasn't happened already. I'm assuming it's already happened.
How about the fast track for that? If it hasn't happened yet, you win a Super Bowl immediately to the front of the line.
Maybe. I don't know.
People grease those wheels pretty quick.
You know what? They do grease them wheels. Now, all this being said, we're talking about Odd and Dirty's vibe, and JP's doing him dirty with that mispronunciation of his name. How important are vibes in the Browns coaching search? Well, the Morning Boys made the case that Mike McDaniel couldn't possibly be the head coach here because he doesn't match the Cleveland vibe.
I got the sense yesterday, running some errands, seeing some people, they would not be down with that hire. They would really not, the vibe of it. And I got to tell you, like, we're a Midwestern town. He's a nice guy. There's things to like about him, but I just don't think the vibe clicks with a town like Cleveland. I hear a lot about capri pants, and I'm like, yeah, that ain't going to work in a place like Cleveland, Ohio.
Capri's can't be a reason why you get a guy out of it. What are we doing?
I think it was a little tongue-in-cheek.
This is like the backward hat thing with Colin Cowherd all over again. What are we really doing here?
I think it was a little tongue-in-cheek from our buddies in the morning. I do.
But the sentiment is obviously what? You have to fit the vibes.
Yeah.
Here's my news breaking on this. All coaches are weird. Every NFL coach you meet is weird. They're all weirdos. Every one of them. That's why they're at the top of this profession. They're all a bunch of oddballs. See Lane Kiffin and the stories we've been talking about him for 48 hours. Like, they're all weirdos. Even the ones that seem like they might have a semblance of normal, they're not normal people. Now, do I think McDaniel takes us to a little bit of an extreme over some of the others? Sure. But you're not going to be able to find a head coach that is just a legitimate, normal human being. They don't exist in the NFL.
Didn't you say that you didn't like him because he vaped on the sidelines? Because I think that's right up there with
No,
capri pants.
I didn't. In fact, I just brought up that he vaped on the sidelines. You said, oh, yeah, that doesn't bother me. And I said, yeah, doesn't bother me either.
Okay. I didn't remember. It was yesterday.
We had it on the Twitter and everything. No, I don't care about that stuff.
Okay.
I really, truthfully don't. There are things I care about. But when it comes to capri pants, when it comes to vaping on the sidelines, when it comes to him turning into what looks like basically somebody that would serve Michael Irvin a lot of his substances, I don't care. I don't care that he turned into Narcos in Miami. A lot of people turn into looking like Narcos when they start to live in Miami for multiple years. It happens. He's a weird dude. NFL coaches are weird. I'm not going to hold that against him. I care if you coach a football team at a high level. That's what I care about.
I'm in a little bit of a precarious spot here because Kevin Stefanski clearly didn't fit the vibe of this town. Because he's an Ivy Leaguer, and this town has, historically, if you're an Ivy Leaguer in this town and you don't win games, it's tough for you.
Which Mike McDaniel is an Ivy Leaguer, by the way.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't come across like an Ivy Leaguer.
He went to Yale, did he not?
Yeah, no, he did. He is a legit. I've heard his IQ thrown out there. I don't understand IQ numbers because I'm not that smart, but I've heard it's very high. It's very high, just like Michael Irvin.
You've heard people have discussed his IQ numbers?
Yeah, I remember it being quoted in.
I'm kind of curious to find out what it is.
It actually might have been in Cleveland.
I remember Tom Herman. At one point, it was like very well known that he's a member of Mensa, and it was like 165, and he would like brag about it being 165.
Maybe it was 175. He could have won at Texas. I don't know.
Matt, can we get some research done on Mike McDaniel's
Senior
IQ
research
score?
analyst
I'm
Matt
trying
Robinson.
to look it up right now, and I'm not seeing any official scores, at least currently, so...
like the combine. That actually would be great.
IQ scores out there?
That actually would be great. Coaching combine, and we got just the IQ number. Oh, these coaches could not handle it.
I'm not seeing any confirmed numbers for the IQ.
AI says there are no publicly available official IQ scores for
maybe
Mike
it was
McDaniel.
back when he was with the Browns, but I remember there being some article on Mike McDaniel. And maybe it was in Atlanta. I don't know, but I do distinctly remember.
There is a Reddit board wondering if his brain moves too quickly.
That's true.
It's like as if like it moves too fast.
It's so quickly that his mouth can't keep up with
This is like when Coach got on Schlesinger earlier on in the year being like, he's so fast he over pursues. And that's like a problem for him. He just
Same
moves
thing
too
with
quickly.
Myles Garrett.
Same exact thing.
So I'm torn because I do think that Kevin...
But yeah, graduated from Yale in 2004.
Here's the thing. Kevin, I think, was an incredibly affable guy that chose to just not communicate to fans in a way that I thought was more authentic and more engaging. And I think anybody that talked to Kevin off air for 2 seconds, or made him or had him talk about Pearl Jam, understood that Kevin was a very engaging, like a very delightful guy to have any sort of conversation with. And I think Kevin chose not to do that, and so that didn't fit the vibe here. You hurt your relatability with the Browns. I guess my thing is, I would like a coach that I can vibe with. I would like a coach that comes out there and sounds like a football coach. That was a compliment I gave Jim Schwartz. That's a compliment I've given Tommy Rees. When they talk in their press conferences, they sound like a freaking coach because they can tell you the truth without ragging on someone. And so I think it's almost a little bit of chicken bleep when a coach is a coach and then he comes out and he speaks in generalities or basically just speaks with completely bland conversation that means nothing, right? I'm also not letting vibe hold me back if Mike McDaniel's the best candidate. I think that's where I struggle with.
His vibe up until this last year, that's all people raved about with him, was the idea that he did get along with the players so well. In fact, the only detriment to that was people wondered if he was almost just too close to the players in regards to some of his coaching styles, if he needed to be more the authoritative figure because he was almost too buddy-buddy with some of those guys. Now, that turned in the last year. Don't really know what happened for it to turn, but it turned in the last year. But no, like, I mean, he is, I call him hipster Kevin Stefanski because I mean it. I think that's very true, but he's like a walking good vibe.
I just think it's funny that and again, I think it is a fair point. Like, I'm not trying to shoot down what Ken's saying because I think there are going to be people who don't love the vibe. I guess my thing is, do we really think before the first press conference, anybody but Harbaugh is going to be a home run with fans? No, it's going to be, can you win the press conference? It's going to be that simple.
Is only people that seem like they could do a blue-collar job eligible to be the head coach of the Browns? Is that the idea? Is that what they're going for?
With this search, yes, after Kevin.
Like Kingsbury, for instance, I know people have ragged down him for being too good looking. I think that's one of your lines. Yep. It's like, is that just immediately eliminate him from being the head coach?
You have to get a real scar on his face.
If you want someone that seems like he's a blue-collar guy, Mike McDaniels, that's not your Huckleberry.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a lot that he offers up, but he's not your Huckleberry then, because he is not that guy. Yeah, his car breaks down on the side of the road. That man's calling AAA and not even questioning it.
It should be noted, Mike McDaniel, in a bad season, is going to annoy the hell out of me and annoy the hell out of you. That's not why you do or don't hire a coach. 216-474-0092. Does the new coach's vibe have to match Cleveland? After Stefanski, do you need a good vibe with the new head coach? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, Spin Zone on Adden Dirty.
His name is Aiden.
Spin Zone on Adden Dirty. An English guy called him Adden, and English people would know. We could call, remember, Kat Hickman, the assistant GM?
Yeah.
She's from Canada. Okay?
Yeah.
Got a lot of Americans on the staff. I believe Jacques César, the defensive line coach, is of Haitian descent, even though he's American-born. We call instead of the Ivy Leaguers, United Nations. Come on now. English head coach, Canadian assistant GM, American general. This is an American. This is a worldwide. We need to come together as a world in these tough times. All right, warring, all these things that are going on.
Yeah,
there's division in this country. Only the United Nations can bring Browns together.
This would definitely get held against the Browns.
The English thing?
No. The United Nations staff.
Why?
Because people would be like, "It's America.
Do we live?
We need. If we're going to win in football, we need Americans.
Do we live in a divisive time?
This is our game. America. It's America's game. What are we doing going out in here and making this the United Nations?
Are you saying America first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Got that on record.
I'm an America first fan when it comes to football.
I can't believe you fell for that trap.
There's no trap here, friend.
There's a trap.
There's no trap here.
I want you to say America first on air. I think there's a trap.
No.
Let's go ahead and get into quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
They took our jobs. Giants quarterback and Ole Miss product Jackson Dart was seen on the sidelines of the Fiesta Bowl last night. The video feed caught his half of a interaction with some dude on the sideline, and he mouthed the names Stefanski or Harbaugh. You can't beat those allegations. Many people are suggesting the question, which we don't see, was who's going to be the head coach. Should we take this to the bank, or do you think it could possibly have been who are the favorites for it? Who do you want as the job?
So obviously, I had the same response as the assistant that asked the question that Jackson Dart had, where after Jackson says Stefanski or Harbaugh, he just kind of looks like, oh, so you gave us nothing new.
Yeah.
Great, you told us exactly what the internet told you. Like, all this told me is that Jackson Dart's not in on these conversations, is what this told me.
I listened to the morning show at FAN today, and they had moved on from John Harbaugh with the Giants because they just assumed that Harbaugh was going to go down to Miami. I think if we listen to him on Monday, they might flip-flop because they've hired a hyphenated first name from Green Bay, John Eric. By the way, don't even get me started
John
on
Eric
that.
Sullivan.
Yeah. I mean, the Sullivan's
but
fine.
John
It's the John
Eric thing?
Choose one,
Hey,
John.
there's no mistake in that one. We know how to say John and Eric.
I don't do hyphenated first names. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't have much of a frame of reference for other hyphenated first names.
Mostly, all the great assassins in history have had three names. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Like John Wilkes Booth. We're talking. This probably goes a long way.
It does. Remember them all. Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know why that one took so darn long. However, the point is, what was the point?
The guy that killed Garfield wasn't, though.
Wait, that's not Shogash, is it?
No. You see, this is what happens when you watch a whole Netflix series on it and you get really into it for like a week, and then all of a sudden it's just one in one door, out the other door.
Thank you, Mac. That's a good call.
I want to see how many you can name.
That's about what I got.
That's about what you got.
It's Leon Shogash. There's Lee Harvey Oswald, John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, I'm sure someone's done like a Facebook post on this one. They've named like 3 or 4.
Yeah, but
4
I
or
don't.
5.
Here's the other thing. I don't really want to name more than 3 or 4 because then you start to get really upset about how many people have been assassinated, and you're like, man, this sucks.
Well, or the idea that your parents don't give you a chance if you give you a hyphenated first name.
They basically say
they set you up for it.
Growing up.
Like, this is going to be tough on you.
Yeah.
But that's why...
Well, it's going to be tough on somebody else.
Well, that's why John Eric Sullivan is such a story of inspiration.
Yeah. Now the only thing he's going to assassinate is the Dolphins' chances of winning a playoff game for another 5 years.
Boom.
Bank biscuit.
There we go. All right. Staying close to Jackson Dart and that game last night, the NCAA has denied Trinidad Chambliss a 6-year of eligibility. He was trying to get this because a couple years ago he had a medical situation that popped up, and he thought this would be enough. NCAA says, no, not enough. We're not going to go ahead and give you this one. So it seems like Trinidad is going to have to try to find a way to make it in the NFL, which is going to be interesting. But I kind of think this stinks. Again, I'm not privy to every bit of this with Trinidad, but he was fun to watch, and I thought he was great for college football, and I was getting excited about the idea of him coming back to Ole Miss next year.
So this is a tough one because on one hand, I actually do think Ole Miss and Chambliss can still appeal this basically. So there's still a fight.
Yeah.
But
that's what they've said, actually, by the way, is they're going to do an injunction in Mississippi.
The other kind of interesting thing, I wonder how that one's going to go. Because it's in Mississippi, guys. And there's no other thing. I'm not going back to the assassin thing.
Okay, funny enough, we probably should just recognize that an injunction in Mississippi might go the Ole Miss quarterback's way.
I'm gonna guess.
We might just reserve.
I don't want to have a hot take here.
We might just reserve that idea.
But I'm torn on this.
He's got to find a way to get this through.
I'm just torn on this because it's like everybody plays 7 years in college now.
I know, like he's going to be the one that you draw a line on. Like it was respiratory issues year 2 at Ferris State is the call. Like I don't care what happened at Ferris State.
Does it mean he just hasn't had an asthma attack?
Might be good enough for me.
Hay
you know
fever?
What I mean?
Was that a bad year for pollen?
Hey, good enough for me. Don't care. Get him on the field. You know, like I look at him and I see how he played last night, and I think to myself, like, college football could do better with him in there. He's not going to do anything at the NFL level. This is, he's a day 3 pick at best, or he's going to be undrafted. Like, give him this chance. Give him another year. Let's see what happens.
I just love when they get stingy with all the eligibility.
Tyler Shuck was like 75 years old.
Yeah.
You know the average age of Indiana's roster is 23?
Yeah. Well, that's now the way you're going to win.
For sure.
That's actually why the Big Ten has been so good at all this is the depth on these last 3 teams, and I'm just giving Indiana the championship. The depth on these last 3 teams is insane.
I saw Ohio State fans last night complaining about that idea, being like, wait, we go too young.
Yeah.
We've given out too many primetime deals to young players. Everyone's a complete man at this point in college football.
Give me a 25-year-old at every position. That's what I think we want there.
Basically, yeah.
With Ole Miss's loss in the Fiesta Bowl, it now makes 3 straight years the SEC's been shut out of the national title game. In fact, the SEC went 4-10 in bowl games this year, with 2 of those wins coming in SEC versus SEC matchups. So they really only got 2 pure wins in the bowl games. Is the old SEC dominance ever coming back?
I don't think so. It's pretty simple. For a million years, the SEC dominated because the SEC was handing out all sorts of cash under the table, and it was what it was. Meanwhile, the other places like the Big Ten were a little bit more on the up and up about their dealings.
Not much, but a little bit more.
Yeah, but a little bit more. Whereas, like, they didn't go the full way, where the SEC was just like, all right, yeah, we won't even be shy about this. And so the SEC had an advantage for a long, long time, and that advantage has dissipated.
I think fans of blue blood programs are going to get progressively more and more upset at the state of college football, because I think I think the great randomizer, I think this is going to make gambling really impossible early in seasons. I think player migration makes this incredibly impossible to really understand who can play football and who can't, because I think it's giving schools like Ole Miss, and I think it's giving schools like Indiana, and Cincinnati's a huge part of that. So but Miami, I think we're getting to a point where the talent gets so flushed out because, again, players move from year to year, that you're getting maybe 20 teams on any given year that might have enough talent to win a playoff game. Maybe half those have a chance to significantly win the championship. I don't think it's just bad for the SEC. Yeah, okay, Big Ten's on top right now. They're probably going to have won 3 straight at the end of this cycle. Yeah, but I think the ACC is going to be better represented here in the next couple of years. I think the Big 12 is I think the days of it just being the Big Ten and the SEC, I think there's so much money in it now, it's almost kind of counteracting the just sheer amount of money for both the big conferences.
Yeah, no question.
Love it.
All right, Memphis is entertaining offers for the first time to potentially move 2-time All-Star Ja Morant. Oddly enough, 2-time All-Star seems very, very light for Ja Morant there. Ahead of the deadline on February 5th, how do we think about Ja Morant being moved? You saw Trae Young get moved. You had to think this was coming. Ja Morant on the go. I actually think Milwaukee does make some sense if you want to go ahead and pair him with Giannis and make a run for it that way.
I
But
we know the Haslams don't care about off-the-field issues.
I mean, if anything, this would be a Haslam hire, would it not?
Yeah, they'd be like, hey, what did he do? What did he get suspended for?
He keeps beefing with his coach because he beefs with everybody. He's clearly problematic in many, many ways, but he's also very, very good at basketball still.
Yeah, he's such a talented player. Isaiah Ryder was like this, where Isaiah Ryder, J.R. Ryder to some, was such a fantastic basketball player, but really only lasted about 5 years at a spot. That was about as long as he was going to do, and he was just a tremendous basketball player, but just never got out of his own way. I think that's Ja. I mean, granted, he's still only 26, but here's the thing. The Spurs shouldn't upset their chemistry for this kid. OKC, this is kind of the talent level of player that SGA and Ja Morant together would be fun to watch, just dominate the NBA. They shouldn't do it. He's not worth...
No, they won't, and they won't.
This is going to be very akin to the Trae Young trade. If you
in many ways, yes.
If you had traded Trae Young 3 years ago.
So the difference in that is that this trade is Memphis wants picks and young players.
Yes.
So but mainly picks.
But think about it.
After they made the Desmond Bane trade, they're in on getting picks, and it's going to be a little bit different because Washington they didn't give anything up.
3 years ago, if you had traded Trae Young, you're not getting C.J. McCollum and Corey Crispert for him. You're not. I think maybe a pick. It's gonna be really, really tough to get what I think Memphis wants for Ja Morant. Because who's going to take the risk on Ja, given it's not like Memphis is winning the way they were 3 years ago.
Let me tell you some of the early teams that ESPN has attached to Ja Morant, and maybe this will help us out a little bit. Miami is one of them. They have a trade with Miami that is centered around Tyler Hero. We talked about culture. Maybe Spoelstra could be the one that gets him,
send him to Miami.
In the right idea.
Hey, the guy's got a problem with drugs. sorry, the guy's got a problem with guns. Let's send him to Miami. Okay.
Yeah. So Miami's one. Milwaukee is one on the basis of trying to basically help out Giannis and the tail end of Giannis's prime. You get something going that way. Toronto is another one. And then the last one on this list is, oddly enough, Minnesota. Minnesota's the last one.
Minnesota's going to be really hard to make the money work out there.
Well, it was a 3-team trade, so they would end up involving Washington in this, and then obviously it's the other two teams, Minnesota and Memphis.
I don't like any of them. I mean, maybe Milwaukee, because I do think Giannis and him could be at least interesting together. And I don't think the price is going to be ridiculously high on Ja. Toronto would be interesting, but I don't know.
Toronto, you get traded to Toronto, people just forget about you and you're gone, basically, at this point.
I wish the best for the kid. He's a great basketball player, and it just doesn't seem like he's got too much going on off the court. It doesn't mean he's definitively a bad dude, but there's just so many concerns there. Like people have floated the Ja Morant for Darius Garland trade, and I think you actually get better with Ja Morant here as opposed to Darius, which is hard to say in the NBA. I don't want Ja Morant anywhere near the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I realize what I did there in bashing Toronto, and once again putting America first.
Yep. That's what they say about old Johnny America.
I'm just a patriot, man.
That's true. You just love this country.
I'm sorry you don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
You don't.
That's fair. Not as much as you, apparently.
Nope.
The world of college football is on fire today. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
despite having talent that we all agreed was way, way higher than 5th round pick. But why was he considered developmental? Why were some teams like he's not even on our draft board? Why did Kevin Stefanski had said that he needed a redshirt year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Jory Epstein, senior NFL reporter at Yahoo Sports, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll also start our playoff eliminator with the wild card round in about 40 minutes. Miles Simmons, Cleveland's own, coming up at 4 o'clock. So a loaded football Friday, an F-off Friday. Aden Dirty, or Aden Dirty, Dan Pitcher, Jesse Minter. These are the 3 names circulating on the Cleveland coaching market today. 2 of those, the first 2 are interviewing, and Jesse Minter will be interviewed by the Browns sometime next week. He's the Chargers defensive coordinator, but missed a moment in the show. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. A little bit of sad news here is longtime Cleveland plain dealer, columnist Bill Livingston has passed away at the age of 77. It's very, very nice, as one would expect. Obituary here saying the last line that I thought was really, really cool. Bill often said, "I've had a great life." He absolutely did. There's a couple great things in this, but obviously, thoughts and prayers go out to his family. Bill, 77, still pretty young these days to go. So it's pretty sad to hear that. So Bill, a sports columnist here at the Plain Dealer for 34 years.
Yeah, 34 years is, that's an incredible run, obviously. And we wish, just the best for his family and going through this difficult time.
Yeah. So again, Bill Livingston has passed away. If you guys, I think Pat McMahon, I think Pat has sent out a McManaman. Good Lord, that's hard to say. He sent out a nice tweet about Bill, and we've seen several other people do this. I think Al Powell sent one out as well. So that is the latest there. Now, obviously, we talked a little bit about the Fiesta Bowl with the Jackson Dart stuff. Kind of have to talk about the pretty significant no call at the end there. Ole Miss in about the half field, right, about 50-yard line, throwing into the end zone for a Hail Mary.
They got to like the 35-yard line or so. It was weird because they got the ball back with like 18 seconds left, and then they were able to have 2 completions and get down the field rather quickly.
It was actually like the end of the Baltimore-Pittsburgh game at the end of the regular season, except instead of a missed field goal, it was just a 50, and it wasn't a 50-50 ball, but it was a very close play at the back of the end zone. And here's the problem. I don't think there's any debate that Miami got away with a pretty aggressive defensive pass interference.
Yeah, no, you can't really debate that part of it. The debate is whether or not in that moment, in that spot, could they have called something.
Yeah. I really struggle with that because
I do too.
I do think, like, you never want the narrative on a game to be the game was decided by the refs. And if you call DPI in that scenario, even though the clock would have expired, Miami gets one more play and the ball at the 1 yard line. Or sorry, not Miami. Ole Miss gets the ball at the 1 yard line and one last play, which if they almost punched it in from the 35-yard line, I'm going to assume they do pretty okay from the goal line. I don't think you can make the call.
It would have been an amazing final play, though. Like, that would have been a lot of fun to be able to see. You can, in that spot, make that play. No. And I thought Ole Miss's head coach, afterwards, I thought he had the right tune of it all because he didn't come anywhere close to blaming any part of the officials in that spot or saying he got robbed. He was like, no, we had to play better, we had to coach better, we had to do all these things. And if anything, pointed to the idea that, great, you got the ball back with 18 seconds. You put yourself in a pretty bad spot.
I mean, I think this is what and we're going to play Pete Golding here, no longer interim Ole Miss head coach, now the full-time Ole Miss head coach, talking about the no PI call.
Those situations are tough to call them. I mean, those situations, yeah, there was contact, but I mean, it happens a lot. That's not why we lost the game, but we just had a lot of opportunities late. But I mean, I think it shows you the resiliency of the team. I mean, they didn't care. Was it 18-15? They're going to go out there and give it all they got, and looks like you ran out of time, but we didn't execute well enough.
So I actually agree with. You could have won that game 3 other times in pivotal moments, right? At the same point, that's not what I want that head coach saying after that, because that's not what he believed. That's not. What he believed is the outrage that he and Chambliss had on the field after that no call. They were hot about it, and they were.
I mean, Chambliss definitely was.
Like, here's the thing: you and I, media guys, I think we have to have the take of you lost that game 4 different times. It wasn't about that final play, even though we both agree it was defensive pass interference.
I know
you can't put it on there, but as a head coach, he clearly believed that they deserved the call there.
Yeah, but he's also setting himself up in an odd way. I mean, if this is the time to
tell
do
the
it,
truth that you got to blast him for the call.
If this is the time to do it, if there's ever a time to do it, this is the time to do it, right? When you're like, this is the most important game you're ever going to coach in, probably. Like, if you're going to do it, this is the time to do it. But also, like, we've watched so many of these games, it doesn't get called in that spot.
It does. It
very,
does.
very rarely.
Okay, but it is. You can't
see
say
Hail Marys get actually called.
But
for
you
that.
say it. You can't say it doesn't.
I can't remember one. I can't think of a time off the top of my head where it has.
Ironically, I can think more in the NFL cases.
If you got one for me in the college game, I'd love to hear off the top of your head. Because that's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm like going through my Rolodex of it all.
How many
I watched a million Hail Marys that just go, and you see DPI, you see everything, and it just goes.
Oh, see, but I think this is the kind of thing that might get called in the regular season.
The spotlights this, and so now maybe at some point we go back to the drawing board of, well, if it's a penalty in the third quarter, why isn't it a penalty in this one spot?
No, that has always made sense to me. Like, people that act like situational calls, that's not a thing. Guys, it's human. It's like, it makes sense. Refs don't mind when you give somebody another half to make up for a miscue. If there's no football to be played afterwards, they don't want to be the story.
So they 100% don't want to be the story. That's their whole goal, by the way. Well, Miami Ohio State game, right? Like, there was 2 penalties the entire game. There wasn't a penalty called until the fourth quarter. And I talked to my buddy who's he's working his way through the college ranks of becoming a ref right now, and he's like, perfect game. They did great. Weren't the story. Like, all the calls were great, but like, they did a good job there. That's
a referee stayed with referees, didn't go against it. I've never heard it.
But he said, like, that's the goal, though. The goal is that you don't want to become the game. If they throw that penalty in that moment, guess what? It's the ref show. The refs become a big part of that game. Now, oddly enough, they become a big part of the game anyway.
Can I tell you what I think is an interesting not subplot, but an interesting tributary of this to me? I think if that's a regular season game, I think it's called. It was so blatant. I mean, it was so.
I still don't think it does.
It was so blatant in the regular season. I
really don't. I
just think in the playoffs, there's no way you can call that in the playoffs.
We've just seen so many Hail Marys where it doesn't happen.
It's not even just about Hail Marys. I see end of regular season games dictated.
Now, it wasn't a jump ball, which doesn't go in their favor. You know what I mean?
So that's actually a really good point. I think the Ole Miss receiver probably should have been a little bit more physical trying to go back. Well, I mean, is that what you're talking about?
Well, more the idea that if it's a jump ball, it feels like everyone gets assaulted in those moments. You know, like it's like it feels like it's a true, like, everyone just gets to go after it. I don't know. I like that. I like that Golding had the right understanding, though, of if you wanted to beat Miami, they scored a touchdown in their last 2 drives. Miami did.
I think,
like, you had plenty of opportunities to stop them.
I think
fell short on me if he went off there.
I think him answering that the way he does plays really well with the media. I don't think it does you any favors back home.
Well, here's the thing.
You're a new head coach. You need to go off on this. You need to throw a temper tantrum.
Wanted you to be like the guys that were breaking their televisions last night arguing about it.
Well, not just that. Boosters want you to be that guy.
For sure they do.
And Pete Golding.
You get in no trouble. And I think because this is a big spot for him, right? And I do wonder if he wanted to. I mean, you go after the NCAA, you go after the refs in that moment. I wonder if he was a little cautious because of that. Like, if he had been a coach for 20 years, is that a different story?
No, I think he was okay. I think he was trying to look like the adult in the room with it. And it's tough to say that is ever the wrong approach. But, man, you got to know about the people back home. And because I'll tell you, when they have because they will, like, this is the best that Ole Miss has done in a hot minute. The Ole Miss fans are going to think for a long time, we should have been in the national championship. We could have beat Indiana or Oregon. That was ours to win. He can play that up. That guy can survive for 5 to 7 years just on the, hey, we should have been in the national championship game, and get people to rally around him for 5 to 7 years. I think he looks classy on the national level. And again, I don't know he's taking heat from Ole Miss fans, but I can tell you, this is pander.
Just pander a little bit?
Yeah, college football is still very much a regional sport outside of the playoffs. That's where you got to listen. about 1 month a year, you got to win nationally. Right? Maybe 2 months out of the year, you got to win nationally. The other 10 months, you got to win locally.
I just think it was such a weird thing because they have been kind of like how in the NFL, there's a couple teams that have just had, like the Bears are one of these teams where they've just, it seems like they've had like 5 games all decided at the very end of the game. And this Ole Miss team, I mean, the Oklahoma game, the LSU game, the Arkansas game, I can think of 3 games off the top of my head where it was like it came down to the wire. It came down to one of these last minutes of last play drives that really decided it. If you're an Ole Miss fan, you probably think to yourself, even though you got the ball with 18 seconds left and there wasn't a person that was objectively watching it like myself that thought they were going to even come close to driving down the field, they had to have thought that they had that in the taking, just because it's been the season that Ole Miss has had.
Yeah, and I will say, this is such a win for college football.
It was an exciting game. Well, and that fourth quarter was absolutely electric.
It was a great game. And the refs, okay, you can say the refs dictated that game by not making a call, but that's better than the refs dictated the game by making a call narrative that is going to be out there, and everyone's talking about this today. Like, we did not talk a lot of Ole Miss Miami going into that because that's not the game that's interesting to me in the playoffs right now. The remaining games, I think Indiana-Oregon is the national championship game, and you took a great game and somehow made it more sports radio friendly, more sports media friendly with an end of game call, no call. Like, this is what you need the playoffs to be, and what's been interesting is we haven't had as many blowouts in this year's playoffs. That is a really, really good thing for the expanded college football playoffs.
But I think this call is getting so much attention because the fourth quarter leading up to it was so awesome.
Yeah, like if it had been a dud, I don't think enough people have been watching to make it a thing.
It was Miami touchdown, then it was matched by Ole Miss's touchdown, then matched by Miami's touchdown after that. Like it was haymaker after haymaker after haymaker, and that's ultimately what we want to see. I mean, people were buzzing last night, and I was, there aren't many games where I'm sitting there on the edge of my seat and I actually monitor and I'm like, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I was on the edge of my seat last night watching that game.
I think these playoffs have been really good for college football. I think as much as, again, Ohio State fans are going to be pissed that they are on the outside looking in and they're not in the Final Four, right? As much as Alabama fans and SEC fans furious that they're not in, the fact that this is going to be a Big Ten team versus an ACC team, and against a team that people debated whether they should be in the playoffs, the fact that we're having another deep-seeded team.
People left them for dead midway through the
Rightfully
season.
So.
They lost to Louisville?
In previous years of football, this is not one of the 8 teams, the 4 teams, whatever. Them winning is a good thing. Like it's tough for people to understand, but Ole Miss being in this and having a legitimate gripe, Ole Miss is going to claim this until they either win a national championship or get back to this moment again.
They can't claim this.
No, they're going to claim.
No, Ole Miss, I'll tell you right now, you can't claim
their
this.
right to win this game for so long.
You can't claim this. You've got the ball back with 18 seconds left. You can't claim this.
Yeah, but they will.
I might have a little bit more sympathy if it was like they got the ball back with 3 minutes and they gave themselves enough time, and then on the 35-yard line they just kind of fell short, and then they got one chance. Maybe you got the ball back with 18 seconds left. You let Carson Beck run in the end zone untouched.
You're saying this.
He could have ran for 12 million miles.
You are correct. You are saying this logically, though. The beauty of college football fandom is it is way more insane than NFL fandom. And for now multiple teams to be able to say, I should have been in the semifinals, or I should be in the college football finals. Guys, the more teams, more fans that believe that they have a chance to win a national championship every year, the better that is for college football, even if it comes at the expense of Ohio State, even if it comes at the expense of Alabama and Texas and schools like that. This is a really good development that game was as good as it was. Now Miami's just got to make it close in the national title game.
My takeaway on this, and it dawned on me when I heard Cristobal talking afterwards, because he was mentioning how much better this team had gotten throughout the year. In a 3-week span, they lost to Louisville and SMU, and everyone had just thought this Miami team was just blouses. But
Carson Beck looked benchable.
I mean, it was
in
awful.
Those spots,
absolutely awful. And everyone thought that Ruiz had wasted all this money, and what are we really doing? And the cool thing about this is that it kind of shows, and this happens a lot in sports, we don't give enough attention to it, is that you can get better as a team. Not only can you get better as a team, you can look drastically different with a team 3 months later than what you looked like in the beginning part of the season. And college football always penalized early season mistakes. And I love that this is a Miami redemption story where they're able to not only go out and win all these playoff games, but look very, very good in the process and a much different team than the ones that lost to Louisville and SMU.
How does the no call on defensive pass interference change your perception of the result of that game? Miami's legitimacy as a national champion. Jory Epstein joins us next. We'll talk about the quality of the Browns' job, talk about the candidates we might want to see, and Stefanski's impact in the quarterback position in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Jory Epstein, senior NFL reporter for Yahoo Sports, joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got a great weekend in football tonight. Indiana, Oregon, the wild card round of the playoffs coming up this weekend in the NFL as well. We'll get to the playoff eliminator coming up in about 20 minutes time. But have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? The Browns need a new head coach. Kevin Stefanski. If Harbaugh does go to Miami, which I don't know if that's more likely now after the Sullivan hire as GM, that would line up Kevin Stefanski to the Giants, the very least. So the coaching stuff from Cleveland is Dan Pitcher and Aden Dirty in Cleveland today for interviews, and they will be interviewing Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as well, coming up at some point in the very near future.
Yeah, you see the Ravens have just posted they completed an interview with Kevin Stefanski for their head coaching position.
Well, I don't like that.
How about that?
I would prefer that he go to the Giants with Jackson Dart. Yeah.
I don't know, because I know what you think about Jackson Dart. I think that means you think he's going to fail in New York.
No, I just know he has a better chance of succeeding in Baltimore, and I don't need that.
Lamar obviously gives everyone a better chance than what Jackson Dart is. So there's like a clear, obvious, like, hey, good for you, Stefanski. But you're living up in Harbaugh's shadow. That's really tough shoes to fill. But clearly, it's a much better job than the Giants are. So, yeah, that's not great.
So to break down all this nonsense here, we're going to bring on the senior NFL reporter at Yahoo Sports, Jory Epstein, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Jory, happy Football Friday. Welcome to the show.
Happy Football Friday. Great to be on with you, Nick and Jonathan.
I feel like there's a million ways we can go here. I guess we'll actually start with the Harbaugh stuff, because I think Browns fans really deeply, badly want him here. I know this is a tough one because we don't know what the weekend's going to bring from the potential coaching openings. Where do you ultimately think is the best fit for Harbaugh, or where he ultimately lands?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you nailed on the head. What's so important is that one of the reasons it seems he's not interviewing more until next week is because you want to see what happens in the wild card round. I think there are multiple teams, whether it's the Packers or the Bills or the Steelers, who could look at this weekend's result and think twice about it. And with the Steelers, and you guys know that having just seen some of what went down with Harbaugh, it's not that I think the Steelers would fire Mike Tomlin if they lose, but I do think we're gearing up for Aaron Rodgers versus a much better pass rush than he saw last week. And Mike Tomlin might just be like, hey, I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for something new, the same way John Harbaugh and the Ravens were. So I think when you look at this, it's too early to have a great sense of it, which is crazy to say given that there are 8 teams open. But I do like the John Harbaugh to the Giants fit. I think that's exactly what the Giants need. I think he'd be in a big market. He'd be ready for it. There's talent on the roster. There's a quarterback likely answer. Obviously, it's still early in Jackson Dart's career. And I think most of all, if you're the Giants, you need an adult in the room who's going to tell Jackson Dart, hey, you can't be taking the hits you're taking and scrambling quite to the degree you are. And who better than to get him to listen to that than John Harbaugh?
So how out of it do you think the Browns are in the Harbaugh sweepstakes?
I mean, I think the Harbaugh sweepstakes, that's a tough one, are actually kind of pending until next week, but it would surprise me if he went there. I just think he's going to have his pick of the draw, and I wouldn't consider Cleveland the most attractive opening, but I also would not consider it the least attractive, so you got that going for you.
Hey, all right.
What do you consider the least attractive, and why is it Tennessee?
I actually don't have Tennessee. So it's so funny because I think when you look at which openings coaches would most want to go to me, there's like 2 big questions and then plenty of little ones beyond it, which is the stability/ownership side and who you're going to be working with, if they're going to give you patience. For example, Las Vegas Raiders, 5 coaches, including interim since 2021. Like, you guys have had Kevin for 6 years. So in the time that Kevin's been there, and even shorter than that, the Raiders had 5 different guys serving as their head coach. So I think there's that element, and there's also how do you do you have an answer at quarterback? And if you don't, what's your path to it? So I actually have a piece coming out on Yahoo whenever my editor finishes editing it, which he's doing right now, about the biggest question marks at quarterback. And I put Cleveland as third biggest question mark behind the Dolphins and the Cardinals, because I think both of those teams, they don't have the high draft picks necessarily. I guess Arizona's got it, but I don't really know what they do with it. And you still have Kyler Murray on the roster. You've got Tua Tagovailoa, and you don't really like either of those options based off what you've just told them the last season. So I think those are both bigger question marks. If I just have no idea what direction those teams are going compared to Cleveland. You've got a defense. Like, you have some of the pieces. You just need to turn over the offense, as Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam talked about at length on Monday.
Did the Browns get it right firing Stefanski?
It's a good question. I think it's funny when I see these interviews with Tommy Rees and with Jim Schwartz, and I'm like, all right, well, if you decide to run it back with those two, I would have even more questions about Kevin Stefanski. But I think he's been there 6 years. The wins haven't come. I would say that's probably first and foremost because of quarterback decisions and quarterback circumstances out of his control. But at some point, whether or not it was his control, some of these factors, he's given up play calling twice. The offense hasn't worked. He's the offensive guy. It was time for something new. So I would say, yes, Cleveland got it right, but I would also say that this is the right move for Kevin Stefanski, even if it wasn't his decision, because I think he will have a better opportunity to have success in his next stop.
I mean, we just talked before you came in about the Ravens completing their interview with Stefanski for their head coaching position. Do you think that's reality? Is Stefanski really the belle of the ball, so to speak, in this cycle to be able to pull that off?
Yeah, it's funny because when John Harbaugh and the Ravens divorced, they each became the most attractive candidate and team respectively. And so I would say if you're Kevin Stefanski and you're the most attractive candidate right now behind John Harbaugh, you should have a real chance. I also think that the Ravens might want something a little different. Whether we like it or not, PR tends to matter in these hirings. And I think selling the division guy who wasn't winning in the division, even if he didn't have a quarterback, is probably a hard sell. I could see them more doing like a Jesse Mentor, the defensive coordinator from the Chargers, or a name like that. But I also think that the Ravens are not going to conclude the search before we see what jobs open next week, if any, given that they have far and away the most attractive opening and quarterback situation.
Jory, one of the reasons we wanted to have you on was that you talked about the impact of Stefanski's firing on the quarterback position and Shedeur Sanders. Do you think the firing of Stefanski is a good thing or a bad thing for Shedeur?
Yeah, again, I think it's hard to know for sure and have answers on this until you know who's replacing him. If you said, hey, do you think Stefanski, or let's say it's John Harbaugh again, I don't think it will be, Stefanski or John Harbaugh, who's better for sure, that would be a different question to answer than Stefanski versus this big question mark. I think that there is plenty of NFL history where coaches want the quarterback they picked, especially if that's not a first overall caliber pick. Like, we're seeing like the 3 first-year head coaches in the playoffs right now. It's Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, and Drake Mayer, their quarterbacks. Well, those were first, and third overall, not just round, but overall picks. So I've talked to people in the league who question whether the next coach will view Shedeur as QB1 material. And I've talked to others who say, hey, if it's year 2, he's got a little experience under his belt. He's got an offense and offseason more tailored to him. That could make a world of difference. So I think that in some ways he has to prove it again, but I'm also not sure that the last staff was sure he was the answer forever, even if he was the answer through the season. So I don't think it's a huge step back.
Yeah, it's interesting in thinking about Shedeur that way because there's so many different options the Browns could go. If they start 2026 with Shedeur, what do you think that does for not only 2026, but then also then 2027 and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the question is, would they do that? I would be surprised if they don't draft a quarterback this year because Andrew Berry philosophically believes you should draft a quarterback, if not every year, most years, because you're often going to miss. It's such an important dart, so you got to keep throwing them. And I had a conversation with him on the record about that when I was in Cleveland for minicamp this past year. And so then if you say, well, the Browns have the 6th overall pick and the 31st or late round pick, I guess we have to see, then what are they going to do with that? And so to me, if they like a quarterback, you got to take the first rounder, even if you don't want them to start immediately over Shedeur. Now, obviously, most quarterbacks are better in their second year. You do have the counterpoint to that, which is that you have sophomore slumps because people have figured it out. They have tape on you, all of that. I also want to know who's on the offensive line because I think all of the weapons matter. But what I can tell you is I do expect that Cleveland will be intellectually honest about the games that Shedeur started that he won and the games that he lost, what was his role in each of those? So if there were games he lost, but maybe he had a strong game and offensive line let him down or the kicker let you down, I think you're honest about that. And I think if there's a game, which I would argue the last game of the season, it wasn't his best game this year, but they won. And so what were the reasons he won? And I think parsing through the actual data as opposed to just the end, even if winning is the most important stat, is what you want to do in this situation.
Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports senior NFL reporter on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joining us, we're talking obviously the head coach spot here in Cleveland. The latest news is that the Ravens have announced they have completed an interview with former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski, so we've talked about that. Mike McDaniel gets fired, kind of surprising given the timing of it. Maybe not surprising given the way the last 2 years have gone in Miami. I was surprised that my partner and I were a little bit more on the side of, I don't think this would be the worst thing to do given his offensive acumen. If you can keep Jim Schwartz, how do you view Mike McDaniel as a head coach candidate in this cycle?
Yeah, I love what you said, because to me, if you get Mike McDaniel as your head coach with Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator, that's an awesome mix. I think that when I look at these coaches, and Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores had this year in Minnesota, among others, if one guy's pretty even-keeled, I want another fiery guy at the top, or vice versa. I think you should have different personalities because you're coaching players who are going to have different ways that reach them. So I actually really like the idea of Mike McDaniel with Jim Schwartz, because I think their personalities would complement each other. Their levels of intensity, or outward intensity, I should say, would complement each other. And I do think Mike McDaniel is one of the better offensive minds. So I'd be interested which quarterback. I also am not sure that he is the best fit for Baltimore. If you want to talk about, well, Baltimore's more attractive opening, because I think that some of the elements of the Shanahan and McVay system would probably neutralize Lamar's superpowers in a way that just wouldn't make sense for Lamar. Now, obviously, Lamar would be great, whatever he did, but you don't want to have something that's so predicated on the timing rhythm of the pass that takes away some of that out of structure. So I like the idea of Mike McDaniel with Jim Schwartz a lot.
All right, well, if you're McDaniel, do you sign up for being a head coach here, or would you rather be the OC for the Lions, let's say?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to turn down the amount of talent that the Lions have on offense right now. It's a good question, and I also think that it's not only OC versus head coach, but like some people want a year but taking a step back. I mean, even look at what Mike Vrabel did when he came to Cleveland last year. Like, some people like that. They like that reset. They get their bearings, they move forward. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mike McDaniel loved the idea of going to Detroit, and I think that the cast of characters they have on offense there is definitely more ready for him to succeed from a scheme standpoint, and then maybe he gets back out there. So you're right. I think I would take the Detroit job unless he just feels really set on being a head coach again immediately.
Oh, no, it's not a you're right. We weren't trying to drive you to that conclusion there. Yeah. We were, it just going to happen.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Jonathan likes the Lions OC job more than all right, let's get to the actual football we got going this weekend. 6 games here. I think this could be a really great game for the bigger seeds. That was very sloppy. Meaning the deeper seeded teams, the 5, 6, and 7 teams. How do you see this weekend lining up? Wild card weekend in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting off 5 seed. First game of the weekend, you've got the Rams going to the Panthers. I don't think we can count the Panthers out altogether because they did beat the Rams during the regular season, so we know it's possible. But the Rams are a more talented team. They have one of the MVP favorites in Matthew Stafford. We'll see, obviously, Super Bowl week if he wins it. And I just think they're such a well-coached team. They're further along in their development than the Panthers. The Panthers exceeded expectations, but they have that. A lot of people are picking the Packers over the Bears. I picked the Bears. I still think that what Ben Johnson can do with Caleb Williams will make that offense dangerous enough, even if the Bears defense can't keep up. So we'll see whether I'm right about that. And I think similarly, if you look at the 49ers and Eagles, there are people who think the 49ers over the Eagles, but I look at it and I say the 49ers defense is so shorthanded. And while the 49ers are a team that have overperformed relative to the health of their roster and the Eagles have underperformed relative to expectation, I still think that when it comes down to it, a game in Philly, the 49ers don't have the pass rush without Nick Bosa, without Fred Warner healthy, that is actually going to impact Jalen Hurts in their offense. So I think if the Eagles lose, it'll be because of them more than the 49ers. I'm big fan of you. He can handle the 49ers.
Jory, what I'm fascinated by is this Bills game. I think the ramifications from it could be immense. Vegas has been all over, and the lines have been moving like crazy. It seems like the sharp bettors love Jacksonville. The squares like the Bills. How do you see this?
Yeah, it's a great question because it's kind of like we have so little of the old guard, and it feels funny to call the Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen the old guard of the AFC. But the recent ones who have been perennial contenders in the playoffs, it kind of feels like Josh Allen's that one representing that group. So he's kind of old guard, and the Jaguars turning around Trevor Lawrence having the defense as new guard. I still tend to think that even if I believe the Jaguars are a better team, and I do, I mean, look at what they did against Denver and look at what they did most of the season. I tend to think that in the regular season, you might have the most talented team win, but in the playoff experience and having been there before takes you another layer. And I also think it takes you to the quarterback position of what Josh Allen has done. So I have trouble doubting Josh Allen this year the way I had trouble doubting Patrick Mahomes last year. So I'm going with the Bills, but that'll be a great game.
Jory, this was a great interview. Great stuff with you. Still a little pissed about the Lions thing, but that's okay because this was a great interview. Great stuff, and enjoy the incredible weekend of football.
Nick, Jonathan, great to talk to you both.
Jory Epstein there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Words are hard today for me. We're getting through it. We'll react to what Jory had to say and the playoff eliminator in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
TheFan.com.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
If you guys are watching on the YouTube channel, drop those corn emojis.
Get them dropped.
What do we say to our buddy Cornlito?
Suck it, Cornlito.
Yeah, he's probably a nice
He
guy.
might be an all right guy.
Yeah,
I don't really know. I
Yeah,
don't
a little
really
bit of
know.
a troll on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, but you know what? Somebody's got to do it.
Who isn't these days on the internet?
Exactly. Miles Simmons joining us in about 20 minutes here. We'll get to the Kevin Stefanski news with him. I think probably the first question in that Baltimore interview has to be, so it took you 3 years to build an offense around Deshaun Watson. Would it take you 3 years to build one around Lamar Jackson?
I actually wonder if instead of a question, they just gave him a hug. and said, "Hey, listen, we know
they committed an HR violation."
No, it seems like I don't think it's an HR violation to hug a coworker, but maybe it is.
Okay,
but maybe it is.
All right,
an uninvited hug, definitely.
Okay, how are you going to get hug?
We work
consent?
in sports talk radio. What do you mean? How are you going to get hug consent?
Hey, you want a hug?
Hey,
you do that, you're going to get your ass beat
around. You seem like you
here.
had a tough time. We're going to hug this one out.
And then Stefanski's going to respond.
Turn me to Zion
Did
Williamson
you bring
here
me
with
to Baltimore just to get a hug?
I think they're like, everyone's going to be like, did you bring me to Baltimore just to console me for what happened? And they'll be like, yeah, maybe.
I didn't turn you into
maybe.
Zion Williamson with the hug
I didn't
machine.
say you turned me into it.
You turned you into Zion Williamson.
No. Not in the slightest bit. Not in the slightest bit.
You're like the least huggy person I've ever met.
I don't think you've ever seen me give a hug.
Yes, precisely.
I don't know that you ever will see me give a hug.
I think you and I have hugged once, and it was when I left for Charlotte.
And that might have even just been a dap that maybe turned into like a quasi-hug.
Yeah,
and then even afterwards, I was probably like, that one got close.
But let it be known, it was ass out.
It had to be. Yeah. You think I'm giving any other type of hug at this point?
Same here.
I'm not a hugger.
Yeah, because I'm a real man.
Not a hugger.
Miles Simmons coming up in about 15 minutes here. But we're going to welcome in, I was going to say the commissioner. It's a commissioner, a different thing. We're going to go in Jake Murren here to run our playoff eliminator for the wild card round. So the goal here is similar to our divisional picks heading into the NFL season, which was disastrous for all three of us. It's different now. We've watched 18 weeks of football. We totally know what we're going to do on this one. Jake's going to go ahead and tabulate all of our many picks for this weekend. And then next week we will declare who got the most right.
Yeah, so we could actually start with the first game of Wild Card Weekend. That's tomorrow with the Panthers facing off against the Rams. As Jory pointed out last segment, the Panthers did get the best of the Rams in the regular season, but what do you guys think? And I'll actually start with you, Nick, on this prediction.
I don't think there's a chance in hell the Panthers can beat the Rams. The Rams, I know they've had a couple boo-boos down the stretch. The Rams are a team that I think should be the Super Bowl representative for the NFC this year. They have just about everything you need. The Panthers are lucky to be in the playoffs. And listen, I root for the Panthers because I work down in Charlotte. Bryce Young isn't that good. That defense isn't that good. The McMillan kid's really good. They run the ball pretty well, but by and large, this Panthers team is not good. It wouldn't surprise me if this was much closer to a blowout.
You don't have to do much research for this one. Yes, they did lose the Rams earlier, the Panthers beat the Rams earlier in the year, so I get that's going to be hanging over everyone's head. But
Charlotte people are really leaning on that one. By the way,
they have to after they lost the final two to limp into the postseason as is. They're hardly got it. They don't have encouragement from many places. That was the worst Matthew Stafford game all year, though.
Mm-hmm.
He had 2 interceptions in a matter of 3 pass attempts, and it was you just watching it unfold was like, oh no, Stafford's melting down.
But it wasn't anything the Panthers defense did.
No, well, one went off the Rams receiver's hands, and the other one was just a really bad throw by Stafford.
Now, that being said, Derek Brown, this could be a game that he does really well. I don't love the interior defensive lineman for the Rams. They grade out okay, but like Derek Brown should feast in that. That could be something that makes this game a little interesting.
And the Rams special teams stink.
Yeah.
And a not talked about enough.
Also their special teams coordinator.
They've lost 3 games this year because of special teams. And so maybe they got something to hang on to. But yeah, this game doesn't need much.
Mac, you going to make it 3 for 3 with the Rams?
Yeah, make it 3 for 3. I can't bet against Matthew Stafford, especially going against Carolina.
All right, we go to the next game there, Jake.
Yeah, we have the Bears taking on the Packers in an NFC North showdown. Obviously, very entertaining matchups between these two teams in the regular season. But now we face off in the wild card for the Bears and Packers. We go to you, JP, first for this one.
I think the Bears are going to get this one. Matt LaFleur is, as a 7 seed, just knows how to get bounced in the first round. This is kind of what he does. This is what he's known for at this point. Bears were ascending going into the playoffs. The Packers were descending going into the playoffs. I think that momentum continues. I think the Bears get this one.
Mac?
I'm going to go ahead and go with the Bears as well. Too many injuries for Green Bay down the stretch, and again, Chicago playing really well at the end of the season.
The Bears defense relies way too much on turnovers. Now you're playing Jordan Love, who can throw a turnover or two, especially in the playoffs. I think the Bears are a fluky 2 seed. I think the Packers have more playoff experience. I think Jordan Love is more ready for this moment. I think Caleb Williams down the stretch got really lucky that he didn't self-combust because he had moments to win games that he just kind of skitzed on. I'm actually taking the Packers, even though I have a rooting interest in Chicago.
All right, that's our first ascension of the wild card predictions so far. Next up, the last NFC matchup here. We have the Eagles taking on the 49ers. The Eagles, the home team in this matchup. We'll go to Mac first for a prediction.
I'm going to go ahead and pick the 49ers. I think that they're going to get it together on offense, and also a little bit of a hot take. I think that this is going to be the last game that Nick Sirianni coaches for the Eagles.
Don't hate that. But I do hate the pick. It's going to be Philadelphia. San Francisco is a bit of a mirage. They had a really good season considering all the injuries to their defense. That defense cannot hang with this Philly offense, which is funny to say considering so many of the narratives on the Philly offense most of the season. I expect Philly to win out here. And the only way I can see it is if Brock Purdy just goes thermonuclear, and I don't see that one happening.
Yeah, definitely not happening. In fact, the line right now for Brock Purdy on touchdown passes is 1.5. Eagles don't give up a lot of touchdown passes in general, and so I think the Vegas is kind of banking on that. Too many injuries to the 49ers. They're a very fraudulent football team. I think the clock is striking midnight. They're going to turn into a pumpkin, and we're going to see that on full display.
All right, what up?
All right, on to the AFC wildcard games. Let's start with the Patriots, who welcome the Chargers into New England. We'll go to you, Nick, first.
I think this is one of the hardest games to decide. I think this is right up there with Packers, Bears, and you could spin this a million different ways. I love Jim Harbaugh in the playoffs. I think Justin Herbert, this could be his chance to vindicate, but Mike Vrabel is also a coach that I really trust in the playoffs. And listen, I think the Patriots are healthier. I think in the end, if the Chargers were just a little healthier, I think I would take the Chargers. They are not, especially on the offensive line. I think it could be a tough day for Justin Herbert with some of the pressure he faces. Give me the Pats.
Listen, there's so much of me that doesn't want to take the Patriots. They've had a cupcake schedule. They've had a lot. It's Drake May in his first ever playoff appearance. There's so many things that just kind of go against what I think New England will do in this game. But I can't take the Chargers. They have no left tackle or right tackle. Herbert's dealing with a fractured hand now on top of the injuries he had previously. And I just don't think there's going to be enough for him. And on top of that, by the way, we're speaking about Herbert, who's supposed to be the everything for this team, and he is. Last year in the playoffs, Herbert looked like he'd never played a game in his life. He threw more interceptions in the playoff game last year than he had in the entire regular season. So I got to take the Patriots here, but I do so begrudgingly.
Actually, I actually have to flip my pick. There wasn't something you said. The Chargers defense is for real. That is a really good defense. I think the quarterback, they kind of check each other off. I think the head coach advantage checks each other off. There's one elite defense in it. There's one clear, better defense in it, and it is the Chargers. I will take the Chargers. That's tough. See, I told you, it was one of the toughest games to pick, and I flip-flopped already.
New England is top 5 in defensive points allowed per drive, but that's fine. That's neither here nor there.
Give me New England. I think that they're the most well-balanced team in the playoffs right now, and on top of it, too, obviously Mike Vrabel, I think, gets everybody prepared very well, so give me New England.
All right, another tricky matchup here in the AFC wildcard weekend games. We have the Jaguars playing host to the reigning league MVP, Josh Allen, and the Buffalo Bills. I want to go to you, JP, first on this one because you've been, I guess, a Jaguars supporter this season, or at least you thought they would win their division, and they did.
Oh, no,
Do you
no.
think they,
a lot of people just called
him
a big Jag. There's a difference.
Where's the drop back? There we go.
It was funnier than a womp womp. All right. Anyway, you're right to call me out in this first, though, because I'm going to remain the big Jag everybody thinks that I am. We're going to go with Jacksonville here. We have to. We have to. Sean McDermott's never won a road playoff game. He's 0-5 in his career with that. Josh Allen has played in 4 road playoff games. He's 0-4 in those 4 games. They don't play well on the road in these playoffs, and I just think Jacksonville's a better team at this spot. I think there's so much pressure on McDermott and Allen. Allen has got to feel like this is his postseason to knock everybody off and finally be able to get through, and I just think it's going to crumble. I take Jacksonville, and I'm shocked that Vegas has this one as close as they do.
The Buffalo Bills will be winning this game because Josh Allen is the best player in this game on either side of the ball. Jacksonville is a little bit fraudulent. They're not a lot fraudulent, but they're a little bit fraudulent. And even with the Bills' run defense being what it is, I'm going to take the Bills.
I'm going to also take the Bills. It's the pick that I'm least confident in, but give me the 24th pick.
Well, now I'm even more confident about it. Now that Mac is not confident in it, I am so confident in it.
Vegas has this one down to 1.5 now.
Final one.
Yeah, the Monday Night Football game between the Steelers and the Texans. The Pittsburgh Steelers hosting a playoff game. Do they finally get a win in the playoffs, or does that streak continue for Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh wins.
Texans win. It didn't even matter if they're playing the Texans. They could have been playing Bugs Bunny and 10 other guys. Doesn't matter. The Steelers
Still just pissed about
they don't win playoff games. They don't win playoff games. And
This will be the year.
Tomlin's going to lose this game, and then we'll talk afterwards about if he's going to TV.
We're going to get at least one moment of vintage Aaron Rodgers in this playoff game, so that he can save some of his late career arc here, and they're going to win. It's going to be close. It's going to be a really fun game. It's going to be more of like an AFC North style game, but Aaron Rodgers is going to do one thing, and they're going to go to the second round of the playoffs.
Texans have the best defense in the playoffs right now. Give me the Texans.
I just thought of a juicy thing. If they make it to the Super Bowl, the Steelers, that is, Aaron Rodgers, the fake wife has to come out at some point, right? You can't hide her for the whole Super Bowl.
No.
How do you hide her through the whole Super Bowl? You can't do that.
Yeah, that's going to be the confirmation that she is in fact fake.
So give me the Nick Chubb touchdown in Pittsburgh. Redemption.
Okay. That's fanboy.
You know, he led the Texans in rushing touchdowns this year.
It wasn't hard to do that.
He had 3. They had 9 as a team.
Well, he'll make it 4.
Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk. He's going to talk about who his guy is for the Browns head coaching job, Kevin Stefanski in Baltimore, and all that nonsense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Chicago Bears host the Green Bay Packers on Saturday night. All eyes will be on Caleb Williams. He's shown improvement in year 2, but
running out of football. But don't panic. This radio station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. Touchdown! And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here. It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You gave your sister a succulent?
It's for her birthday.
Albert Breer, surprise guest coming up at 4:40 today. We're going to get his take. Obviously missed Albert on Tuesday because the Harbaugh news. We'll get his take on the Harbaugh market, maybe his best fit on for the Cleveland search, and of course, Kevin Stefanski. And it should be noted, earlier in this hour, we told everybody about Kevin Stefanski completing an interview with the Baltimore Ravens earlier today. That's something the Ravens put out there. Well, Kevin Stefanski put out a letter to the Dog Pound. It's a full-page ad in today's Plain Dealer, and it says, letter to the Dog Pound. This one has a way with words. Thank you for your incredible support over the last 6 seasons. I had a front row seat to the unmatched passion of Browns fans. The roars and barks from the crowd will always stay with me. And then there was an exclamation point. Please know I will always be indebted to this city, this community, and you, the fans of the Cleveland Browns. And then signed Kevin Stefanski. I thought Harbaugh's was nicer. I thought Harbaugh's to Baltimore. He really waxed poetic. He threw a little Lord in there.
Yeah, take that, Stefanski.
I just, much like Kevin Stefanski's press conference, this says very little.
I feel like it's a lost art now. The let's do a whole ad in the paper, the local paper, and just see where that goes.
If you're gonna pay for the whole ad, let's write some words.
Is it just like a big photo of him?
It's got the
and
dog.
It covers up most of it.
It's got an angle of a picture from the Dog Pound.
They're not cheap. They're not cheap. These full page
ads.
ads.
That's 25% of the paper here. That's a lot of picture.
Yeah, I probably spent like $10,000 on it. It's not a cheap thing.
I mean,
get your money's worth.
He definitely had a graphic designer help him with this, which we like. We like the style here.
I mean, Kevin had nothing to do with any of this. Who are we kidding? He's off interviewing for all these football teams.
Who did this?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Who did this?
Actually, he asked ChatGPT.
Andrew Berry did this for him.
He asked ChatGPT to put it all together.
So Kevin thanked the Dog Pound, and he did so in about 15 words.
Only the Dog Pound, though. Nobody else.
Yeah. If you were in there,
they thanked you. 537. Sorry.
Go bleep yourself. I believe that's the context here. But to talk about Kevin Stefanski's future, to talk about the Browns' head coaching job, we welcome on one of Cleveland's own, although he lives out west. Now that's how your grandma talks about when somebody's like, he's from here, but he's out west now. Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Miles, welcome back.
Hello, gentlemen. Lots to talk about today, huh?
Yeah, but a few things
all
here.
Week. Yeah, all week.
Stefanski interviewing for Baltimore. How are we feeling about that?
I mean, it's funny. Does anyone believe that the Ravens would actually hire Stefanski?
A little bit.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Oh no, definitely, Miles. He
likes analytics. He has no personality. I'm assuming he likes crab cakes because who the hell doesn't like crab cakes?
I know that's right. I mean, I don't know. I just got a text from my mother about Stefanski interviewing with the Ravens, who's also a very big Browns fan, and she still resides in Cleveland. And she said, "Wow, that would make me so mad." Because, of course, if Stefanski goes to Baltimore, then he would have unmitigated success. So I don't know. The whole Harbaugh thing and them moving beyond Harbaugh, I understand it. However, it's one of those funny things where now, Harbaugh's the belle of the ball, and everybody is kind of circling the wagons around him, and that replaces Stefanski as the belle of the ball, which everybody kind of thought that, Stefanski's going to go to the Giants, and now Harbaugh may go to the Giants, and I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but the whole idea of Kevin Stefanski coaching the Ravens is hilarious to me, and I don't see that happening.
All right, if it's not the Ravens, where is it? Obviously, Giants fans want a piece of the Stefanski action, but will that end up being a team like the Raiders instead, especially if Harbaugh ends up going to New York and blocking him there? How does this shake out for Stefanski?
I tend to think that the Dolphins are probably the front runners for Harbaugh right now, in part because of the relationship that Stephen Ross has with the Harbaughs and the Michigan connection and all of this. So, there have been reports out of Miami that are very solid, and from people that I believe, have really good sources in the Dolphins organization, is that there has been no contact between the Dolphins and Harbaugh. At least there wasn't before they fired Mike McDaniel. I believe that. However, as others have also noted, there are ways to back channel things so that, people understand what the deal is and if Harbaugh would actually have legitimate interest in Miami or not. So I think that Harbaugh probably ends up there. Stefanski, I think, probably ends up with the Giants because the Giants aren't going to be able to land Harbaugh. And then from there, it's going to be kind of everybody else. But Harbaugh is definitely going to be, I think, the first domino to fall, similar to what Mike Vrabel was last year with the Patriots.
As you guys are listening right now, do want to point out, we got a couple reports here that Mike McDaniel, the former Dolphins head coach, will interview for the Titans' vacant head coaching position. Of course, the Browns reported to have interest in interviewing Mike McDaniel for this job as well, so that's the latest on the head coaching market. I guess we'll get to the Browns here. Specific to their head coaching spot, is there a guy you think makes most sense or has the most buzz to get this job right now?
Well, Harbaugh does make the most sense from like a Browns wish list standpoint when you're talking about somebody who has the experience in the AFC North, has the experience of winning, would certainly be motivated to go against Baltimore 2 times a year, right? And there's, of course, family ties to the Northeast Ohio area with the Harbaughs. And so I think that would make a lot of sense. The issue is, though, what the Browns need more than a coach, right? And when you have a defense as they have, which was certainly playoff level, if not better than that, and the offense is just, I don't know, whatever bad adjective you want to use, it's worse. Then you have to have somebody who can come in and help the offense ostensibly, which is why it's like, okay, if you were to go with Jim Schwartz as head coach, that's fine. But then is Tommy Rees really the right guy to handle the offense? I don't know the answer to that, but that's something that you would have to consider if the Browns do, as been reported, want to keep both Rees and Schwartz. But if that's the case, then why are we changing coaches in the first place? So it's hard for me to kind of handicap other than, okay, yeah, Harbaugh is the one where you say to yourself, man, if that's the guy, then that makes a lot of sense. And that would certainly probably be an upgrade at head coach. Other than that, this is not a coaching cycle where there is one guy where you're saying, man, that's this year's Ben Johnson. It just isn't that. And even when that happens, it's no guarantee that that person is going to be a successful head coach coming from the coordinator level.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be there. But is someone like Mike McDaniel, is that enough for the Browns fans to get excited about? Or is he just done too much in Miami that it's just going to end up being a meh hire and something they shouldn't actually be excited about?
I would say that I am intrigued by the prospect of a Mike McDaniel coming in and then, working. You would be able to keep Jim Schwartz in that particular case, right? Because that's an offensive guy, and you'd be able to keep the defense and you would inject some more creativity into the offense. I think, him working with a guy like a Quinshon Judkins would be good, right? We've seen what he could do with A-Chain down in Miami. Mike McDaniel knows how to scheme run offense, and that's good. But I would be interested in what he has to say that he would do differently as a head coach in his next stop, because things obviously did not work down there in Miami, and I've never been a fan of Tua Tagovailoa, so I think that's, a significant part of the issue is when you've got a quarterback that just can't do anything when the weather gets colder like that. How are you going to win football games in January? You're not, unless you get number 1 seed and, you can play in Miami the whole time. So I think McDaniel with a different quarterback, and God only knows who that would be with the Browns, and putting together a run game, you obviously need a lot better offensive linemen. Then, yeah, that's intriguing. I don't know if anybody's going to be excited about that, and I wouldn't blame them based on what we've seen from Miami over the course of the last 2 years. And, by the way, the Browns demolished the Miami Dolphins over the course of this season. So I would be intrigued, but I don't know if excited is the right word.
All right, Miles. And we are talking to Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline here on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. The wild card round of the playoffs this weekend. Who needs a win the most this weekend?
The Buffalo Bills, man. I mean, and, you know, I've been looking at a lot of stuff and watching some stuff or whatever over the course of this week. And what's so interesting is that on paper, there are a lot of things that favor the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Jags have been on a run. I got to give Liam Cohen a lot of credit for what he's been able to do this year. And a lot of it has been under the radar. I'm not going to call them a small market team like Sean Payton did, but like, I think the things that they've been able to do, even not having, you know, Travis Hunter for most of the year, it's been pretty impressive. And especially on defense, they take away the ball really, really well. And, you know, if you watch Josh Allen, like, he is somebody that is a turnover risk. And he has been a lot of the time throughout his career, basically, except for when he was playing under Brian Daboll there as offensive coordinator. So the Bills need a win, because if they don't get a win, then I think the narrative about Josh Allen is going to start changing a little bit, because, and this has annoyed me for a little bit, it seems like all the time, whenever the Bills would lose, like, we got to change the rules for the Bills. After 13 seconds, oh my God, we got to change the rules in overtime because of the Bills. Right? When the Damar Hamlin situation came up, and God knows how unfortunate that was, and we were thankful, you know, still that Damar Hamlin is not only alive, but he is still on an NFL roster, right? Done into reserve right now, if you get what I mean. After that happened, then we were supposed to have a neutral site game for the AFC Championship just because of the Bills. But why? I was very happy when the Bills lost and we didn't have that come up. So I think at a certain point, the Bills are in put up or shut up time, and this has to be the year where they put up. And if they don't, I don't know what's exactly going to happen with a Sean McDermott, with a Brandon Beane, but they need to start maximizing Josh Allen's prime, because they just have not been able to do it so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think those two people are it's the top two choices for who needs a win the most this weekend, and not even really a question. But I did wonder if Mike Tomlin needs a win this weekend. And I think the argument against this, Miles, would be the idea that, well, he's made so much money, and if he and the Steelers mutually part ways with a loss at the end of the season, then he's the highest paid TV broadcaster not named Tom Brady. And if he decides to go back into coaching, then great, he's the highest paid coach at whatever new spot. He'll land a job in 3 seconds. But there is something to the idea that he hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years, and it's not chipping away at his legacy, but it still feels like with Aaron Rodgers, he needs this one.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. I just don't think that they're going to win.
I don't either.
The Texans defense, I think, is so good, and like, they have a championship level defense. And I think the way they're going to be able to get after Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if he's going to get 200 passing yards, just based on how well that defense plays and plays together, and how well they rush the passer. But I agree with you in the sense that, yes, Mike Tomlin does need a win, because, I mean, you just mentioned the length of time, but I like to say it as Mike Tomlin has not won a playoff game since the Obama administration. That's a really, really, really long time. It was January 2017, right after the regular season in 2016, that happened. So, you know, if we're looking at it from that standpoint, yes, Mike Tomlin needs that win. I don't anticipate that the Steelers would make a change. It would be up to him. And I think Mike Tomlin loves coaching ball. And, you know, when the whole USC job came up, and I lived in Southern California, so this is, I guess, more relevant to me than it is to anything else. And I think it was Carson Palmer or somebody else that mentioned Tomlin's name as one that could be a part of that. And, you know, he said, never say never, but never. And, you know, I have one of the best jobs in all of sport. Why would I want to give that up? I think that Tomlin really believes that, and he lives that every day. And I don't think that he would want to leave the Steelers building, even if they don't get a playoff win on Monday, which.
All right, Miles, great stuff as always, buddy. Enjoy a locked and loaded weekend in the NFL, and buckle up with the Browns head coaching search. Going to be an interesting one. We appreciate you, buddy.
All right, take care, guys. Go Cavs.
Go Cavs.
Wow, not now, Miles.
Miles, come on, now. Read the room. Read the room. They play bad basketball.
They don't deserve your Go Cavs.
Yeah. You know what? The Browns might deserve Go Browns more right now, because they fired Stefanski, than the Cavs deserve Go Cavs. Is that fair?
Yeah, despicable. I'm very disgusted with the Cavs right now.
And also, guys, it's not because of freaking Jerome.
They got a chance to redeem themselves.
No.
We got some time, but it's not looking good.
If I hear one more Ty Jerome defense here, they have Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Donovan Mitchell, and Darius Garland.
That is funny. Everyone's focused in on Craig Porter Jr. from last night, and it's like, guys, if we're going to Craig Porter on this one, we got a real issue on our hands.
It was Lonzo Ball. If Lonzo Ball could still ball, this would be different. If Jalen Tyson was just Trey Murphy, no. 4 superstars. They're not getting it done. But it's Kenny Atkinson. It's the absence of Jordan Ott. Jordan Ott was the Cav whisperer. Sorry, you can tell I was a little upset about this.
That's okay. That one happens, yeah.
It just Tiger got out of the cage.
Don't worry. Next segment will be on perimeter defense.
Biggest win for the Browns this weekend.
It sucks right now.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
NFL playoffs and up-to-the-minute college and association hoops coverage. We've got your January weekend covered. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I mean, like, it's funny. Does anyone believe that the Ravens would actually hire Stefanski? The whole Harbaugh thing and them moving beyond Harbaugh, I understand it. However, it's one of those funny things where now, okay, Harbaugh's the belle of the ball, and everybody is kind of circling the wagons around him, and that replaces Stefanski as the belle of the ball, which everybody kind of thought that, okay, Stefanski's going to go to the Giants, and now Harbaugh may go to the Giants, and I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out, but the whole idea of Kevin Stefanski coaching the Ravens is, like, hilarious to me, and I don't see that happening.
That was Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com. He joined us last segment talking about the potential of Kevin Stefanski and what Mary Kay is calling a coach swap, where Harbaugh would come here and then Stefanski would go to the Ravens. Stefanski interviewing with Baltimore today, and I'm not freaking out. Like, Miles said that his mom had texted him and had mentioned how, like, wouldn't this be a disaster? Wouldn't this be that? I'm not concerned about it, because I do take that mentality. If I didn't want him to be the coach of the Browns, why should I be scared of him being the coach of the Ravens? Yeah, you have Lamar Jackson. That's fantastic. 29-year-old Lamar Jackson, who is getting older and older, and I don't know that he's going to be the same player he's been for the previous 7, for the next 7. I'm not concerned about it, Nick. I really am. I'm just not.
I gotta say, it's harder to do you start the segment because I'm not back from downstairs.
Yeah?
When we have YouTube going.
Oh, I never even thought about that.
Yeah. I was thinking about that as coming in. I'm like, if I just seamlessly try and pick this up, half the audience is going to be like...
You sound like you're out of breath right now, which is the real problem.
Well, I think that's me in general. Yeah, that's not like a new development.
You're not one of those big guys that constantly seem like every 2 breaths they have to, like, reset themselves. Maybe there, but, like, not most of the time, and that's a good thing. People don't understand if you try to, like, run into a studio and then try to talk, it goes miserably.
So I think your read on Stefanski is right today. I don't think it's where the read is going to be in a year if he takes Baltimore and the Browns aren't good next year.
Well, he's going to have the easy early win. I think that's going to be very apparent because it's very hard to just nosedive with Lamar Jackson. So you have the early win, but I think long term, I don't think it's going to be the reality.
I do think there's too many people, and Miles kind of did this, crowning Harbaugh to Miami. I really still think it's more likely that Miami fires McDaniel to get Harbaugh, and then Harbaugh ends up somewhere else. And Miami has to go a la Astenovich or some other connection to their new GM from Green Bay. So, but that being said, this weekend's fascinating from a Browns fan perspective, because if I'm wrong and the Texans beat the Steelers, well, we get our answer on Mike Tomlin pretty quickly. John Harbaugh looms large in places like Green Bay, Philadelphia, I'm forgetting one here, maybe
Buffalo.
Even Buffalo, but also maybe Pittsburgh as well. So there's almost like what's the absolute carnage outlook from this? Because I kind of think Pittsburgh losing is very funny, and maybe Tomlin goes off the TV, and then any of those other 3 teams losing, or 2 of the 3 teams losing, could lead to more head coaching openings, which again, not great from the Browns in terms of...
No, I'm not thinking for Harbaugh it's not great, but for the other coaches it might be.
For a McDermott, a coach who they like going back to 2016. For LaFleur, who you would have to be dumb not to be interested in.
And it seems like right now Packers fans aren't very interested in. The man played an NFC title game. I get it. He's been the 7th seed and bounced out every year since, essentially. But he's very good at what he does. And so it's a fascinating weekend, a great weekend of football in general that we have lined up, but a fascinating weekend from the fallout of all this. But if in fact we have a multitude of the teams you talked about losing, then we can kiss the Harbaugh thing goodbye.
Now, you talked earlier about Harbaugh adjacent, and that's because Jesse Mentor is the defensive coordinator for Jim Harbaugh in L.A. and they have ties going all the way back to their Michigan days together. And I think it's interesting because you might not be able to Harbaugh, but you might be able to Harbaugh adjacent, and yet very similar to the Mike McDaniel thing. I don't know how much this hire just face value is going to excite Browns fans or get Browns fans saying, hey, this is the right hire to replace Kevin Stefanski.
No, it'd be the idea that he's in the orbit. That's the idea. And then it's funny, we were talking to Keith in between one of the breaks, and he'd mentioned about Minter to Baltimore. And it's like, I almost wonder if Jim is going to be like, there's a loyalty play that you have to maintain here. Like, you have to make sure that, like, you don't get to go to Baltimore. I'm sorry, Jesse. I've been very loyal with you. That's not, you can choose a lot of places. You can't choose Baltimore.
The Harbaughs are built different, and I do kind of like this.
I feel like they care about loyalty.
But then again,
I feel like they're loyalty
John got
guys.
18 years in Baltimore.
John Harbaugh just lost this. He just lost this job to loyalty to Todd Monken.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, but it was 18 years. You got 18 years there. You got two different quarterbacks.
He let Monken get in the way of him with this job.
Well, at some point, that's an IQ test.
Yeah, and he failed it. Apparently, he failed it.
You don't let Monken get in the way of anything. I just think there's no coach, and I think we all kind of need to get on the page with this because everybody's having these conversations. We're asking, does Jesse Minter move the needle for you, right? Then we can get a little bit into more why it's a yes or no for us individually. But we did the same thing with McDaniel yesterday, and we certainly have done the same thing with some of these other, whether it was Aiden Dirty, whether it's Dan Pitcher. I think anybody but Harbaugh isn't going to move there isn't a guy that is going to bring us all together. And so to me, it's more like, I'm not trying to take that off the table, but getting back to like the Florio idea of you got to sell tickets with his hire, it's like, yeah, that's not happening unless it's Harbaugh. And even then, just go find a good head coach.
Well, and I saw some of the updated Vegas odds too, by the way, for Harbaugh. I think we're 7th on the board right now.
Out of 5 teams?
No, they put everyone on. Like, they put all the teams on play. Like, they put, I think Buffalo was ahead of us. They had Green Bay ahead of us. They were accounting for what could happen with some of the carnage this weekend.
Okay, well that makes me feel less terrible.
It's still 7th though. Like, you're still well and far behind a lot of people in this discussion.
But I think this job.
You want to name the 7 teams here?
Yes.
All right. Dolphins are the lead favorite.
Okay.
Giants are number 2. Raiders are 3rd. Falcons are 4th, Bills, then Packers, and then the Browns at 14-1.
I think Stefanski's in a great spot here, by the way. I do, because Harbaugh's obviously not going to block him from getting the Ravens job if that's the one he wants. But I think with Stefanski, it comes down to, do you want to coach Fernando Mendoza, or do you want to coach in New York and coach out east and of course, coach Jackson Dart? I think Harbaugh going anywhere, honestly, Harbaugh can only block you from one of these jobs. So I think right now, if you said, where does Stefanski go, I'd still probably say the Giants. But if your worst case scenario is you're going to a team, and Keith pointed this out in the break with us, if you're going to a team with the number 1 pick with a quarterback that, to a T fits your system on the board in Fernando Mendoza and $100 million in cap space, yeah, it doesn't feel like that Kevin can lose out on this on face value at the very least.
In many ways, he's on like a win-win. And then even throw the Ravens into the equation, and it feels like, all right, so Lamar Jackson's my other option. Like, it feels like he's going to be in a good spot regardless. I still sense the Raiders, though. I told you from Jump Street, I was sensing the Raiders with Stefanski.
I just think it's interesting. Well, I do wonder about the cult of personality thing. Like, it's going to be really weird for Brady and John Spytek to put Brian Flores and Kevin Stefanski in that same room and interview them and come away with who you think, sounds more like a head coach.
Well, Brady's got the connection with Flores, obviously. That looms large.
I just think Flores walks, talks, and sounds like a damn football coach.
I also can't imagine Stefanski'd be a good interview.
Oh, I actually disagree.
He's not really, but he's not good at, again, maybe he's different in the press conferences that he is sometimes away. I don't look at him, throughout all these people that are really, really sharp at this, I just don't look at him as being somebody that just blows your socks off.
I think that's why.
Because if that was the case, then you shouldn't have any other argument for this Raiders discussion.
You got so pissed at the idea that Stefanski's a good interview.
I fumbled the pen in my hand.
You were just like, I'm going to throw this freaking pen.
You spill a water bottle every day.
I don't spill a water. No, those are serious charges in the radio business.
You're on back-to-back days of that water bottle just going poof down.
Did water get anywhere?
Didn't say it got anywhere.
Didn't.
It's a closed water bottle.
Yeah.
You have it closed.
Yeah, I can't wait for that Owala disaster
everywhere.
that you have over there.
It's not going to be a disaster.
It's going to be a disaster.
These things are tight.
Easy.
Hello.
Now, this being said,
talking downtown,
I think Kevin's probably better in those scenarios than we realized, just because we didn't get to see it from the media side of things. Everything that I hear is Kevin's incredibly engaging on that personal level. When you get him on a one-on-one, one-on-two kind of, I mean, again, this is the guy that kind of proved himself at a real weak point in Browns history to kind of be, ironically enough, the adult in the room after Freddie Kitchens.
Well,
for the
no,
Browns.
that's the selling point. What he gets to sell everybody that other coaches don't have is the adult in the room. That's like his big. As I mentioned, how just a bunch of weirdos NFL head coaches are, and Stefanski's a weirdo as well. But like he gets to sell the idea that he brings stability. He's an adult, and it's not. You don't feel like a toddler is running your organization at all. You feel like you have somebody in charge that knows what they're doing.
I hate, and this actually stems from baseball. From way back. I mean, this is the theory that I remember my dad saying that his my grandma Blanche used to espouse when it came to managers back in the day. The cliche was, well, we just had kind of a softy head coach. Now I want kind of a tough-ass head coach. I think that's ridiculous. Like, hire the best head coach. Don't focus on who's firing and who's not, because I think in time, it really hasn't worked in baseball if you're just basing it off the personality. That being said...
No, but you would focus on whether or not you think somebody is an adult.
Well, no, but I do think like this is going... I think it is a cliche that people still believe in, which makes, like in New York, personality-wise, Kevin is very different than Brian Daboll, who apparently yelled at everybody and was a hothead behind the microphone, whereas in Las Vegas... I think he might actually be a hothead compared to Pete Carroll. So, like, I think
Pete Carroll was kind of a psychopath.
How so? Just in his the zenness of it? What do you mean?
Yeah, like the idea that at 74 years old, he's out there putting helmets on and running routes and trying to be like, I mean, he's kind of a madman.
No, fair, but what I mean is they're both seen as laid back, non-confrontational head coaches.
Stefanski's not putting on helmets and running routes at 75 years old. He's not doing that at 42.
I think my point is, I think if you're the Raiders, you might look at this and go, Pete Carroll and Kevin Stefanski are two calm coaches.
Pete Carroll kind of had like a Joe Madden type mentality to himself, where you just feel like he would just as easily get on a bus and ride around the country and be really into. I'm now going to use ayahuasca because it's the first plant-based drug that is going to come to my head. But like those type of mentalities, it's just a little bit of a different breed. Stefanski's none of those things. Like the biggest selling point for Stefanski in all of this, and this is no matter what job he has, and this is I think what the Browns loved about him for as long as they did, is that you felt like there was a real adult in charge, and you felt like it was somebody that wasn't going to just completely drive the operation off the rails. Like he can sell you on that. It doesn't lead to wins, but at least he'll never make you an embarrassment. You're never going to have the headline, Stefanski got into what at 3 a.m? That's never going to happen with him. You don't have to go to bed at night ever wondering if you're going to get that call.
Goldfish. He seems like a guy that could really nibble on some goldfish. He's got probably one of those giant things.
Doesn't Jake have a giant thing of goldfish?
Yeah. Good guys like goldfish.
Good guys like goldfish.
I think that's actually the slogan of Goldfish. Albert Breer, MMQB, joins us in 5 minutes to talk the head coaching market and wild card weekend in the NFL on 92.3 The Fan.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Precise Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate
led the team with 30 points, and Sam Merrill had 22 points. In a home-and-home, Minnesota comes to Cleveland for a 1 p.m. game tomorrow. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. We do have Daryl coming up at 6 o'clock today. The lead coming up in about 20 minutes. But our next guest is going to shed plenty of light on the coaching carousel around the NFL. Also probably get into a little bit of wild card round conversations. Big, fun weekend of football ahead in the NFL. And we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And welcome in Albert Breer of the MMQB joining us now. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I apologize. I think it was like, I want to say like John Harbaugh had just been fired during when I normally come on with you guys. Is that right?
It was 8 minutes prior to you coming on. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got like 3 calls from a 216 number. I'm like, I think they'll understand. So,
yeah, we certainly did understand because it basically took over the rest of our show. So I do kind of want to, I guess maybe we'll go here. What do you think is what's the latest you're hearing on the Harbaugh sweepstakes and how this thing is to go?
Yeah, I think he's taking a beat and like just kind of collecting his thoughts. It's, obviously, like I think we all want answers quickly in this environment, and this like just feels like a lot of times these decisions are microwaved. So I think he's certainly entitled to taking a minute and trying to figure out the landscape. And, I'd expect that he'd interview some places next week. And I think, he'll be top of the list for probably the majority of teams, and we'll see who he chooses to interview with. Certainly the Giants and Dolphins are going to be in that mix. And I think, the Raiders, there's some connections to the family, of course, through Tom Brady there. And John, general manager, actually worked with John Harbaugh in Philadelphia, a couple decades ago. So there's a relationship there. And, then I think the Browns, like, I guess, you try and you take your swing if you're them, trying to pull on the heartstrings of, a guy whose roots are in Ohio, with his dad and his mom. So I think everybody, is going to have some level of interest. And I'm just going to go ahead and, make the assumption that top of most lists,
Yeah, I mean, no question. He's obviously going to be at the top of a lot of people's list, including the Browns. So, all right, if we we've kind of done this with we make our Harbaugh at 1, and then we kind of go everyone else. In the everyone else category, that includes McDaniel, that includes Jesse Minter, who's interviewing today, Jim Schwartz in there as well. What does it feel like for the Browns right now?
I mean, it does feel like they're going to go through a slow, deliberate process and take their time on this. And, I think you see the first few candidates show that they're thinking outside the box a little bit. Dan Pitcher and Aiden Durde are very well thought of, very, very well regarded with their teams and, as people too. And so, I think, like that shows that the Browns have done their research and, are not just going to go off of some list. Now, I think they'll have more conventional candidates in as well. But I do think for them, there's like a little bit of there was like a little bit of an opportunity here to collect themselves. And part of this is the process itself being slowed down. You know what I mean? Like where you can't bring anybody in person until after the divisional round. And you have to do at least 2 in-person interviews with minority candidates that satisfy the Rooney Rule. So the NFL is essentially telling you, we don't want anyone hired until the week of the championship games, which is still a little ways off. So I would preach patience with everybody there, if you're not, wild about the names that you've heard.
Albert, do you think Kevin Stefanski got scapegoated in Cleveland?
To a degree, I think somebody probably had to pay for the back-to-back seasons that they just had. And I think it would have been hard to run it back. I think I've been over this with you guys, and I hope like some of what I said the last few weeks gave you guys an indication of where I thought this was going, because I just think that there was a lot of history there, and it doesn't mean that Jimmy Haslam or J.W. Johnson or Andrew Berry or anybody else there thinks that Kevin Stefanski can't be a head coach, right? I think it was more like there was so much history to untangle there over the last few years, and as far as bringing energy to what was going to be a really young team next year. Obviously, you got the rookies coming back from this year's class, and then you're probably going to have a big rookie class with 2 first-round picks next year. You're looking at that and you're saying, okay, what's the right direction for our program? And I think you kind of look at like where you were with your coaching staff and where you are going forward. And I just think it like felt to everybody at the end like it was time. That was really my feeling, and that they couldn't just run it back, and that it was going to be hard to kind of hit the reset button, start anew. Now I would say this, I do think to some degree it's on ownership too. Like, you have to, if you've got good people in the building, like, you got to kind of sort through that. And, I think Mike Vrabel, is a good example, right? Like, where in Tennessee, the atmosphere in the building wasn't great, right? And so, at the end, I think there was a little bit of a divide there from between the Vrabel people and the non-Vrabel people. And the owner came in and sensed that. And, she's only there like once a week, and she comes in and senses that, and then she winds up firing Mike. Well, was that the right thing to do? Or should you have gone in and said, hey, we have a good head coach. How do we set this up differently where this will work better for him? I think that's always the $1 million question in these situations.
Given that Andrew Berry didn't get fired, do you think that he is on a short leash here? Do you think he enters this season on the hot seat, or do you think that, nope, Kevin Stefanski's the fired guy, and then AB's got a long runway here?
I think that depends on who the head coach is. I think if you're bringing in John Harbaugh, let's say they take their swing for the fences and they put it over the fence, right? Which I think would be grand slam hire for them. I don't think that it'd be the most attractive landing spot right now. And I think they won't get him, but let's just say for argument's sake, they get somebody like that. Then I think you probably move forward with John Harbaugh with ownership saying, let's see how this works with Andrew Berry. You know what I mean? Versus if it's somebody that was really kind of Andrew Berry's pick, well, then those guys are linked together. So I think it really does depend on who the head coach winds up being. And they still believe in Andrew Berry. It's just, what does that power dynamic look like when you pick your head coach? And I think that all depends on the stature of the coach coming in, the history of the coach coming in.
If you were advising Mike McDaniel, would you tell him to take the Lions OC job or the Browns head coaching job?
That sounds like a trick question. It's going to get me in trouble in Cleveland.
Oh, no.
We're manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat right now, just in case.
Yeah, this is going to get clipped and put up on Twitter and all that, right? I always I'll answer that. I'll cop out and say I would actually advise Mike McDaniel to go take an OC job somewhere, unless it was a great head coaching job, because you generally don't get more than 2 chances at this. Some guys have gotten 3, but you don't generally get 2 chances at this. And I do think there's great value for these guys. And look, it's hard, right? So if you're getting offered a head coaching job at 10 or 12 or 14 million, who am I to tell you to say no? You know what I mean? But I do think there's value for most of these guys in stepping back. And I look at it a lot of times the coaches who don't make it in their second chance are the guys who got second chances right away. And I can give you guys examples. Eric Mangini right there in Cleveland, Rex Ryan in Buffalo, Adam Gase with the Jets. And I think all those guys are good coaches. And all those guys, I think in their first stops, all 3 of those guys made the playoffs, right? So, what was the problem? Well, I think, what happens is when a guy gets fired and then he gets a second shot right away, it immediately becomes, well, it was everybody else's fault. It can be something that, any thoughts that you have that this wasn't my fault or that I got screwed, that all gets confirmed, right? Because somebody else was right there to hire you. So I must be really good. It must not have been my fault because, look, I got a job right away. And so then they don't go in and fix things, right? Whereas, if you have to go back and be a coordinator and you have to go back and kind of evaluate yourself, and you fail to get a head coaching job, you're going to be more apt to look in the mirror and say, like, yeah, you know what? Like, I do need to fix X, Y, and Z. And I do need to go in and evaluate myself. And I do need to go in and do like the 360 look at myself. You know, I think oftentimes like guys going back and becoming coordinators forces that like sort of self-evaluation where they wind up better for it. And, you know, if Mike McDaniel in Detroit, that'd be pretty exciting with all the people. What was all the pieces they have in place?
Albert, Jim Schwartz, and Tommy Rees interviewing yesterday for this job, and we kind of have debated how serious of a chance either guy really has. Do you think, though, because I think there's a concern if you don't give Schwartz a head coach job that he'll decide to leave. Is that a fair concern? I mean, it's possible. Like now, look, like if they were to hire like Matt Burke, who is, you know, who was, you know, one of his proteges, like, and Matt Burke wanted him to stay on. I'm just throwing that name out there as a guy who worked under him, but yeah, I think he might stay. If it's somebody he has no background with, then yeah, I think, you know, obviously you're going to look at it and say, I probably need to be out of here. You know, so I think that could depend on who they hire. I think they like both guys. You know, like I think that's legitimate, and you can see it in what they've done to keep Schwartz there, and you can see it in how quickly they promoted Tommy last year. You know, they moved very quickly to push Tommy up to offensive coordinator because I think they were worried that wherever Vrabel went, Vrabel would take him with him. You know, which is kind of confirmation that Tommy's pretty good. So I think as much as anything else, that's about taking a look at those two guys and then, you know, kind of keeping them on hand for the possibility that maybe one or the other would fit in with a new head coach, whoever that head coach might be.
You mentioned Dan Pitcher earlier. We talked to a lot of Bengals people. They seem very, very impressed, as if we should know everything about him and see everything about him. It's like we're not around him. But I'm sure you have a million things you could tell me about Dan Pitcher that would impress me. What are some of those?
Yeah, I mean, he's got good command, number one, and like he's got the respect of Joe Burrow, and you know, I think he's been able to manage an offense. And look, there's talent there, that's for sure, but you know, he's been able to manage an offense that has a lot of mouths to feed, and there's a lot that goes into that. Now, the obvious questions are there, and like Brian Callahan, who was his predecessor in Cincinnati, his failure in Tennessee doesn't help. Right. Mm-hmm. But like there is a lot to like there. You know, again, coaches the quarterback directly. He was Burrow's quarterback's coach before he became the coordinator. And, you know, just the management of people around the quarterback, I think, is a big piece of it. So I like Dan Pitcher. I think he's got a bright future. I think he can be a head coach. Whether or not he becomes the head coach of the Browns, we'll see.
Albert, when it comes to this weekend, the wild card round, many people have suggested Harbaugh is maybe slow playing the job market till next week to see if any jobs shake free, given a team losing this weekend. Do you see a job or two that might make sense that if that playoff team loses, all of a sudden their job could be open because John Harbaugh's on the market?
I mean, you'd say Buffalo, right? Like, because of the quarterback. Here, like, and I guess some people might say Pittsburgh. Here's the thing about those two. John's like very principled. He's extremely close with Sean McDermott. Like, those two came up together in Philadelphia under Andy Reid and have a ton of history together. And like, obviously, like he's got the rivalry with Mike Tomlin, which has been, you know, unbelievable over the last, you know, 18 years. So I don't know. Like I have a hard time seeing him going in and replacing either of those guys if something were to happen. I don't think Mike Tomlin gets fired. I think if anything were to happen, it would be him going to TV for a year. And I don't know if that's going to happen this time around. I would say with, you know, in the case of McDermott, there's not like some huge internal conversation that's going on about it to my knowledge, but you know, certainly like this is an important time. Josh Allen turns 30 this off season. They've got a lot that they would have to address after the season if this thing goes the wrong way on Sunday. You know, and I think it's pressure on everybody. Like same thing with the Ravens. Like the Ravens felt like they had one of their best rosters over the last 20 years. And they go 8-9 and miss the playoffs, which I think led to some bigger picture conversations. Certainly not getting out of the first round in a year when you don't have Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson in the playoffs would probably provoke some of those sorts of conversations in Buffalo.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. We'll talk to you Tuesday, and enjoy the loaded weekend in the wild card round.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We got plenty to react to. He gave us quite a bit there, and we'll lead off the lead with our reaction to Albert in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score.
So if you think that, let's say, he's going to get the Giants job, and it seems pretty clear that that's going to happen, then you're not going to interview him. I'm sure they called. I'm sure they're one of the teams that called. But I don't know if they will actually go through with an interview. And right now, I do not know if he's on the list.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. We will go ahead and react to the latest on the coaching market.
But first, win a 4-pack of tickets to the Fan Night at Cleveland State Basketball on Thursday, January 15th at 7 o'clock at the Wolstein Center, hosted by Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. Get tickets at csuvikings.com/tickets. Enter the word KEY, K-E-Y, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
But it is a football Friday. It is an F-Off Friday with Daryl coming up in an hour. Dan Pitcher, Bengals OC, interviewing today. Aden/Aiden Dirty, depending on, or Durday.
Albert called him Aiden.
Yeah.
That seems so crushing to you.
Well, he also said Durday, so I don't know.
He lost it. He lost his name credibility with him.
Yeah,
then?
because we were all in unison on Dirty, and then he said that. So now, I don't know. I don't even. He could. He's gonna have to change his name if he gets a head coaching job because we can't pronounceable names. We butcher.
We just moved to AD. We have AB and AD.
I like that. ABAD. It almost sounds like a specific time in history. Nope. Don't do it. Don't you do it, Mac. Mac's looking very suggestive over there. I'm the suggestive one. Also, Jesse Minter, the Chargers defensive coordinator, thought to be interviewing for the Browns sometime next week as well. But let's go ahead and get to the lead. Albert Breer joined us today. Wasn't able to join us on Tuesday because of the Harbaugh news and when it happened. Well, he joined us in the last segment, and we asked him about other candidates than John Harbaugh that could pique the Browns' interest.
It does feel like they're go through a slow, deliberate process and take their time on this. And, I think you see the first few candidates show that they're thinking outside the box a little bit. Dan Pitcher and Aiden Durday are very well thought of, very well regarded with their teams, as people too. And so, that shows that the Browns have done their research and, are not just going to go off of some list. Now, I think they'll have more conventional candidates in as well. But I do think for them, there's a little bit of an opportunity here to collect themselves. And part of this is the process itself being slowed down. You know what I mean? Where you can't bring anybody in person until after the divisional round. I would preach patience with everybody there. If you're not, wild about the names that you've heard.
It is the type of list that does make you really wonder how long they'd been thinking about, not only thinking about, but being committed to the idea that they're going to fire Kevin Stefanski. Because it's got this isn't just what the Titans are doing, which is odd, because the Titans should have a better list considering they fired their head coach in the middle of the season and had all sorts of time to get ready for this, but they have the more conventional list.
I think really smart organizations, and it's something that I've talked about with programmers before too in radio. You never want to lose the people you have, but you always have to have a running
thinking
list.
About it just in case.
Yeah. You kind of always are checking on tabs. Hey, who's this guy? Hey, I just saw this guy over there. And often, really good organizations will have identified guys or been doing background just because it's the NFL over the course of 3, 5, 7, 10 years. Because not just as head coaches, but as defensive coordinators, as special teams coordinators, D-line coaches, stuff like that. I thought it was really interesting that Albert said he thinks Mike McDaniel should take the Lions OC job over the Browns head coaching job.
Yeah.
If it came out that the Browns wanted him as head coach and he chose the Lions job, that'd be soul crushing to me.
Well, Albert laid out a good reason why, though. When you rush into just getting another job because you're worried about being able to have another job, it typically doesn't work out well. And the easy follow-up there is, well, Stefanski's rushing to another job. Why do you think it's going to work out better for him? There's obviously there's ebbs and flows to all of this, but it does make sense if McDaniel just kind of regrouped, took a year or two, and then in the meanwhile took the Lions to a prolific offense.
I would go from pro-McDaniel to anti-McDaniel if he chose the Lions OC job. There's 32 head coach jobs. You could go to the Lions and you could fail. You could be out on the street next year.
For sure. I don't think he's ever going to think that way, though. I think he'd think with those talent, with the people around him, the way he is and the way I mean, you called him an offensive genius just yesterday, right? So, like, I'd have a hard time thinking with Jahmyr Gibbs, with Amon-Ra St. Brown, even with an older Jared Goff now, he would think to himself, can't do anything with this. Like, it's set up to have success. That's what the Lions OC job is. See, you get to wash your hands clean of it all. Now, the hard part for Albert and all this is the idea that, I mean, everyone wants this stuff to move really quick. And he said like 7 times in that interview, this stuff moves slow. And it's going to move really slow for the next couple weeks, it feels like. They want all this done around the championship games, the conference championship games, and it's just going to take a while to kind of play out. All right. RG3 took to social media today to explain why he thinks the Browns have the worst head coaching vacancy in the NFL.
One, the quarterback situation is absolutely atrocious. Deshaun Watson's coming off yet another injury. You owe him $46 million, so what are you going to do with him? Dillon Gabriel was your higher draft pick this past season. You got him sitting on the bench behind Shedeur Sanders, who most of the team wants to be the starter. Number 2, it's one of the most historically dysfunctional franchises in the league. It's Kevin Stefanski wanted Deshaun Watson as his quarterback. Wanted him so bad that he was willing to get rid of Baker Mayfield, who is now the franchise quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And number 3, you're going to have to answer to a GM in Andrew Berry who's now put himself on the hot seat. It was clear this year that Andrew Berry wanted Shedeur Sanders and that Kevin Stefanski wanted Dillon Gabriel at quarterback. So now you come in as a head coach and you might as well go ahead and trade Dillon Gabriel to wherever Kevin Stefanski ends up. Then you got to make a decision on whether you believe in Shedeur Sanders as your starter or not. Because if you do, you build around him and you give him a full offseason to get better and develop. But if you don't, you got to go with Deshaun Watson and you got to trade Shedeur Sanders as well.
Just so many bad takes in there. I don't blame him. He's not an NFL guy. He's a college football guy, and even then, he's not great at that either. It's Shedeur Sanders.
Tell me how you really feel about RG3.
For the love of God, it's Shedeur Sanders. It's not.
I know you didn't say it right.
It's not any of the 3 different ways that they said it.
It was a museum of bad takes by RG3, but luckily, I feel like the rest of the NFL doesn't feel that way about the Browns.
I think
not that much better though is the problem.
I think a fair amount of people are where Jory Epstein was when she joined us. We're going to get to a piece of sound from her in a minute, but where she was like, I don't think it's the worst job. I don't think it's the best job, but I don't think it's the worst job. And I do think once you get beyond, if you have Cam Ward, or if you really just want to be the face of the New York Football Giants, or you have a relationship with Stephen Ross, I think once you get beyond a couple things, I think most of these jobs are going to be beauty in the eye of the beholder. The Browns can get a good head coach out of all of this. They just have to keep running that search and take a swing at Harbaugh. If that doesn't work, hey, who's your guy? Because everybody else can fit into the ecosystem that you have set up here, which is Andrew Berry as the GM, and then the power structure with the analytics and whatnot.
No question.
Senior NFL reporter at Yahoo Sports, Jory Epstein, was awesome. If you guys missed any bit of that, she was fantastic today with us at 3:20, and we asked her about Kevin Stefanski's firing and how that impacts Shedeur Sanders' future in Cleveland.
If you said, hey, do you think Stefanski, or let's say it's John Harbaugh again, I don't think it will be, Stefanski or John Harbaugh, who's better for sure, that would be a different question to answer than Stefanski versus this big question mark. I think that there's plenty of NFL history where coaches want the quarterback they pick, especially if that's not a first overall caliber pick. Like we're seeing, like the 3 first-year head coaches in the playoffs right now, it's Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, and Drake Mayer, their quarterbacks. So those were first, and third overall, not just round, but overall picks. So I've talked to people in the league who question whether the next coach will view Shedeur as QB1 material. And I've talked to others who say, hey, if it's year 2, he's got a little experience under his belt. He's got an offense and offseason more tailored to him. That could make a world of difference. So I think that in some ways he has to prove it again, but I'm also not sure that the last staff was sure he was the answer forever, even if he was the answer through the season. So I don't think it's a huge step back.
Here's what I want to know, Nick. I want to know if Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam are looking for the coach that wants to just execute out the plan they've already created for themselves, or if they want someone to come in there and create their own plan. And so, like, are you, in this interview process, is it Andrew Berry looking for the coach that says, we want to do Shedeur Sanders this next year, and if that goes great, we're off to the races in 2027, and if it doesn't go great, we're back in the quarterback race in 2027, and we'll be drafting out of that, and then that exactly lines up with what Andrew Berry wants to do? Or are they looking for someone to come in there and give them a brand new plan and create something, and whatever they say goes, and that'll be interesting.
It's going to be tricky because Andrew Berry said when at the press conference after firing Kevin, hey, the next head coach is going to have a lot of say in the quarterback room. That's what you said the last one had. All right, in fairness,
and he got Dylan Gabriel, right, guys?
And he got a no. I'm not gonna no Gabriel slander. All right, it's fine.
After 6 years, he got Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
He's a tiny little guy.
Now maybe again, it's a sliding scale, right? It's like if Harbaugh comes in, watch your ass, Andrew Berry. Whereas if Mike McDaniel comes in, I think you guys are going to be thought partners and having a lot of fun, right? Versus Adden Dirty or Dirday or Durdo, whatever the hell his name is. I do think it's interesting. If Mike McDaniel takes his job, I would put good money on Mac Jones being traded for, and your quarterback room looking like Mac Jones. Maybe, honestly, you could get maybe for a fourth rounder a Dylan Gabriel, because Dylan would be a good backup in that system. But again, Mac Jones, Deshaun, and then Shador, simply because Mike's going to have a lot of inside information being such good friends with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, he's still going to make him. He's going to charge him a second round pick or so to do so, and that's going to be where
you're
maybe some
forgetting
of the
the Dylan
hang-up is.
Gabriel impact on this.
Oh yeah,
they're getting a controllable backup for 3 years. That's a value.
Oh, Gabriel's the swap. Gabriel's part of the swap.
Yep.
And then Gabriel turns into Purdy's backup. Then when Purdy gets injured, because he always gets injured now.
Yep. All of a sudden, Dylan Gabriel looks like
all
a
of a
good
sudden
quarterback.
He looks good.
Yeah. Get ready for it.
Oh, that would be a twist. I don't love it. Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined the morning show today. He said the team's new head coach will have full say in the quarterback position.
You can't say you have to come here and this is who you have to work with. Shador showed down the stretch to me stretches of excellent play. It was great to see him lead that game-winning drive. You can tell the teammates like him, but if that's not the cup of tea for the incoming head coach, that is not going to be a disqualifier, at least the way that I understand it. I would say that reading the tea leaves from the press conference, that the head coach is going to be in charge of this football operation, and obviously the two most important things going forward, as we're in day 5 of the most critical 120 days from Jimmy Haslam, is who's the head coach and the leader of this organization going to be on the football side, and then who is going to be the quarterback that we want to go with. And so in-house, we certainly would know what that answer is. And if not in-house, there are guys like a Malik Willis, people who could be available via trade, things of that nature. But I don't think I don't think they're telling head coaching candidates, this is who you have to play at quarterback. I think that would make it very difficult to guarantee that you got the guy that you wanted.
Great stuff from Nathan there. We are right up against the break here. We'll give you a little bit more comprehensive answer on that. Again, we'll believe it when we see it. We'll believe that the new head coach has say when the new head coach is here and we actually watch him get something that he actually wants. But more reaction on what Albert Breer had to say in the 440 segment in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has your tickets to the Progressive Cleveland Boat Show presented by Toyota. It's happening January 15th through the 18th at the IX Center. Don't wait. Secure your spot now at clevelandboatshow.com or get registered to win your way in right now at 923thefan.com.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Bob Zanotti from the Center for Orthopedics. I want to talk about ankle sprains today. They're very common in sports. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Daryl Ryder coming up in just about 40 minutes. Nick and JP back here on a Football Friday. Not enough effing off today. If we're being square.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, we locked it. We had a great interview with Jordy Epstein at 3:20. Fantastic. That's all business right there. Jory's very all business. So
Yeah.
we
Albert's definitely all business.
Albert's Miles is all. We had three great guests today. I think they've gotten us in our sports talky kind of lane.
Jory's laugh though could cure cancer though. That was an incredible laugh.
Oh. So when we have somebody laugh at your jokes, it's good. We don't.
It does help.
We don't talk about how flattered you were, but yet when Amy, the caller, I believe it was earlier this week, laughed at something I said. You put some tawdry idea to it.
Yeah, I did put some tawdry idea. I thought you guys were flirting on the air. I wasn't sure what was going on. I said you're a married man. I didn't know what was happening there.
No.
One-sided flirting. She was flirting with you. It seemed like, but
I think she just thinks I'm hilarious. I can't help that I'm funny, and neither.
I wanted to turn off the mic and then just let you guys get a cup of coffee and maybe hang out for a couple minutes and see where it went. Well, you got free muffins today. You drink.
Yeah.
You
By
drink
the way,
so much coffee.
Female barista. Yeah. A lot of chubby chasers out there, guys. A lot of chubby chasers.
Now, I really hope Vanessa wasn't listening to this part of the program.
Oh, no, she knows. She knows that there are a lot of chubby chasers out there. Ladies, listen.
Are you big in the chubby chasing community? Is that
Come on now.
Hey, at least you got people that are into you. You know, I mean, you know what I mean?
Unlike college and high school and middle school and elementary school.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this the other day.
Just took till 40, but you got your demographic. They're here now.
So I was thinking about this the other day. There was a girl named Brittany in my first grade class at Isham Elementary.
Yeah.
And she was one of the popular girls. And I was thinking about the time and I had a huge crush on her at this time. And she cried. She was bawling in class because she had forgot her homework. And I was like, I'm going to be the nice guy and I'm going to be there for her. I'm going to say something nice. And I was like, Brittany, don't worry. I forget my homework all the time. Mm-hmm. I was like, I thought that was a very nice thing to say to somebody.
Yeah.
And she just kind of glanced off her. There was just no reaction. And I remember thinking how rude. You know, and that was the first rejection. Where if it was there was one of the hot guys in the class in the first grade class, that would have done wonders. Not for fat me. No. Chunky little me.
Chunky little you.
Yeah, I didn't really get fat until about sophomore year.
Oh, yeah.
I've always been chunky.
At least you didn't say out loud something to the effect of, "Well, yeah, of course you did that." Because that would have burned.
If I negged her?
Yeah, no. If you would have been "Hey, I'm gonna say I forget my homework all the time," but then she looked at you and was basically like, "You're a slob. I expected you to not have done your homework."
At least it would have been a reaction.
That would have been hurtful, though. She just didn't say anything.
No, just kind of
as if you didn't exist,
and as if it was who is this person saying this? And it's we've been in school together for many years now. Well, many years when you're 7 years old.
Cold-hearted first grader.
Not great.
Maybe she froze. Maybe she was so enamored with you she didn't know what to say.
Yeah, that was not the case at all.
Not the case at all.
No.
She
much the same case with every woman ever after.
Yeah, it's funny. We were just talking between the break about I wanted to be a boy dad really badly. I have 2 girls and it's going great, and you have 3 girls, and so we don't have the boy dad stuff to us, right? It's not a thing that exists. But one part of that I never have to worry about is with boys, they can be great men when they grow up. You can really be great people. All really crappy guys out there, though. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about with girls. I don't have to worry about them growing up into being just real problems in society, because that has heavily weighed towards the males, right? And so that's a cool thing I get to avoid by having girls.
Yeah, but if you have crappy girls, man, that's a really bad look on you.
That one you're describing right now, though, that's not great.
I'm sure she grew up to be a nice person, but probably not in with a fat
Although
guys.
I do kind of want the girls when they grow up to be the ones that do kind of I don't know, shove boys in the locker, put them in check. You know what I mean?
Listen.
I kind of want that for them, if we're being honest about it. I kind of do want that.
Why would you want your daughters to be bullies?
Not bullies, but when it comes to guys,
You just described bullying.
they're the ones that call the shots. That's what They're the ones that are going to call the shots.
Is it that you don't want an alpha male in your family because you're not an alpha male?
I don't want an alpha male in my family.
Was that what I'm understanding?
No.
You've said all the time that Elise pushes you around, and that so do your daughters.
Well, I'm a Sims character to her.
Yes.
She just tells me what to do all the time, and I just perform the tasks.
So that's effectively you just kind of want a simp for a son. Oh, you said Sims character.
I said a Sims character.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I heard simp. I was like, that's a strong thing to admit on air.
Also, as a son, I have daughters. So, like, you mean as a son-in-law? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah. That's what I thought you meant. You want other weak men in your family.
I haven't other weak men. You're just getting out of pocket now. You're just getting out of. Big alpha male across from me. Oh, big alpha male with his foo coffees every single day and his free muffins.
Yeah.
Oh, big manly guy.
And Vanessa's told me not to get him. I still get him.
Yeah, you're the biggest beta I've ever met.
Wow, Goliath is coming through.
Alpha male, you're as soft as a kitten. What are you talking about?
You don't even know how hard I can be.
I'd be very careful with putting yourself in the alpha male category.
I didn't say I'm an alpha male. I'm just a little bit tougher than you are.
Yeah, that's not something hard to accomplish.
Thank you. That's all we're doing here. We're just accomplishing.
That's not the hardest thing to accomplish.
The ladies in my house, there's a respect there. I respect them, and they respect. I let a lot go until I don't. And then when the foot goes down, the foot goes down.
Here's how I rephrase this for the people.
I really don't like this the way I'm portraying this either.
It's not that I just married a really strong, independent woman. Is the reality there? I think that's really all that comes down to. She knows what she wants in life, and then I'm just her little Sims character.
Yeah. That's not how my house goes.
Yeah, well, and that's fine.
It's very 50-50.
Oh, wow. So
but if I had to
marry
say
a strong, independent woman, that's interesting to know.
It'd be like 53-47.
I really hope Vanessa didn't listen to this segment
now. 53. She wouldn't want a sim character.
This is off the rails.
The first time I said it was totally on accident.
No, it wasn't.
All right. I saw an open net.
Such a jerk sometimes.
I saw an open net and I took a shot.
Real human you are sometimes. I hope you know that.
I do.
Now,
I do.
In your defense, I don't have a great defense back in some of these accusations. But we don't have to talk about it that way. We don't have to do it that way, guys. We don't have to do it that way.
By the way, part of all this is
my life right now is I have 3 women, and at this point, 2 of them just boss me around all day.
Yeah,
that's because the third one can't speak.
Yeah,
that's my existence. This 3-year-old is out of control.
But she's got thoughts.
She is out of control.
The
this
youngest
3-year-old.
one is making plans. She's like, look what the older 2 get away with.
I mean, the 3-year-old's worse than my wife at this point as far as bossing me around. I'm just her little butler 24/7.
My daughters have learned.
What's happened here? I got no chance.
My daughters have learned with Dad. You're not going to push me around. And if you do, I will just dig in deeper. But they have learned. If you just come up and give me a hug, I'm such a bee. I'm just so pliable. Oh, Dad. Hey, Dad. How are you? How was your day, Dad? Oh, I had a good day. How about you, sweetie? Oh, I had a bad day. Oh, would you like a car? Would you like a car? Because I can get you a car if it's going to make you better if you had a bad day.
Well, so what the problem I've fallen into is that we really are trying to stress manners. I want them to be really polite kids, right? I always think it's adorable
Except with men.
Well, 3-year-olds are really polite. I just think it's really funny to me, and so I like this. But I want them to be really polite people because I just think it's important. And so she realized that anytime she just says please on the end of anything, I get it because I'm trying to enforce the idea that if you say please and then I come back and I do it, you say thank you, that I will do it. And so now basically she just asks for things all day long, and she says it in such a mean get it now type mentality. Mm-hmm. And then at the end of it she goes please, and I go all right.
She said it.
All right. She said please. I'm trying to enforce this. Let's get this going.
Just wait.
And now I'm just getting up and getting basically everything under the sun. It's ridiculous.
So 3 daughters.
I'm a butler to her.
There are fights. You're a good butler though.
I'm a pretty good butler.
And many people have said it. So a lot of fights, a lot of emotions, a lot of drama. And then we'll hear back from the school and they're like, no problems. Sweet kid, engaging, helpful. I'm like, where? I asked for, I shouldn't say I asked because I kind of just demand, because, Alpha Nick.
Beta Nick.
But Vanessa...
definitely not alpha.
Al beta? Listen, somewhere in between.
I don't even know about that.
Depends on the room I'm in. But Ness will be like, "Hey guys, can you take out the trash?" And it's just it's Hiroshima. It's the end of it, and you're just like, it was just the trash. You're just taking it from there, 10 feet out there. I don't understand this. And then they do it, and they come back and they're like, "Hi, Daddy." They're just in the best moods. We do have a little bit to pass along from Mary Kay Cabot of the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, as she has just tweeted out here, the Browns will still request more interviews with head coach candidates, including possibly Bills OC Joe Brady, Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula, and Packers head coach Jeff Hafley, or DC, Jeff Hafley, who was the Browns defensive backs coach in 14-15. So we got a lot of possible interviews.
Yeah.
Possibly Mike McDaniel, possibly John Harbaugh, possibly these three dudes.
Well, and these three are now going back to we talked about them having an unconventional list. This is now going back to the conventional list side of things. I don't love Joe Brady. Nothing impresses me about Joe Brady, so take that for whatever that's worth.
He's a bigger fraud than Dan Pitcher. At least Dan Pitcher I can get along with, like, well, he didn't done anything. You're hitting a higher profile. Joe Brady's failed as an OC. No, that's heavy-handed. He failed at Carolina, and guys, his quarterback's Josh Allen.
He's taken the year in LSU with Joe Burrow a really long way.
Yeah.
It's done a lot of heavy lifting in the Joe Brady world, and when it comes to Josh Allen, you can make an argument even with this year. Last year was great, no doubt about it. This year, they've taken a step back in many parts of that offense.
Yeah. So I will tell you,
they're a 1.5-point favorite to Jacksonville this weekend. A lot of that's the defense, but come on.
I still think the balance here, I think the balance of head coaching candidates is right. I don't say don't hire guys off the mainstream list. I'm just saying I need a balance of other guys that aren't maybe the Joe Bradys, that I think you can poke holes through pretty easily. There are two names, though, that I'm a little bummed that aren't on there yet. One is the passing game coordinator for the Lions, which is David Shaw. He was a NFL assistant before going to college and becoming the head coach at Stanford. He spent last year in Detroit. The year before that, he spent in the front office with Baltimore. Really, really respectable leader of men, and I think he would be your version of like a John Harbaugh type hire before they hired John Harbaugh in Baltimore. And Thomas Brown, the tight end coach of and I think run game coordinator for the New England Patriots. Younger guy, former running backs coach, but this guy, kind of a huge personality, really respected kind of leader kind of guys. Those would be two guys right now that I think need to be on the list that probably fit more the Dan Pitchers, the Aiden, Dirty, whatever. Kind of candidates.
We're getting a lot of the guys that we wanted. Although we have not yet seen the request in from Mike McCarthy yet, and I don't know when that's going to go down. No. There's a worry that I'm starting to have whether or not McCarthy has told people in back channels, maybe not.
Oh, that would be wild. Mike McCarthy going on head coaching job number 3.
I mean, think about the different places that are talking about McCarthy. It's all the places that we're talking like, like again, Giants. Everyone talks about Stefanski. Everyone talks about Harbaugh, but it's Stefanski, Harbaugh, or McCarthy. Like these are some of the convos. I think we're definitely good enough for Mike McCarthy, but now I'm starting to doubt it a little bit that we're not getting some of the McCarthy love here.
Can I give you spin zone?
Sure.
What if the Browns, who talked with McCarthy heading into 2020, what if the Browns saw the dog and pony show with analytics, where as soon as he got hired in Dallas, he was like, I lied.
Yeah, he lied.
Yeah, that wasn't a real thing.
Yeah, he did.
What if they look at that and but he gave us a whole thing about how he liked analytics?
Like, you think Andrew Berry was turned off about the lies to get the job?
I would imagine it. Yeah,
Jerry took it in stride.
I don't think
I don't know that everyone would.
I don't think Mike McCarthy just lied to the media about this. I'm sure in meetings he's like, I've heard of EPA before. Yeah.
Oh, he's mashed potatoes for sure. No part of him is analytical. That might be the part that maybe AB is turned off by.
And the lying. I think telling everybody I really have spent the last 6 months. I'm with Chris Collinsworth and the PFF staff. I've been in my barn studying.
I get it.
I don't listen. I think McCarthy would be
but 3 12-win seasons should wipe away the lying.
No,
you can lie a lot if you win 12 games a year.
Okay, but if you're Andrew Barron, you're in a tenuous situation and you're not quite sure where you
could be Pinocchio. I don't really care. Like, let's get this thing going. You win 12 games a year. Why to me about everything?
I get it. All I'm going to say is
why
I
to
would
me
get
and tell
it from
me I'm
Andrew
the
Barry.
alpha you want me to be, Nick, okay? Tell me that. Like, I don't care. 12 win seasons?
I'm
Let's
a real
go.
boy.
Yeah, that's right. I'll lie to you and tell you you're the alpha you want to be for 12 win seasons.
I'll lie to Anna, your Amish housekeeper, and tell her you're the man she wants. Sorry.
I need 100 Cleveland men.
It didn't come out the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, it didn't sound like that.
But you should definitely go make her another sandwich.
She got cold with me this last week. I don't know what happened.
Make her a better sandwich.
I was like, did I not do a good enough job with that sandwich?
Yeah.
Like, did I mess up the mustard this time? Like, I don't know what I did.
Anna, what's wrong? Can I help?
I'm not asking to help. There's a reason why she's there.
Can I? Is there something I can do better next time? Anna?
I do well with feedback. You know that.
That's true.
I do like feedback.
True. Listen, all I'm going to say is if you want to be Zebekiah Peterlin,
I don't want to be.
You better put some bass in that voice.
I don't want to be Zebekiah.
Oh, you don't like that mustard.
You're the one that thinks you'd be good at the Amish. As established by this segment.
I know,
me
you're
and
right.
the Amish is not going to be a thing.
In fairness, I just think she wants to break her off a little piece of Peterlin. That's all. A little Rumspringa.
Is that how that goes?
Yeah.
Get your free muffin.
216-474-0092. Well, you got to pay for it with the Amish housekeeper. Peterlin won't let me get it in.
Yeah. He's going to be like, hey, why don't you riff there? Where do you want to go off of, hey, cheat on my wife with an Amish house cleaner?
No, I'm saying...
Where am I supposed to go with that?
No.
Where's the riff attached to that?
Somebody brings the succulent. You're not other people on the station. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that she wants you. That's totally different. I would never. You are an honorable man, but she wants you. Wants you real bad.
I mean... She was very cold this last week. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, she's playing hard to get.
I thought we were becoming friends. Yeah, I thought we were buddies there, but then she got very cold this week.
I have a burger bet to throw out, and if nobody on the show will pick it up, I will throw it out to the rest of the station in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The head coaching search is underway for the Browns. They have 2 candidates in town today. Seahawks
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in about 15 minutes here. I can't remember where, but I heard Daryl had a little head coaching soiree with Coach Riz, Lance Reisland, on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
First time hearing about this.
Yeah, this is breaking as far as I know. I definitely haven't heard it multiple times already. So we'll talk with Daryl about that coming up.
Multiple different people.
Many, the people who would talk to each other after talking to us. Many people. However, I'm ready to offer another burger bet. And I just want to see if anyone has the kind of courage.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it takes for this.
Because I was thinking about how last year. And
are you going to finally do the Steelers burger bet with me for this weekend?
No, you don't deserve that. You already paid.
Don't deserve that.
You already paid off. You already paid off your burger.
As you put it, courage. You got the courage. Oh, did you open up the email yet?
No.
You gotta open the email, man. I keep getting emails about you not opening up this stupid, stupid gift card.
I keep wanting
You're not getting a burger from this place if we ever do a burger bet again. I'm out on it. They just keep emailing me like, Nick Wilson has not opened up his digital gift card, and I'm like, how's that on me?
Listen, I'd love to. I just have to remember to do it. I just keep forgetting to do it. I'll remember one of these days. I'll definitely remember one of these days.
Please do it.
No,
this is gonna. Yeah, it's worth. It's worth it more to you to have me get constant emails from this company telling me you haven't opened up the gift card instead of just opening up the gift card and then actually redeeming it.
Yes,
I know. And this is why this is awful.
That is an astute observation from you.
I don't know where you would get more enjoyment from, the actual burger or knowing that he's constantly getting those.
No, 100% more enjoyment out of this.
I get both. Because he's going to get a couple weeks of this, and it's really going to, by the end of it, it's really going to piss him off.
End of it? It's already pissed me off. What do you mean end of it?
No, that's like we got
this already.
Just wait to see how cheesed off you are.
I do a digital gift card from this place.
Just see where I can get you in 2 weeks. That's what I'm thinking. But then I'll still have the burger, too. So I get the best of both worlds. I couldn't draw this up better.
Whoever's on their team and came up with the idea that I'm supposed to be the one that then pushes you to opening this. No, how this goes is I gift you the gift card, and they're supposed to keep reminding you that this gift card exists, not me, the one that purchased it, the one that has it sitting in their inbox.
Well, no, so you can then remind me.
I know. What backwards world is this that they think that's the best plan?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
The person that bought it then has to go around and basically either message or, in this case, talk face-to-face with the person and be like, hey, can you open that gift card? It's kind of been
I got a lot of things.
It's been like a week. Can you open the gift card already?
The roof needs to be fixed.
I got a lot of email a day saying you haven't opened the gift card, and then it just makes me seem like a jerk for being the one that's pestering you about it, when in reality they should be pestering you about it.
My hope is,
someone failed here.
My honest hope is that the more I let it unopened, the more you get emails. Like right now,
that's
it's one
what's
a day.
Happening.
Like one a day.
They're going to ramp it up.
Can we get to a point like after a week where it's 2 a day for you? Because that would be really funny for me.
My weekend, I'm gonna make a strongly worded email and have all sorts of correspondence with these people to tell them that their program is backwards.
And then they're going to say
the setup is backwards.
They're going to respond and say, "We've heard you're a beta. This is how it is."
You want to know where betas take out life and life problems? On companies. Okay,
I thought it was
we thrive. No, we thrive in this world.
I thought it was their Amish housekeeper.
You want no. You want to see me flex? This is where I shine. Your systems are wrong. Let me tell you 27 reasons why.
That was Jonathan.
Here
flexing.
We go. No, it was me cracking my nails. It's like let me see me flex, and I just cracked my nails.
So
classic beta.
If we remember,
classic beta.
So if we remember, last year. I don't know who said it first, but you and I were both in lightning speed. Guys, next season's going to be another lost season.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that I held firm on this when others were talking to Brown's great quarterbacks and changing their predictions. I held firm. When Flip Flop and Fana, Jersey John, as he's known to some, not here because he's Cleveland's own, Jersey John, went from, I don't think they're going to be good, to I think they're going to be great, or at least serviceable, within like 3 shows and 3 hits with us. I held firm. because I knew what next year was going to be. I know what next year is going to be.
Okay.
Next year, the Browns are going to be considerably better. They are. They're going to be, one, last place schedule, bingo, bango, biscuit.
Yep.
Two, I think they have an obvious road ahead of them in this offseason. It is entirely possible. Do I know if you can get quarterback, wide receiver one, and an entire new offensive line all in one offseason? That is aggressive. Do I think you can get two of those three things? Absolutely. This offense, and by the way, it's not like we're shooting for Mike McDaniel's, 2022 offense where they were number 23 and number 2 in scoring. We're looking for, can we get you to 24 points a game? We're looking, can we get you to number 14 in a scoring offense? Because if you do, you'll be a playoff team next year, assuming this offense doesn't take a step back. So I don't know what's going to happen with Jim Schwartz. I'm confident he'll be back one or another. I don't know who the head coach is going to be, but I'm throwing this out there to anybody on the show that wants to take me up on it, or anybody else in this station.
Okay.
I will make a burger bet today. The Browns will be in the playoffs next year.
Yeah, and when you first proposed this in between the break, or not in between the break, earlier before the show, I said you have to be an idiot to take you on with this bet. Because the bet is then I would just be publicly betting against the Browns. That seems dumb, first off. But also, I believe in this Browns team for this offseason into next year as well. So you have to count me completely out on this one. This just seems like if anything, the person that takes on this bet, it's like a trap to just be set up for, 6 months of I think the Browns suck versus then you thinking they're good.
Oh, I mean, no.
Imagine the egg on the face if you end up being wrong on that.
Because they could be 9-8 and in the playoffs. Or they could be 9-8 and out of the playoffs. So you don't think that, I'm saying they're going to be a playoff team. I'm not saying 9-8 or better. I'm saying they will be in the playoffs one way or another next year.
All right. Well, I'm out on this bet, by the way. I'm not taking this one. That's as predictable as the day is long, and this one just seems like I'm not signing up for it. Mac, any interest in this one? You going to take the bet?
No, because I agree with him.
Okay. Oh, well, now I don't like that.
Well, here we go.
Now I'm all of a sudden, when Mac is on your side, you're really going to start rethinking things. All right, show your work.
You mentioned the fact that it's a last place schedule. Again, you're playing against the NFC South next year on top of that last place schedule. So you have a ton of easy opponents that you have going into next season as well. And like you said, you already have the defense in place. You have the tight end and running back. You need to fix 2 out of those 3 when it comes to quarterback, line, and wide receiver. I think you can do that. But yeah, I think.
Are you just making my exact case back to me?
Again, I agree with you. That's where I'm like,
we don't
I'm
even
in
know who the
lockstep.
head coach is going to be next year, though. That's the other thing about this, though, that is just wild. Like, there's so much information we just don't have about this team.
I know, that's where the risk is. You know me. I tend to make burger bets only when I have enough empirical data that I believe I have empirical data.
You don't make burger bets where you lose, is basically it.
Because I'm a winner.
That's why the Steelers-Ravens one was you really putting it out there.
This is honestly, this is that on steroids.
That's why you won't take the Steelers bet this weekend, because you don't believe in the Steelers.
No, because I've already been proven right, and I'm already making you pay with your Swenson's thing.
It's because you know that they suck.
Shouldn't have said that. No, forget it. I was going to dump in I don't care.
Okay.
I feel like this is one you should take.
Who's going to, not me, get out of here. Who's going to take this?
This is, I'm giving everyone the layup of the century.
6 months of letting people think, oh yeah, I have no faith in the Browns. I don't believe the Browns can turn this around. I think the Browns are going to be a middling team at best for what? A $12 burger?
No,
that seems so financially stupid.
You could say.
That seems so just career
You
stupid.
You could say.
That seems,
I think they're going to be much better.
I'll tell you this right now.
They're a 5-win team, Jonathan. They could be a 3 or 4-win team better.
You won't get someone to sign up to take this.
Well, yeah, because Lima doesn't eat food, I think.
You got to be an idiot to take this bet.
I'm the idiot for making this. I'm the one putting my what's on the line.
A 6 month, I believe in the Browns in a really strong way. Like that. How does that hurt? That doesn't hurt you at all.
Well, yes, it does, because I'm likely to lose this bet.
End of this, all it seems is that you're...
I'm giving everybody else the lead.
No, at the end of this, all it seems like you're being as a homer, and that's fine. That doesn't hurt you at all.
I gave you palpable reasons why I would win the bet, even though I know most people are thinking, what a homer thing out of Nick. Not a homer thing. There are palpable reasons that this is, but I'm the one taking the long odds here. I'm the one taking the financial risk, be it $12 or $25. I bet you Flip-Flop and Fanta would take this.
No, I think Daryl would. I think Daryl would.
Oh, Daryl might.
Ooh.
Daryl might.
Well, wait. Does Daryl feel good about the Browns today or bad about the Browns today?
Coach Riz is not taking this because Coach Riz basically thought they were a playoff team last year. He's not taking this. Fanta's same story. Fanta's not. There's no chance. No chance Fanta's taking it. Although Fanta's desire,
check Jake real quick.
Fanta's desire to win a burger bet might supersede the idea that he's basically just making a 6-month bet against the Browns for a $12 burger.
Same thing with Coach Riz, by the way.
No, Coach Riz loves winning too much.
No, Coach Riz wants us.
Coach Riz believes in winning too much to ever be like, I think a team's not going to be a playoff team before.
Jake's not taking it?
No, because it's a dumb bet.
I would take this if I believed the contrary. Because here's the thing, your wiggle room is they could be 9-8 and in the playoffs. You could literally, for predictions, you could be like, listen, I don't think they're a playoff team, but I think this is a 9-win team this year.
You're not. There's no sucker at this poker table.
I'm the sucker. I'm the one.
Poor me. I just put a bet out there that makes everyone in Cleveland like me for 6 months. Oh, poor me. Meanwhile, I get to shame the person that takes the betting against the Browns. Poor me.
You hear me
I'm such a sucker. I'm such a sucker.
Why do you make me sound like, come on.
Come on.
I don't even know what that impression is.
It's closer to Larry David at the end, but I don't know how we got there. But come on. What are you? Ridiculous human.
I literally was the first person. No, you're ridiculous because you know how much crap I took this year.
Ridiculous
for
human.
Calling
That's
this
why you're trying to make this bet. So 6 months, you can be like, I'm the one that believed in the Browns the entire time.
No.
Meanwhile, the idiot that takes this bet might be Daryl Rutter in 5 minutes. The idiot that takes this bet is just going to be set up to be clowned on.
It's a warm, succulent burger.
You're set up to be clowned on for 6 months, and then even if the Browns don't actually get to the playoffs, at the end of it, you still get to be like, well, I believed in them.
Do you not remember? Bring on the Yankees
I
for
believe in them in such a big way. Like, you don't lose in this scenario.
Do you not remember? Bring on the Yankees for Ken.
$12 to basically be a homer. Congratulations.
216-474-0092. You're a real B. Will the Browns be in the playoffs this time next year? We'll see if Daryl will take that burger bet in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Defense wins championships at least.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
What a disaster. 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Football Friday, on NFL Friday. Lot to discuss with the Browns. I thought I worked with a bunch of analysts. That's what I thought I worked with.
Yeah, we're analyzing a con in real life is what we're analyzing.
I'm afraid of people online. They might be mean to me.
I just want to be a homer.
I just spent,
and tell everyone, I believe in the Browns.
Year
for 2
them
years.
on the table.
For 2 years and telling everyone how much the Browns are going to sink.
I told my mechanic.
I want to get back in good graces. Because the poor fans were mad at me for 2 years, and I'm upset by that, so I want to make everyone think I'm a homer again.
I was happy, Peterlin. My mechanic, who said to me, this is a man of the earth, a man who works his butt off every day, who's done wonders on our cars to keep them on the road.
Yeah.
Said 8 wins, and I had to tell him. I had to look him right in the eye and said, Rob, 3 to 5 wins, buddy. These are my friends, family, everyone. I had to look in the eye and speak the truth to, and now I'm speaking the truth. And you're being a homer. Because you won't speak the truth on how you think they're going to be this next year.
I think they're going to be good.
Okay, define it. How good?
No, we don't even know who the head coach is. I'm not getting trapped into this.
Look at that.
We don't know who that coach is going to be.
What analysis we got here. What analysis? I can't. The head coach.
Don't have enough information. I think the head coach is an important part of a football team. I don't even know who that's going to be.
I got some information on you.
I wouldn't just outwardly say they're a playoff team without even knowing the head coach unless what? Who does that? A homer, maybe? A little panda bear, maybe? Maybe, just maybe?
Or you can say...
Maybe, just maybe?
Maybe let's look at this.
Maybe.
What's wrong with the team? Can you fix what's wrong with the team?
Maybe just trying to bait people into taking the other side, so then for 6 months they can be like, you never believed in this team. Because, there's no repercussions for believing in a football team when you're in the city that you host in.
Yes. Ken
there's
literally
no repercussions.
He's taking
no flack for that. Zero.
Bring on the Yankees. He's not taking any flack for that.
Not bring on the Yankees for extending it to 8 wins before the season got underway.
That's all. We've made fun of him every day.
We have, because it's me and you.
That is flack.
Nobody else has held his feet to flame for that at all. In the slightest bit.
Our next guest, by the way,
if anything, it made people like him even more, if that's even possible.
Jake Volnick's also a coward. I don't want people to be mean to me.
Oh, stop it. That's not why he did that.
I'm not rooting against the Browns. No.
$12 burger's not advantageous enough for him. Maybe sweeten the stakes.
No.
You want to bet $2,000 on that? Maybe Jake comes back to the table.
Let's be crystal
Put your money where your mouth is.
Let's be crystal here.
Instead of a $12 burger.
Allow me to finish. I would like to finish. Let's get real crystal here. Crystal clear. There's what you want to have happen. I wanted the Browns to make me look like an idiot this year. And then there's what you believe will happen. That's the difference in a burger bet. There's what you want to have happen, which is them be good at football, and then there's what you think will happen. To go ahead and talk about this, I know a non-coward when I hear one. He is.
When I think Daryl, I think non-coward.
92.3 The Fans. All right, that was snarky. That was
a genuine comment.
Yeah, he doesn't believe you. 92.3 The Fans, Browns beat reporter, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hi, Daryl. How you doing?
Oh, Daryl.
What did I just walk into?
Sports talk show
on a Friday.
Daryl, can I get you in on this? It's a basic.
You two bickering about the morning show again? What?
Well, we've been done recapping them for a couple hours. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I will ask you. Are you man enough to take this burger bet that I have laid at the feet of anybody? I've challenged anyone. Have some cojones, right? Okay. Put them on the line. Remember, Daryl, and let me set the stage for you. Last year, I told everyone in front of God, my family, Northeast Ohio, I told everyone the Browns weren't going to be any good. And I stuck through that as other people dilly-dallied and flip-flopped all off-season long. Not Nick
but
Wilson.
You're not the only one that did that. I was telling people the Browns
You
were
flip-flop as much as flip-flops. Like, you're basically, you're a section of shoes at Payless.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Daryl, now he's insulting you.
I know.
I thought you guys were friends.
So did I. Now I really can't wait for Tuesday.
What's Tuesday?
Yeah, what happens Tuesday?
I told Mac I'm going to handle Tuesdays in case you missed it for you. I will be in the.
Oh, does that mean I don't have to do the show? I can just scoot out. I can do the old Dustin Fox, scoot out at about 6:38.
Oh no, your presence is absolutely requested for this.
Only 6:38.
Since we're doing the new Browns offseason show, myself, Lance Reisland, and Jake, I'm gonna be in the building, so I need to drop in on the show for in case you missed it, and I will handle the content of the segment for you. So there's one segment in your show next Tuesday you don't have to prepare for.
We get the Baskin and Phelps here.
Hold on now.
They just make Dan Mennigan do half their show anyway.
How do we
so
feel
now we
about Daryl just programming our show for us?
I mean, we are going to be doing 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Did you hear how that went, though? He's like, I told Mac this is how this is going to go down.
Well, yeah, he told one of the other betas on the show. If he had told Mac or you, he didn't tell me.
Yeah, another
it
beta.
sounded more of like a request for me.
Oh, I didn't hear it that way.
Wow.
So are you up to taking his burger bet then, Daryl?
What's the burger bet?
So the burger bet is the Cleveland. I believe the Cleveland Browns will be in the playoffs this time next year. I believe You're hearing it.
You can't laugh that way and then not take the burger bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that correctly?
He's got to catch himself.
I believe I did. Yeah. Yeah. I believe the Browns. So I'm willing to bet that the Browns will be in the playoffs next year. And if somebody wants to take me up on this, if they're not, I will buy them a burger.
You know what? I'm going to take that burger bet.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
So how confident are you?
Well, I'm pretty confident.
Like, how about this? Can I do the Browns will be 9-8 or better and be in the playoffs next year? Are you that confident?
We're just doing straight playoffs. We're not changing the terms here. I'm taking the initial. I say they will not make the playoffs next season, and I realize I'm really stepping out on a limb there. But I don't think
now it is a year-long bet. Should we make this like a 2-burger bet or some sort of how do we raise?
You've opted out on this burger bet.
Well, I'm just trying to negotiate the terms. I don't believe in it. Is the problem?
Because you just
part of the problem.
You don't have the scruples for it, and that's fine.
It's not scruples. I don't believe in it.
You don't have the scruples for it, and Daryl and I have.
No, he just doesn't have the intestinal fortitude for it.
You know
That's not what that is either.
He's unwilling to put himself out there the way you and I are.
That is not what that is either.
Not since the Guardians.
He's afraid he's going to have to hand out more gift cards. That's what
that I won't open.
What's funny about the gift cards?
Because you get an email about it, it kind of annoys you. It's really funny to me.
Daryl opened his right away, by the way. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. You really missed an opportunity to troll him. Daryl.
I wanted the free burger. I'm not going to lie, Nick.
I will one up it. I will one up it. Burger, teasers, and a milkshake. We will run back the Guardians bet. Okay. Which I bloused you on, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
I still have the photo evidence, yes.
Yeah. So I'm willing to make that bet again if you have the cajones to do it.
Yes. I'm all in because I want my burger, my teasers, and my milkshake back.
All right, but if we're going to do the expanded bet, I get 9-8 or better.
Oh, come on now. Why? See, now you're Nah, you gotta do playoffs. You're so confident that they're gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah,
you gotta
and be 9-8 or better.
No, 9-8's not getting you in the playoffs though.
It could though.
No, it's not gonna, and it won't.
Are you gonna let this really be the difference maker here, Daryl?
Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's playoffs or bust.
He set the terms.
I'm surprised you haven't flip-flopped yet.
He set the terms. Do you agree to the terms? Do you not agree? Now it actually balls back in your court.
It is.
I'm saying
Daryl's propositioning you, and he's saying you're the one that doesn't have the cajones.
That's true. You know what, Daryl?
Playoffs or bust.
I'm a gentleman.
If you're so confident, man, you should take it.
I'm a gentleman. I'm a scholar.
Well, let's not get carried away.
Yeah, you're not a scholar. You dropped out of college.
Well, because of the drinking. I was pretty good at when I
wouldn't have gotten drunk and dropped out of college.
When I went to class, I was pretty okay at the grades. Daryl, I will take this bet. Okay. Burger, teasers, and a milkshake, and the Browns will be in the playoffs next year.
You're on.
Like Donkey Kong.
So, Daryl, thoughts on the head coaching search? I know you just did the YouTube channel convo with Lance Reisland, a little primer there for people who are just joining us. Daryl and Lance Reisland did a little 30-minute program there on the head coaching situation, and the latest on it, I guess we'll go to. Now, have you identified your favorite yet?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite is a layup, and that's John Harbaugh. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I think he'll
went out on a limb again.
Giants. I know, but no, but he's the all-in. He's the guy I want. But I'm not confident that they're going to get him. Now, the guy that I think is ultimately going to get the job interviewed today, and that is Dan Pitcher. That just is like the quintessential Andrew Berry Cleveland Browns selection, right? I go back to what Berry said on Monday, which I found to be very interesting, and I think he kind of opened the door a little bit as far as what they're hoping to accomplish here. And I feel like they want their next Kevin Stefanski. Kevin was not in demand around the NFL. Not a lot of teams, if any teams other than the Browns, had talked to Stefanski about being a head coach back in 2019, 2020, and that is ironically a source of pride for Andrew Berry and the Browns, consider they just fired the guy and now he's making the tour of all these teams that have head coaching jobs that want him to be interested in coaching their teams. So I just feel like that Pitcher is the next Kevin Stefanski type of a hire for them. He's also within the division, but I guess someone probably should tell Andrew that Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase would not be coming with him if they make that hire. But I kind of feel like that's what they're going to end up with, someone like a Dan Pitcher to be the next head coach of this team, and you pair him with, I guess, a strong offensive coordinator. I will say this, if they hire a defensive coach, and they've got a couple of those guys on their radar, I saw Mary Kay's report this afternoon, Chris Shula, Jeff Hafley on the list, Aiden Dirty interviewed today, Jesse Minter, they got asked permission to talk to him. If they go with one of those defensive guys, I think that means Jim Schwartz is out the door. If they end up hiring an offensive coordinator, maybe there's a shot that Schwartz decides to stick around for a fourth year.
I saw you say you were not interested in Mike McDaniel. Can you tell us why?
Yeah, I don't know. I watched the Hard Knocks shows, and I think that there's a lot you can learn about coaches in them. I've talked about how unimpressive Kevin Stefanski seemed to be in front of team meetings and things like that. I see John Harbaugh with the Ravens, and it's like you want to sit up straight in your chair and eyes front and pay attention. I didn't feel that way about McDaniel at all. Seems like a cool guy, obviously very intelligent. All these guys are very intelligent. They all get the X's and O's.
Not Freddie Kitchens.
Well, I was about to say, except for Freddie Kitchens. But I need a coach that brings some intangibles to the table beyond the X's and O's and leaning into the proper use of data and analytics and information and things like that, which I'm perfectly fine with. But I need someone that, gives off the team building vibe, the accountability vibe, that doesn't have a casual appearance to them. Because I kind of feel like that this team needs that desperately. They need someone that brings those other intangibles, and I hope that that's something that the Browns really pay attention to in this coaching search, is someone that's not going to be afraid to give this football team a swift kick in the backside, similar to how Jim Schwartz did with the defense over the last 3 years.
It's not because he wears capri pants. That's not what you're talking about with the style, right?
No.
But how do we know Dan Pitcher is going to be that guy?
I have no idea other than, I just knowing how, having some idea of how Andrew Berry thinks, some of the things he said on Monday, because, we got a nice size list here. And so I'm looking at it and okay, what would be the quintessential Andrew Berry type of hire? And I think Pitcher kind of fits that mold, And I just kind of feel like there's a big part of Andrew Berry that wants to find his next Kevin Stefanski so that they can feel good about hiring a guy that maybe no one else has thought of and is going to come in here and do a great job and make him look like a genius, for lack of a better phrase. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about somebody that's going to come in here and be organized, hold guys accountable, and light a fire under this football team to get the very best out of the talent that they're given, even if maybe there are some talent deficiencies as the organization puts parts of this roster back together.
Outside of Harbaugh, do you feel like fans want Schwartz the most?
Yeah, I feel like Schwartz, and I also, look, I certainly understand a lot of folks that want Mike McDaniel here. I think that those are the three that fans would feel, I don't want to say good about, but like you could sell that to fans the easiest, any of those three guys. I think when you start going down the list, Joe Brady from the Bills, you could sell that. Working with Josh Allen, that high-powered Buffalo offense there. But again, Josh Allen didn't come with him. And we got to remember this. Same thing with the some of these other coordinators. The quarterbacks don't come with them, so it's not a package deal. You just get the coordinator as your head coach. But I do think too, if they go with a younger, offensive-minded head coach, something tells me Todd Monken might be coming back to be the offensive coordinator, even though he's going to interview for the head coach job. Be on the lookout potentially for him to return as an offensive coordinator, and thankfully Freddie Kitchens will not be his head coach this time around.
Daryl, I have to say I thought the morning show was just jealous that you're entertaining folks at night and they're not.
Okay.
So I want to say big ups to you. Don't watch tonight's game either, friendo. You just go out there and you paint the town.
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah,
what am I missing here? What happened?
I'll tell you off air. Wait, Daryl, do you mind me putting you on blast after they put you on blast?
Yeah, I mean, it happened. I can Odyssey rewind and listen.
Yeah.
What happened?
Daryl didn't get to watch the Fiesta Bowl.
What were you doing, Daryl?
He had other things on his mind.
You're knocking boots instead of watching college football.
I was going for all the Tostitos, and we'll leave it at that.
Let's get that. Scoop it. Scoop it.
Your sessions don't last a whole football game.
I'm horny.
Come on, what are we doing?
That was out of pocket.
That's not out of pocket.
That was
it's a 4-hour game. What are we talking about?
You got to recover.
Is he a rock star all of a sudden?
There's a nap.
All right,
Daryl,
you're a normal
there's
human.
There's cuddling.
You're not doing a 4-hour session with Tostitos.
Well, by the way, 4 hours.
You can do a lot. And
that's long. That's about how certain things last.
You can do a lot, Daryl. And I imagine you still got like 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Listen, there was dinner involved too. Okay.
Yeah, there was. All right, buddy.
There were no TVs in the restaurant.
You know there weren't. No, the windows were drawn. I know where you were, sir. Be good, Daryl.
Hi, Daryl.
You guys have a good weekend.
Daryl Ryder, bro, he's having the time of his life. The morning show's talking about it. We're talking about it.
You know, good for him.
Cleveland knows. Guys, it's no coincidence Daryl's been just in a great mood the last couple months. Come on now. Do the math.
If he didn't take your burger bet, we would have pointed it back to that.
Yeah.
I am saying yes, and oh yes.
His happiness has found clarity for him.
A big name comments on their interest in the Browns job. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
AmericanEagle.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
In case you missed it, coming up in 15 minutes, which I have no idea what Daryl's going to do at 6:40 next Tuesday. But he certainly built it up. I think he would have done better if he just kamikazed us, and instead of being like calling his shot like Babe Ruth.
Do you think he's going to actually do the segment, or do you think it's going to be some sort of like big? What do you do?
I think he'll do the segment.
Okay.
I just am not entirely sure.
I think that's even giving him too much credit.
It's going to be any good.
Yeah, I think
that's really where the concern is.
Or you know what it's going to be? So the title's obviously In Case We Missed It, and he's going to bring up like 3 stories that we've already talked about.
But he called that the Mac Robinson.
But he didn't know. We didn't talk about it because in order to do In Case We Missed It the proper way, you have to have actually done the show the way that we've done it for the previous 4 hours and 40 minutes.
I mean, the beauty
there will
of...
at least be one thing we did in Quick Hits and one thing we did as like an actual segment.
The beauty of, in fairness, the beauty of In Case You Missed It is... there's really no wrong answer. You can bring something back from the show. You can do something we haven't done.
Yeah, but if he brings up something we've already done twice in a row, we're gonna pester him.
You just roast him?
Of course.
Okay, that's fair.
It's called In Case We Missed It, not in case we do it twice.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
What if he turns it into Why We're Smarter? Right? Because I feel like that could be another thing.
Also,
that
could be
happens.
something that happens. Yeah.
I don't like that he already has like a I know what we're going to do kind of thing, because it's like, I don't even know what the hell I'm going to do on Tuesday.
That makes you feel like he's got something planned, as if he's going to, is it the roast of me and you all of a sudden, and it's Daryl just doing boom roasted jokes.
That would not work out well for Daryl.
It'd be funny, though.
Yeah. Well, it'd be funny because he'd make
fall
more
flat on his face, but it'd be funny.
But we'd make more fun of him than he would make fun of us.
All right, do you feel good?
Too rough on you today?
I had a good time.
Do you feel good you got your burger bet placed?
Yeah,
kind of like when you go up to the betting window.
Easy with Daryl.
You got your bet. You go up to the betting window. You feel good when it's cashed. You feel good like it's already placed.
I'm glad somebody had the cojones to take it. You know,
it's not about cojones.
I believe it is. You were afraid. You were afraid of the backlash, and I get it.
Didn't believe in it.
I get it. Well, no,
didn't
exactly.
believe in it.
Yeah, no, I get it. You don't want people to think you believe the Browns are going to be bad next year. That's fine.
No, I think the idea here is that you just want people to think that you're a homer, and you're going to build that up over the next 6 months, 6 to 12 months.
How long have you known me?
A while. That's what makes this burger bet thing so interesting.
You, how often have I cared about being a homer?
How often have I cared about anyone being critical at all about me?
Well, I don't no longer know. I feel like we're every time I ask a question, you ask a question, and now I no longer know what the question in question is.
Was that English?
That was in honor of Aiden Dirty being here.
It was a lot, I'll tell you that. It was a lot.
All right, so we do have McNeil, Ref Log, as many people know, put out a joke, given that the Browns have a widespread coaching search, saying head coach interview, Coach Klein, head coach SC LSU Mud Dogs. Henry Winkler has weighed in on this, saying, yes, I can do this. I will send them left. I will send them right. I will send them down the center. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Now, this is where it's really funny. Good luck, Browse.
Yeah. He knew what he was doing here, right?
I don't care. Henry Winkler is top 5 people on the planet anyways.
I think so. I think like across the board, and no one's ever had a bad experience with the funds.
Yep.
Everyone's always just enjoyed the funds. He's a great human. By all accounts, he's a great human.
He has batted 1,000 in Adam Sandler movies. They don't even have to be good.
He's always funny. He's always. I mean,
by the way,
go back to Happy Days, man. Go back to the originals.
Chops. Like everybody thinks of the Fonz, guys. He can act. He can like really, really do it. We're big Henry Winkler fans. We can't tell.
Yeah.
It's probably funnier if he didn't mean to say Browse. It's pretty funny either way.
It's funny either way.
I think this could become. I agree. Go Cavs for the Browns.
Oh, I was thinking it was like when the dog pound got the letters all confused. And you know how that's what that became.
In fairness, it's a dog pound. They had been drinking. Like, what are we doing? We should expect them not to be able to spell right after a morning in the Muni.
I mean, that was Brown Staffer's problems, right? But they
were also drunk.
Anytime they mess anything up, it should be reflog exclusive. They just say go Browse.
My hope.
I like the Fonz getting on Twitter and being like, this is what today's about.
I just gotta say, man, Henry Winkler, I'm about that life. That is
Didn't they give him a
actually
statue in Milwaukee. I think he's got a statue in Milwaukee. You know, like Mary Tyler Moore has one in Minnesota. Like the Fonz legitimately has a statue in Milwaukee. Like downtown Milwaukee, it's just a statue of the Fonz.
You know, my kids have no frame of reference for Fonz.
You know why that is?
Bad parenting.
No, I won't put this one on you. We had, when we were growing up, you had Nick at Night.
Yep.
And so with Nick at Night, we watched all this stuff. We watched I Love Lucy. We watched Happy Days. We watched The Brady Bunch. We watched all these things because that's what you watched on Nick at Night. And they don't really do that. Kids don't do that these days.
They know him from Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm sure there's one or two other. No,
and even that at that point is probably getting a little too old. Like your kids don't know him. Your kids don't know him from, maybe because it's your kids they do, but most kids don't know him from shoot. What's the football movie now? I can't think of. Bobby Boucher.
Oh my God! Now
Waterboy. Thank you. I don't know why I was blanking my name on.
For some reason, you put me on the spot, and I'm like, I've watched that movie 100 times. I don't know.
Boy, they don't know him from that. That's not a thing that kids these days. That movie was 7 years old by the time Jax was even born.
Is that true? Because that's like a 2001 movie, isn't Jax like a 2001?
I think that was like mid '90s Waterboy. wasn't it?
No.
It was 98.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
well,
so like it's about right.
I think we split the baby there. You said
right.
mid-90s. I said 2001. We were both wrong. I know. I'm being difficult. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know. You know what? I'm going to take one on the chin here and say for the last hour, I've been a real D.
Yeah, it's okay.
At least I own it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're welcome for that.
No, it's okay. Anytime you're a D, it just gives me free reign to be as much of a D as I want to be. And so we've been doing things just the same.
All the D I want to be.
It really is what it is. It's like there's it's
slogan.
a feel out system with Nick on a consistent basis. It's like I got to match his temperature on things. And so like if you're not being as much of a D, then I just don't be as much of a D either. But if I get the sense that you're just like we're just letting it all fly, then I also just let it all fly.
It's kind of been a let it all fly kind of week.
It has been, and in particular the past hour and a half or so.
Yeah.
And I feel fine about that.
I do too. I've been having a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun this week.
Yeah, it's been a good time.
Mac?
Jax was born in 2002.
All right,
So
points to Peterlin.
He was 4 years old.
Points to Peterlin. Yeah.
He was 4 years old when it was. So yeah. So he's never. Jax has never seen The Waterboy. I would imagine.
Oh,
he'd actually really like
it. If he's a sports fan,
they don't go. They don't go back. These kids.
They do.
No, they don't.
They literally. My kid listens to the Deftones.
Your kid is different.
I've 100% seen Waterboy.
He is offended.
Okay. Have you? I believe. Have you seen Kingpin? No. I could name like so many sports. 1996 was a great year for sports movies, like Tin Cup, for instance. Have you seen Tin Cup?
Yes, I have seen Tin Cup.
All right, good.
What about Happy Gilmore?
Yeah.
Why are you?
Oh, he said that in an insulting way.
These are older than the Waterboy.
Happy Gilmore is one of my favorite movies ever.
Have you seen?
You do work at a sports station, so I'm going to give you more.
Have you seen Major League?
Yeah.
Major League 2?
Yes.
Major League 3? Not a real fan.
Yeah, no, he
Not
didn't.
a real fan.
He was like, no chance on that. I don't blame you, by the way. You knew it stunk.
I just didn't like that they went to Minnesota. We couldn't also make that Cleveland centric. It could have been at that time, Canton Akron Arrows could have done that.
Yeah, that would have been fun. I don't know. Maybe kids do go back and watch these things more than I give them credit for. Then I never did as a kid, so maybe that's just what I'm thinking everyone didn't.
Well,
but that's a me problem.
Well, okay, that's not true. You watched 80s movies growing up, right?
Well, we talked about Nick at Night, but I did a lot of TV shows from before I was born, but I didn't do a lot of movies from before I was born. That was later in life. I had to go back and watch a lot of movies from before I was born.
Oh, I watched a lot of 70s and 80s movies growing up, even like movies born the year.
That's why there's some that I missed. Like when you made the Spaceballs reference the other day, that was 87. I never got around to it.
That's Mel Brooks. You got to see Mel Brooks.
I know. There's just some movies in the 80s I just never got around to.
To me,
because I tried catching up too late in life with that.
So we just started. So my kids are more sheltered than I was. It was like 8 years old, and I was watching like History of the World Part 1. So my parents did not do a great job at other than raising me, like sheltering me from things. I just started letting my oldest daughter watch Mel Brooks, and it still hits for kids that were born 50 years after the movies came out. Mm-hmm. That makes me very happy. I just wanted to say that. I don't really know where it factors into our conversation. Oh no, I know what I was going to say. I did not introduce my kid to Jeff Buckley. My kid is a huge Jeff Buckley fan. I didn't introduce her to the Deftones. She's a huge Deftones fan. Right now, in the way that, like, when I was in high school, I thought Led Zeppelin was the greatest band ever because I just had friends that introduced me to Zeppelin and so on and so forth. Well, okay.
But you're a lot like you're an old soul though in many ways.
Stop it.
Well, your Spotify profile tells you that too.
It's 72.
It's not just me saying
Emphasis on old, yeah.
It's not just me saying it.
But like kids now will go back to like things in the 90s and be like, we listened to vintage things. And I'm like, I was 11 when that came out, you D. But keep listening because it's fun. 216-474-0092. Did Henry Winkler mean to type Browns and typed Browse? Or was he just being funny? Who cares? It was fun. We love the Fonz. In case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up?
Bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every playoff game, from the wild card right up to Super Bowl Sunday, the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guests, Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports. Really great stuff with her at 3:20 on the Browns opening. We also had Miles Simmons at 4 o'clock today. Pro Football Talk, Cleveland's own. Great stuff on the Browns opening, the weekend of playoffs to be. Oh, hey, yeah, Albert Breer, 4:40. Dynamite stuff on the Browns opening. John Harbaugh's market, Mike McDaniel, the kind of the perception on him. He said if he were advising Mike McDaniel, he would say go take the Lions job as the OC rather than the Browns head coaching job, which that's still just, guys, it's a head coach job in the NFL. There's no offensive coordinator job in the NFL better than being a head coach because that's kind of the thing everybody aims to be. But I understood like Albert's logic behind it, and then obviously Daryl Ryder, who took a burger bet where I went out on a limb. We'll see kind of how that plays out. Obviously, we don't have a lot of time left on today's show. Who needs a win most this weekend?
Well, the easy answer is obviously Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. I think those are like 1 and 2 with a bullet. I don't really think anybody's particularly close. But what the great thing about playoffs is that we care about these things in such a great way. Like Justin Herbert should be one of these answers based off of last year's postseason and how miserably that went with the 4 interceptions. He's got to be on that list. Mike Tomlin's got to be on that list. Like there's so many guys that just pop in, and this is what I love about postseason football is that people like myself, I just remember these games for so long because we talk about these games for so long and they matter so much. And like you got on the quarterback win-loss advanced analytic community. I mean, they dumped on you earlier in the week, right? Because you tried doing the win-loss thing, 3-4 and all that stuff. And, during the regular season, it's not a quarterback stat that many people really bank on in a real, actual way. But in the postseason, it does. Like, even advanced analytical people will change their mind when it comes to the postseason. And it just matters in such a big way.
So I think Herbert, what's cool about Herbert is because they're the 7th seed, because they're on the road, and that offensive line is butchered. There's a lot of injuries across the board.
Yeah.
I think if Herbert goes out and has a good game and they lose, people go, all right, Herbert's that dude. He just
couldn't erase what last year was.
Well, he just couldn't overcome everything around him.
And that's kind of the mentality going into this game that people have with him, which is interesting how he gets almost an old Peterlin pass of sorts from people. Because it's just
the Peterlin pass.
Yeah, his team has just failed him in such a massive way. We don't do this for other quarterbacks, but it just failed him in such a big way.
I do think Tomlin and Rodgers together really could use this win. I think Rodgers getting the first playoff win in Pittsburgh in a decade has real tangible, I think there's something real there. And I think Tomlin, if you win this, it sets up. Listen, if you lose, you might go to TV, right? But if you win this game and then lose to Denver next week, because I think that's who their next matchup would be, you can kind of go out on a high here of, I did the thing you said I couldn't do, and then I walked off in the sunset to TV, took a year off, and then got my next job in a year.
It's a fascinating question because this is kind of what we explored with Miles Simmons a little bit. Like if you're Tomlin, this could be your last game with Pittsburgh easily, but you didn't. What's at stake here? Being one of the highest paid people on TV, or then going to a different job where you're one of the highest paid and also a brand new landing spot. Your life doesn't change that much. You know what I mean? But I think for his own personal self, you don't want to leave the place that you're going to be the most remembered for on a 9-year losing streak.
Yeah.
No, that's just you talk about limping to the finish line. That's like the definition of it. And so it would be pretty disastrous. It'd be a big monkey off his back.
So here's the great thing about this. Outside of a team, the only team really, truly, deeply playing with house money is Carolina. Everybody else, this very well could be...
Maybe a little bit of the 49ers, a little bit.
Oh, no, that's fair, just because at some point they'd kind of been...
They're just so injured, and they've been written off in such a way that there's no shame in losing to that Eagles team. It just kind of is what it is. Now, I do think LaFleur needs a win in a big-time way. I think he definitely falls in this category of people that they need the win this weekend, and it would be disastrous if he doesn't get this win.
Who was that? LaFleur?
LaFleur, yeah.
Yeah. Well, which is funny because half the NFL would take him if they let him go. It's not quite Harbaugh, but given that he's an offensive candidate, including the Browns, everyone would line up to hire him immediately.
He's just really building this reputation as always a 7th seed and always out in the first round of the playoffs.
But oh man, I kind of think there's an important from the Rams thing just because you don't know what's next. McVay's there long term. I think as long as he's got a quarterback, I think he can win with.
And by the way,
he's smart about that.
I think the Rams are the perfect team for like a Ty Simpson this year.
Oh, that's interesting. Only if Stafford's back, though.
Well,
Stafford's
back, so you give Ty Simpson the time to just kind of sit. You develop under Stafford, and then you just kind of, whether it's a year, whether it's 2 years, whether it's 3 years. Meanwhile, McVay's teaching the hell out of him all throughout the entire stretch. I think I was kind of surprised the Rams didn't take a quarterback last year in the first round. I thought they would also be in on Jackson Dart for the same reasons why I'm talking about with Ty Simpson now. I think it's 100% in play.
Well, and they also have, I think, the 13th pick in this. I just think for the Rams, I think this is a great year. I think this is going to be one of your better chances to win a championship as constructed with where Stafford is, and you're just not guaranteed next year. And losing to this Panthers team would be a real bad look. Losing twice
you can't lose to this Panthers team.
In 8 weeks to this Panthers team, including one of them being in the playoffs, you cannot lose to that.
There's not many gifts you get in the playoffs. This is a gift.
I also think by the way, because we can continue to make a case for literally everybody in the playoffs and how much they need to win.
That's what makes it so cool.
Like, I think the Bears, I'll add 2 more teams. The Bears and the Patriots are playing with house money just because it's really year one of that build, even though those quarterbacks are in year 2.
So I agree with the house money concept of it all, but Ben Johnson has talked so much crap about LaFleur.
Yeah.
Like they generally don't like each other, and so it's the type of thing where they've just talked so much crap. There's got to be added juice, because if you lose after the amount of trash talk that he's had,
LaFleur's going to have a comment.
They both, either one of them should, and then like everyone's taken the Jeff Hafley stuff a little bit too far, where he bangs him on the table and is like, I won't be doing interviews until. Basically making the suggestion that he wins the game against the Bears. They're taking that as if it's like a guarantee. But Ben Johnson's talked so much crap about LaFleur, about that rivalry, that you got to win this one if you're Ben Johnson.
Can I give you an outside the box? Because we've talked a lot of coaches.
Yeah.
What about Jordan Love? They did just have, for every reason that we've talked about LaFleur being maybe on the hot seat here. If the Packers opened up business on Jordan Love, if they were willing to move off of him and maybe bring in like a Kirk Cousins for a year or two, before they find their next, again, it's very un-Packers like, but they just hired Carmen Policy's son to kind of take over. This is a time of transition, and I will tell you, I think I'd trade the 6th pick for Jordan Love.
Oh, I would in a second.
Yeah. What, Mac? Why are you doing the fart face?
You wouldn't do that?
I mean, I
wouldn't even think twice about it.
My only thing with Jordan Love is just
You don't love him?
No, I don't.
You Jordan like him?
Jordan okay.
You Jordan admire him from afar?
Jordan shrug.
Jordan friend zone him?
Jordan acquaintance.
All right, go ahead.
No, I just think that for the amount of turnovers that he constantly has and constantly gets puts himself into, I think that causes some issues for me at least. And then
turnovers. He threw 6 picks this year.
I know, but also he's had some fumbles throughout the last couple of years as well, and also he's had some injuries over the last couple of years too. And so
I don't think he's a franchise quarterback. I think he has franchise talent, but I don't think he's a franchise quarterback yet.
I would agree with that.
We have different definitions of franchise quarterback.
But I think he's better than anything you could get with the 6th pick. And I think immediately my playoff bet with Darryl looks really stinking smart if Jordan Love is the guy you get for the 6th pick.
I also don't think that it's out of the question that the Jets take a quarterback at 2. With the amount of draft capital that they have, especially in next year's draft class as well, I think that if they're not over the moon with Dante Moore or Fernando Mendoza, whichever one the Raiders don't take, I think that it's not out of the realm of possibility that they trade back.
I don't think the Browns have the capital to do it. And by the way, I'd be shocked if the Jets didn't take a quarterback.
They're going to take a quarterback.
They tanked to get it. Mac, that's a bad take. You had some juice on the Jordan Love thing. You did on the Jordan Like take. You had some juice there, and we appreciate that juice. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you guys missed any bit of the show today, you can listen back, watch us back on. You have to watch my face in the first segment where we're talking about RG3's comments about the Browns and how annoyed. You can see, I don't think I get visibly annoyed at other people's opinions, where in a way that where I'm like,
oh yeah,
is that no?
You don't think that, huh?
No, not
There's a real lack of awareness going on right now,
no,
Mac.
I'm not talking about yours.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about like ones we bring on from like somebody else's sound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where I Roberto Shenanigans pulled the clip, but I pulled my face and
We
turned it
both
into
wear our emotions on our face.
Except when we talk about RG3 sound until today. Damn it, I blew the end of the show. This is going to be so great. I had such a great end to the end of the show here. Not really. However, watch back the entire show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. We like to be liked, by the way, guys. Like them videos. Drop those corn emojis.
Drop them corn emojis, by the way. Fraud-Lito. Corn-Lito. I heard what people were saying about he was talking trash in the chat.
Yeah?
I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was talking trash. Drop those corn emojis. What
Drop
a fraud. Suck it, Corn-Lito.
Also,
suck it, Corn-Lito.
Thank you to Katie Pollock for helping out with the 2020s today. Big weekend in the NFL. I'm going Hoosiers. I need a Hoosiers win. Could use a Bears win. My boy Sitton could really use this one as well. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. I'll talk to you Monday.
Talk to you on Monday. We'll see where the Browns head coaching search is, reacting to the huge weekend in football. Peace.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.